who is your pick to stand as EUL champions?
And unfortunately, Diff has been diffed in this fight. Groudon now getting ripped down by Nasty Family, and Jiraiya is the only one here that is able to pull the time and space away, but it isn't going to be enough. Snow's looking to see if they can get themselves
I'm
back
sorry!
And that is why he is one of the legendary junglers in this entire team, bro. And despite them running around on that recovery, it ain't going to be picked up by them. Again, another beam comes in, and they've ripped down this tank so much. That was a good flank coming out from Moltres, but it wasn't enough. They pair the air cannon with a huge beam, and that takes away so much HP. The play with Beyond would call it Mahusive. We're about to say hello to the 2-minute mark here in this game, but Groudon is on the field, and it's an instant rip coming out from Boozaloo, knowing that they have that Zacian. We can't even see who took it yet.
It was Mewtwo!
Takes it with a Mewtwo. Why?
Well, yeah, production have just confirmed to us that Nachos is going to sub out here. So if you're just going off the leaderboard chat, you have a bottom fragging team against one that is on the winning side of the league, right? We've got two teams that are in that 3-1 position. Omon Boozaloo did manage to win the mid-seasonal. Bingo is coming in for Nachos here in this game. So that might be the difference making.
But who is your pick to stand as EUL champions?
I think Esport Core are going to do it again.
I'm going to go with Vaporeon Haters. I think Vaporeon Haters are playing way too well right now. However, we do have a returning Nachos for Boozaloo, so
that's the difference.
We'll see if that plays into this game at all.
10, a comfortable points lead.
Yeah, very comfortable, but not saying that Power Rangers can't bounce back into this one, especially if they're able to get this knockout on the Mega Lucario.
Oh my word!
Back. Oh,
my word!
No, Nachos! How do you do it? Breaking the hearts of Power Rangers. Rabble round, trying to see if they can get that side up, but no Sai has been popped just yet. Holding on to the Unite. It is going to be REC having good control. Another wall, trying to see if they can drag back in the Crystal, getting some damage. It's up.
Here it goes.
Here's the Revenant run. It's 3 that they take as they have the Sai for Alligator too late. That Crystal's going to be the next target. And it's a 1 more tick.
Hello trainers and welcome back to EUL. We have battled through the regular season to now stand at the gates of the group stages. 8 teams have been broken down to 6, and this final 6 only have this weekend to prove they belong in the playoffs next week. As is usual in EUL, I'm expecting some brilliant underdog victories and some feisty, intense games. So without further ado, let's let the games begin. As always, I'm Spartantano, and with me today is the legendary Bridget. How are you doing today?
I'm so good. That was like a hype video for me for this today. That was so well done. I'm so excited to kick off groups today.
It's going to be so hype, and typically in EUL, the group stages is where it gets really fun. It gets you see the underdogs really shine here, Bridget, so I cannot wait to see the action that we've got here today. Let's get the standings up for you, chat. Let's get stuck straight into this and see where the teams have come from, where they're currently at the moment, of course. The team to watch is Rework Esport Core, but Vaporeon Haters have done incredibly well to keep up with them this season. Rework have never had competition unless it's another Rework team than the likes of Vaporeon Haters, so it should be incredible here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Following them up, we have Omon Boozaloo and Diff, both with pretty similar records. Even T-Tar at number 5. This whole middle section is actually insanely close in terms of record as I process it more and more. But what comes into play are those point differentials.
It is, and unfortunately Nasty Family and Eons Esports just weren't able to make it through to the groups. I mean, Eons, they came in very late anyway, and they did some brilliant games, but just not able to find enough points to make it through to the group stages. Now, let's have a look at our group graphic and see how these teams have been broken down into their groups, because there is definitely an underdog in each. Rework, Esport Core, and Dift are very comfortable on that left-hand side of that standings. Engage Academy here, previously Electro Drifters, they've been picked up by an AUG. They've been really impressive, but still struggling to break through that middle of the pack. So definitely what you would consider the underdog in that group, at least. And then, Bridget, we look at Group B, which is going to be an absolute belter.
Yeah, 100%. I believe we're doing all of the Group A games today, but tomorrow we will be doing the Group B side of things with Vaporeon Haters, Boozaloof, and T-Tar.
T-Tar are the team that you can just never count out, despite how well Vaporeon Haters have played. Omon Boozaloof, they're the team that did extremely well, but unfortunately their central laner has gone on holiday, Nachos. We were hoping that he was going to be back, because that would completely change this team around. They've been really managing to at least keep up. It's just they have dropped a couple of games that previously you wouldn't expect them to. And T-Tar, I mean, no matter what this team does, you just cannot count them out. They're so fun to watch. They play the most ridiculous stuff at times, and I cannot wait to see if they're able to come out ahead. But technically the underdogs in Group B. Let's have a look at the schedule today, though, because as you've mentioned, we are going to be bringing you all the action from Group A today. Group B will be tomorrow. So to kick it off, we will have Dift taking on the Engage Academy, and then they get no rest at all as Rework Esport Core are going to try and take them on. And then they've got to go back-to-back once again as they finally try to take on Dift. Now, Bridget, have you got any expectations out of here today?
Oh, man, I mean, I know we're not seeing Rework Esport Core just yet in our first game, but they are demons during this league, but in the mid-seasonal, throughout the regular league, they just are so impressive. But Dift and Engage are going to be fun ones as well. All of our games in this group phase are going to be a best of 5. So a lot of chances for these teams to square up, kind of learn from one another. And I mean, they've been playing against each other for quite a while now. Obviously, some change-ups here and there, but it should be a really good match.
Yeah, this is the Dift roster as you're so comfortable with it now, chat. Lynx, Cascade, Beach, Ickless, and Jirari are going to make it up here today. And just as a little bit of information for you, looking at the previous records, Engage Academy are yet to defeat Rework Esport Core or Dift. So they are the team coming into this without managing to defeat either opponent. But we're at group stages in EUL, baby. You can bet if anyone's going to do it, it'll be at this time that they do.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Dift has a demon roster, but Engage Academy, nothing to scoff at either. We have Ed or Wee Wee, not sure the preference there. Siren, Zika, DJ, and Professor Mush rounding out the squad.
Yeah, I love that. It's 8 CKO, but for some reason as their tag is 8 Wee Wee. So
I like it.
It's fun. And yeah, the way that the map rotations are going to work here today, chat, we're going to kick it off with Kyogre in every single set. We'll then move on to Groudon, then Rayquaza, and then it will depend on the losing team on whether they want to choose side or map if we end up going to a Game 4, and then again for Game 5. With what we've heard from production, we're expecting a lot of Game 4, Game 5 scenarios here today. We're hoping for it. The more Pokemon Unite we get, the happier we feel.
Absolutely. And another fun sprinkle on our format today is we are doing all-star draft. So the drafts will get kookier and crazier as the games go on. So going to Game 5 means even more silly drafts that we could potentially see.
Yeah, and we've honestly found that in All-Star Draft, when you get to those later games in Game 4, Game 5, it's really the supports and the defenders that are really like down to the end of their pools, and you end up pulling out the ones that you would never expect to be playing. I think support is probably the most sort of fought-after role here in Pokemon Unite in All-Star Draft, so especially with Blissey getting banned out so much here, Bridget. But let's kick this off. Let's get the draft going and see where these teams want to go to begin with. It was Diff that decided to go for second pick here.
Yep, and we can already see those bans coming up. So far, no Snorlax or Psyduck. Looks like Feraligatr gonna be joining them as well. Recently nerfed, but I think still a bit of an alligator monster.
Yeah, it's so good. Umbreon, again, is also incredibly good. We saw some really cool stats before we came into this chat, and it was like Umbreon has been banned out like 70% of the time, but when it does get played, it has like an 80% win rate. It's absolutely insane of a Pokemon.
Yeah, they've literally never let that thing be bad in its entire existence in this game. Maybe a month or two, but even then, I would still say it was pretty viable. Blissey and Suicune going to be rounding out these bans, like you mentioned, Tano. A lot of tanks and supports already getting banned out in this game one, and a prio pick of the Crusler.
Yeah, let's see what they want to do on the side of Dift, because, I mean, you wouldn't expect to have to put so much importance on a defender once one has been picked up. So I think they're going to look for the really strong all-rounders and attackers here, which is why Yveltal's going to come on out on the field. Beach will take the Hooper away, because, again, really important are those support picks. It does mean that Engage Academy can be a little bit more flexible with it now. I think they're going to look for the likes of Eldegoss or Alchemy here.
Yeah, checks out. I feel like Eldegoss is a strong early game support. Oh, that can go toe-to-toe with Hoopa, but you called it out. Oh, they keep tricking me. They almost went for the Alchemy. They do lock in the Eldegoss to square up in that early game with the Hoopa, like I initially said.
Now, typically, teams try to take Jiraiya away from the Trevenant. He is well known to being the best Trevenant in EU, but they haven't gone for that here on the side of Engage Academy. This is going to be very difficult, but extremely exciting for us, because you don't get more fun than witnessing Jiraiya on the likes of this Trevenant. Cascade will also pull out the Palkia here, which we've seen to be extremely strong, one of the highest win rates in the likes of its picks as well. But DJ and Zekemoy are going to pull out the double speedster trap here, Bridget.
Yeah, pretty exciting final picks. I guess they weren't too worried about the bulky front line. I mean, I guess going Yveltal, pretty squishy. Hoopa can be as well. And they even round out their comp with a Glaceon. So kind of some solid targets for these speedsters to sprint at, for sure. Obviously, Zoroark stays getting buffed before LAN tournaments, so we have the Zoroark in that final slot as well. I'm interested in this Glaceon. Which moveset do you think it'll be going?
I don't think it's gonna matter. Just because
Fair enough.
I love Ikla so much, but I saw Zika playing this Zoroark like yesterday in a grassroots tournament here in the EU. And I'm sorry, but that guy should be illegal on that Pokemon. It is unstoppable, despite having Glaceon against it, despite having so much crowd control. Yeah, I think no matter what Iklas pulls out here, they have to be scared of what Zeke is going to be bringing at them. And I think Jiraiya has a lot of responsibility here to protect those squishies.
Yeah, 100%. I know Palkia has gotten some buffs as well. I feel like such a controversial release. Like, I feel like some people still are like, it's not that great. Other people are like, no, it's broken. So, I mean, I think it's looking pretty solid, but
I agree.
We shall see in this matchup.
I think the Unite move is so interesting because sometimes it does no damage, but it comes back so frequently that it's kind of like a get-out-of-jail-free card at sometimes. So I'm completely with you on that one, Bridget. But here we go, chat. It is the very first game of the group stages. It's a best of 5. Engage Academy on your purple side, and here on your orange side is going to be Diff with Iklas in that central area.
Yeah, good on the Eldegoss to check for any sort of invade from that Hoopa especially, but everyone staying in their lane so far. Glaceon already getting that level 4 in the jungle area, already ready to gank whatever lane it chooses. Doesn't seem like anything too wild and crazy is happening up in either of these paths, but both junglers have arrived in the top path.
That's going to be combos off. First KO opener on the board for Zekemoy here. Iklas is going to see if they can lock them down with those spears coming through. Blocked off well there by the likes of the Palkia. And now it's all about Dift getting back on this front.
Ooh, yeah, good KO pickup in this bot lane from Engage, getting some momentum down there. Ponyta in a bit of a pickle, but is able to escape. Jirari getting 5 on that tree. So much XP has gone to Jirari if you look at their pockets. Oh, and the levels too. Neither of them have evolved, and he is already a big tree. Meanwhile, on the top path, Jungler still up here getting some value. Looks like they're trying to recall. They were able to escape. It was a close one, but Dift looking pretty solid so far.
Yeah, they are, and I'm liking what they're doing down in the bottom lane, knowing the top lane has been a little bit more difficult for them, but it's worked with having Nicholas providing that backup. Now, whenever Zika's not in this top lane, they are struggling against the likes of this Palkia, especially with the assistance that Beach is being able to bring them here. It is an opposing factor to see the likes of that legendary, Bridget.
Yeah, I mean, this Palkia has been running a shop in this top lane, trying to get those Zoroark combos off on him, but with the help of that Trick Hoopa, Palkia is just able to get in and out so fast. It feels so bulky. Of course, as I say that, it does finally get KO'd and meets its maker. Jirari kind of giving this Rapidash a hard time in that central area, but Dift doing a good job kind of getting some revenge KOs.
I like how aggressive they're playing this Glaceon at the moment as well. It's really given them something to think about, as Zika is going to have to come down here and provide some assistance down to the bottom lane, zones them away from the Citrus Berry on the Yveltal there, and they're going to be able to score plenty of points with Jirari not able to do much, but does get free in the Horn Leech after it though. But still not enough damage here to handle the attack that Engage Academy have.
Yeah, is at least able to keep eyes on them for when the other members of the team do arrive, which that they are. There are quite a few members from both sides down in the bottom path for this Regirock. It's already gotten ripped down to half from the Dift team. Jirari doing a great job on that zoning, and with the Glaceon rip, it is theirs. Dift with the second objective, but I don't know who got the Drago in the middle, I'm going to be honest.
It honestly feels like Engage Academy are just not bothering with the objectives, and I'm not sure if that is the play. We've seen oftentimes that when that happens, the team that manages to grab most of them has such a great advantage in the game. Mush here trying to pull enough attention away to at least cause Dift a bit of a distraction, while the Regieleki will finally fall to Engage Academy up here. Let's see if they want to push that into the pad, though. Palkia's here to defend. Dift already running up to this top T1 pad. They're going to go for the retreat by the looks of it.
Yeah, good play out of Engage. I feel like if they had just like W-keyed to that goal, Dift was ready to engage on them. They have quite a few Unite moves at their disposal as well, so good move from the side of Engage. I do like that they broke that bottom tier 1. We're able to secure the Aleki up top. Pretty much staying toe-to-toe. Levels are a bit in favor of Dift, but Engage really not far off in levels or points.
Nice, it's a very close one. That's what we like to see. Might give themselves a decent lead here. It's going to be a 28 lead on the board, which again is nothing. Coming to final stretch. Unfortunately, Mush is going to be pushed out here. Good Astonish comes out from Beach, and now they're going to push this top T1 pad, and that is going to work for them. So they will break that score lead even more here. Looks like they want to try and see if they can get a tasty overcap as well.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out of Ikelis up top, but down bot we have the Yveltal Unite move getting 2 KOs for Dift, and now they are running toward this gold zone. Crustal here to provide some defense. The rest of the squad is pulling up, but Palkia gets that 40 Duncan. Pretty solid overcap there as well. Points in favor of Dift. They're getting some KOs. Palkia trying to add to their KO total with that Unite move, but just gonna back off and prioritize the next Reggie down here, the Registeel.
And that is one of the reasons why Palkia is so good. We saw the dive coming in there from Zika on that Zoroark. Would have found the KO if it wasn't for the likes of Dragon Claw being up, allowing them to just escape with that teleportation. Smart play coming out of Palkia there as they're able to find the KOs, and Cascade gives Dift a decent lead now. It is getting closer. We're only at the 4-minute mark at the moment, and still they seem to want to continue to brawl here in the Central Park. Cascade is looking for a 40 dunk down in that bottom T2. how on earth has Jurari managed to stay with HP there? The amount of damage coming their way. Glacial Stage is going to be popped here as well. Looking to see if that'll make a difference with the Triad Blitz landing. There's the Nightfall Day. So many Unite moves used on one Glaceon. It's absolutely insane as Link is going to throw out the Lumiere of Demise as well. And they do manage to escape with it thanks to Hooper letting the rings loose. And I don't even know if Engage Academy got enough from that, to be honest, Bridget.
I know, it was looking like kind of even for a bit there. I mean, the fact that Jurari was surrounded by all 5 members of Engage, I know they used their Unite move and their Trevenant, but they did not get KO'd, and that is just like nasty, nasty work out of the Trevenant player. Dift gonna go ahead and secure this Reggie Alecki up in the top path. Looks like they may send the supports to kind of like poke around and see if there's anything they can do with this Alecki at the 3-minute mark. Looks like it's going to be stealing some of this XP where they can, maybe trying to get a pick on the Zoroark, who is in a little deep. Glaceon getting some damage on it, but he's able to escape thanks to the Crustal Human Shield, Crab Shield.
I mean, it's smart play, because if that was me, I'd have gone straight in looking for that KO and got took down so easily. These players know when to disengage at the right times, and DJ showing a good example there, knowing that that Woodhammer was going to be coming their way. Cascade may be caught out here. No, Zika is going to zoom away from it. Not fancying to take that fight just yet. 35 seconds to go. We'll dive in now, though. Gets the passive off the Glaceon, and with that Night Slash landing, it's just 1 HP in a dream for Ickless, who's going to be able to get back to the pad. But Cascade does fall. That is a level 13 as they look for Jurari as well, trying to see if they can get out of there. We'll get enough healing coming out from that Woodhammer. We've got 15 seconds before Kyogre's here, and they're already fighting.
Yeah, I thought that was going to turn into the fight, but it looks like both teams have taken a chill pill to engage, trying to rip this Registeel. 3 seconds, they may be able to get it. Oh, buzzer beater on the Registeel. That is going to be a big help in the last 2 minutes of this game as Kyogre is on the map. These teams are starting to poke at each other. Jurari poking in a little deep, too.
Yeah, okay, nearly managing to get the sight of Seren there as well. Now it's all about who makes his first engage. Jurari is going to get a good hit with that Woodhammer, but no, a dive in again from Zika here. Lumiere of Demise trying to keep them on their feet, but they find Yveltal. Multi-dimensional Ren doesn't land either as they don't find anyone, and they're going to get KO'd themselves. Palkia down, ripping on the Kyogre now as Engage Academy systematically dismantled Div on this push here. Jurari is the only one who can try and get in, does so with that Horn Leech. Can they get through with the Woodhammer though? Groups up 4 of them, nearly lands it, but Zika's going to be the one to find Kyogre. And just like that, Bridget, they've got all that they need to win this game.
That Woodhammer was dangerously close to securing the Kyogre, but what a really clean fight out of Engage. I just feel like I saw the HP bars of Dift like cut in half at the beginning of that fight. What exactly caused it? We'll find out in the replay when I can watch it slower and process how that was executed. I think the Surfetch saw a good in and just probably went for it with its Unite move. Did get KO'd in the process, but was able to take out that Yveltal early on, and getting at least one of these attackers gone quickly, I think was crucial for Engage's endgame. They are still behind here. They have these Kyogre shields, but they need to dunk.
Oh, just lucky.
There it is.
Yeah, that was getting very close to the final moments there, and they are losing a couple of players here. Has to use the Colin Cloud Crash. They will go and get another 12 scored in. Mush not going to have much success there, I don't think, with that Dimensional Ren being popped, but I think still enough time for them to be able to keep the lead in this one. And yeah, that final fight, cannot wait to see this in slow-mo. That was just an explosion, and I think picking up the Yveltal before the final big burst of damage in the Unite move was a big difference in that one.
100%. What a clean endgame from Engage. It was pretty back and forth most of the game, but excuse me, as we mentioned earlier, Engage hasn't been able to defeat either of these teams in their group, so starting off with a dub in this best of 5, Engage has the momentum here.
Yeah, no, definitely. So very close, though. I imagine the scenes if that Woodhammer managed to find the final objective, because it was incredibly close. I mean, they did have their like entire team down, to be fair. So I think even if they did, you probably would have seen Engage be able to fight that one out. But they were behind at that point, so they wouldn't have had those. They've had one buff, which would have made the difference, and that's it. Let's have a look at these stats, though. I'm intrigued to see the damage stats and the likes. I think Icarus had some brilliant moments on the likes of that Glaceon. They really made an impact when they were fighting around the team.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was impressed out of all of the picks on Diff's end. I feel like they had some, like, shiny moments despite... I feel like these stats are pretty low across the board, which just shows how, like, locked in both of these teams are, not really giving up a lot of KOs either way. Over 90k damage coming out of that Zoroark, though. I mean, it did have some pretty prime targets in the double attackers. Obviously, it's a bit scary going into double attacker because if they're covering for one another and spacing out, it can be pretty easy for them to, like, focus the damage on the one getting dived, but I feel like the Zoroark was piloted pretty well and saw those opportunities and was able to capitalize on them.
Yveltal is one of my favorite legendaries in the whole of Pokemon, and I'm so glad it's such a good Pokemon in this game, Bridget, because it is so fun to play as that Pokemon, as we see Lynx here just get a triple KO off the back of those brilliant move combos.
Yeah, it was kind of fun seeing Yveltal and Palkia on the same team, not gonna lie. I was like, this, like, alone, without the context of Pokemon Unite, looks a little crazy. Like, if someone watching this, like, had no idea what was going on, I'd be like, this doesn't look fair. Here is one of those skirmishes in the middle where Engage had some solid KOs, but Diff was able to kind of turn around some of these, like, mini fights that were happening, and here is this Rayquaza fight that got started off early. It looks like Palkia was maybe a little bit out of position, and then there's the Surfetch diving in, and wow, Zoroark is the one who sliced their damage in half, I'm seeing.
Ooh, I tell you what, they find Seren anyway. I was going to say, Yveltal was going to get that in a big burst of damage, but they find them anyway, and then there goes Palkia. And now this is tough, because you've lost all of your offensive power on the side of Diff. Glaceon has just gone, and now it's down to the legendary Jiraiya to do something here. What a mountainous task as he tries to get on in. I did like this. Manages to group them up quite a bit, ejects through, and then, oh, just a little bit short.
It's so close. Like... And Diff was obviously up in points, so, and I feel like Engage had kind of a hard time scoring even with the Kyogre shield, so that was almost a very different end game, but we're hopping into our game number 2 draft. Reminder, this is All-Star Draft, so you can see the bands from the previous game on the right and left sides of your screen, plus the bans we will have for this game too. Looking pretty consistent so far. No Blissey, no Umbreon.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have much changes to these bans, to be honest. I expect the Feraligatr to come out. I was expecting the Suicune, and then maybe a couple of more defenders as well. Snorlax isn't on the chopping block just yet. Usually is. Looks like it might be Blastoise for the likes of Diff, and then the other one has to be the Psyduck, with it being so strong in this game still.
Yeah, last minute swap to that mighty chicken, the Blaziken, veering from its support, tanks, or starter Pokemon. All right, well, never mind. Mega Lucario as well, who I know has gotten some nerfs, but it just feels like it's never really that bad. Similar to the base form of Lucario back in the day.
Yeah, it still feels like the only Mega that's worth it in this game at the moment. Definitely not enough of an impact. Well, Beach is going to take away the Psyduck straight out of the gates. I suspect Snorlax has to be entertained here on the side of Engage Academy. Such a strong defender currently in this game. And yep, Professor Mush is going to grab that one. Let's see how Serum wants to rotate here. Going to steal the Mew away. DJ will take that.
Yeah, I'm liking the Mew prioritization. I was a little surprised we didn't see it grabbed in that first game, but obviously you don't want to use all your kind of like specialty mons in game 1 in an all-star draft situation. Dift is going to be the one who grab that Blastoise, and looking like we're lurking on the Mimikyu, and it is locked in.
I love that. I think that's a great answer to the likes of Mew on the opposite side, and then whatever support they want to go for here. Let's see, because entertaining right now, typically you do look for the likes of those healers still so early on, but they are flipping between the Sableye as well as the Meganium here. I think Sableye would be a lot of fun, but I suspect, yeah, Alchemy will be taken. Saren is going to take the Garchomp here, so really strong all-rounder. I'm still not sure if that's going to be enough against the likes of how well Mimikyu can kite.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to how exactly these lanes turn out. Obviously, Garchomp is one of those guys that if they get online and run the lane quickly, it can really be a game changer. Dift gonna be grabbing some birds in the Zapdos and the Talonflame. So looking like we'll have a more defensive Blastoise with this kind of comp, and Engage Academy gets the final pick, and it's gonna be that base form Lucario.
This is interesting. I was kind of expecting a speedster coming out of Engage Academy as well, but they've gone for a really sort of tanky kind of comp with their all-rounders here, and they're going to need it. I mean, Ickless is going to be on the Talonflame. People seem to have forgot Zapdos. It is still an extremely capable ranged attacker, maybe a glass cannon, but can still do considerable damage straight out of the gate. So it's a lot of pressure that DJ is going to have on them as well. We'll see if this is going to be enough on the all-rounder side of things. If you do go into a brawl here and you can cut that distance down, realistically, Engage Academy should have all the answers they need.
Yeah, I think you're right. My main concern is this Talonflame. I mean, the Mew, obviously, with all of that movement in its kit, the all-rounders in general have a decent amount of movement as well. So we shall see. I worry for that little Alchemy. I feel like Engage Academy did a good job prioritizing the damage healers in a lot of their fights, but sometimes it can be pretty helpful to take out those supports early, so there's no sustainability, especially with something like an Alchemy who can throw those dollops around all day, or just use its Unite move to heal up everyone in its AoE.
And ultimately, if you do take out the likes of the Alchemy and the Mew, it is just a pure brawl comp from Engage Academy, and you can stay at range against that. So let's see if it works out for Dift here as we're going to go on into game 2. This won't decide the set, but it will give Engage Academy the set point if they can take the win. Dift looking to bounce back in this one.
Yeah, they have the tools at their disposal. This was a pretty nasty comp. Interesting to see the Lucario taking that jungle, but I really wouldn't want to see a level 5 Lucario coming out with jungle buffs into my lane, so it's not a horrible shout. And I guess looking at the Engage comp, I actually don't know who else you put in the jungle area. A lot of damage coming out in this bottom lane. Snorlax in a bit of a pickle, but thanks to that grass, they're able to kind of hide and sneak away. Reminder, we are on the Groudon map for this set, this game of the set.
So the difficulty of having the Mimikyu start in the top lane is that level 5 is going to be a little bit tough to go for at the likes of Gibble. Looks like they're going to be able to find it at this moment, but yeah, that is the central area Lucario. Is Zikamoy cleaning up in that central spot, and now Dift are really on the back foot.
Yeah, that was a huge double KO for Engage. Level 6 already on that Luca, and I'm sure is about to be very annoying in that top path, probably helping out their little bro Gibble, because they really would love to see them get this level 5, but we're only a minute and a half in. These central birds haven't even spawned in just yet, so, or central Regidrago, not birds yet, so still a little early in the game. Lucario going back for their jungle, also where the Talonflame is at, and yeah, not looking great for Engage up in this top path. This Mimikyu just online way too fast.
It's still such a strong Pokemon in this game right now. It's so speedster-esque with the way that you run those claws, and it's going to be a big threat in that top lane. Luckily, Lucario is now going to be there to try and avert a little bit of that. Ickless coming down to this bottom lane, and we've got a Regidrago rotating down here as well, but they want to dive on in a little bit too early. The rest of the team isn't here yet, and Snorlax is just going to zone them out instantly.
Yeah, maybe it was going for the farm, trying to get that much closer to their Unite move. Lucario's still highest level in the game, but it feels like the laners of Dift are having a bit of a better time. As you can see up in this top path, Dift able to get a KO, some reinforcements coming in as well, but looks like Dift wants to back it up a little bit, prioritizing those Altaria spawns in the top of the path. Got the majority of those, while the defenders are just kind of duking it out down bot, and the Gabite actually pivots down to the spot lane.
Let's go. Spin toys from Jirare here. He's going to be able to get back to that pad. Decent amount of damage as I think they popped a focus band or two there as well. Regice is going to be taken by Ickless. Advantage Dift. And I kind of like the way they're positioning at the moment. Although Ickless is now going to go back. I thought they were going to push this pad while they allow Blastoise to defend. But they have now got vision as well on where Engage Academy are down here. So they've got to be prepared for it. Ickless grabbing that central area farm at the moment. But they are going to need defense on this T1 pad. Engage Academy continuing to push it here, chat, but they're really having to retreat now as that Talonflame gets the claws ready to go, and Seiren looks like they're not going to survive that one.
Yeah, Dift's doing a really good job keeping this Gabite at bay, because the second that guy gets its evolution at this point, it's going to be much more of a problem. There's still that Regilucky hanging out in the bot path. We have this 1v1 going on again. Both Unite moves coming out from these junglers, neither getting KO'd just yet, but it's going to be Talonflame from Engage on top there, and that Drago secured by the Psyduck on Dift.
Talonflame is just so slippery of a Pokemon, so difficult to find at certain times and target in ways, and Ickless is using that to their advantage here as they're going to continue to push this bottom objective. Dift have the rip capability. Right now, Beach is trying to zone on out. Jirare is going to position themselves so they can stop anybody coming in. Regieleki to their advantage at the moment, and they kind of need it. This pad hasn't even been entertained by Dift just yet.
Yeah, they have broken the tier 1 top side. Regieleki walks in faux free. Also have that Zapdos on there for good measure. That Zapdos buff. Looks like these dunks are going in. Dift with a pretty nice point lead, but Lucario looks like they're getting some stacks in top side on that tier number 2. Still haven't quite broken this tier 1 just yet, and there the Alcremie doesn't get the best overcap, but does get the goal zone gone.
Ooh, Hydro Typhoon pops out there from Jirare. We'll use the eject button as well. The flame sweep comes through. Finally manages to pick up Alcremie. Nearly whiffed everybody there, but that's a KO on the board at the very least. Lucario continues to score points up in that top pad, giving them all the stacks they're looking for. Beach here is trying to hunt down DJ on the Mew. Full power Sai has been popped, but still, Dift have the advantage in at least the scores and the levels here as well, with Ickless hitting level 12.
Yeah, the levels are definitely on the side of Dift. The damage dealers aren't too far behind on Engage, but the tank and support level, it does make it hard for them to stay up in these fights. But I think the prioritization of levels should be on your DPSs. So again, not a bad spot. Engage definitely knows how to stay in these matchups, even if these beginning and mid games don't always fully go in their favor. Snorlax getting bullied a bit by this Mimikyu, does get in a little deep and now gets caught out from the Luca and the Alcremie, but thanks to that Trick Room, does have an escape route.
Ooh, good stun onto the wall as well with Alcremie, and they're not able to get away with a good sidekick coming out from Beach there. So Diff do have an advantage down in this bottom lane as they're looking for the Lecky. Hydra Typhoon, last moment to use it. Trying to see if they can find Mew, but Mystical Mirage will be popped as well. Mewstidon will come through. Pulled in by Beach again, but no, Zapdos couldn't find it, but Beach does. And to be fair, Snorlax is so weak at the moment, they might need to consider their position here, looking to see if they can catch out Lynx on that Zapdos. Lucario prepared to dive in, but just a little bit too late from Engage Academy.
Yeah, this Psyduck has just been so nasty. Lucario trying to make a play from the back side of the Diff squad, but kind of has to walk away a bit, I think, once they realize how many members were still there and pushing Diff, pushing so far in, even into this enemy jungle, just taking so much farm and so many resources away from Engage as we get down to 45 seconds before our Groudon spawns in.
I'm really enjoying the confidence that Iglis is showcasing on this Talonflame, even going for the 1v1 so deep in the central area of Engage Academy, popping your eject button to make the engage as well, when typically you want to use that for the escape. So I'm really enjoying the confidence we're seeing from Diff as a whole. They do have the advantage still at the moment, looking to see if they could cause a bit of trauma to the Alchemy, who is still only at level 9 here, which, you know, they do have their Unite move, but will reduce the amount that they can assist by quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the amount of damage the level 14 Talonflame does with one fly. It was like over half of the HP bar. It just makes it that much harder to be helpful in these fights. Ikelis super caught out in that, I like to call it the death bush. You never want to go in that bush, Ikelis. They beat you there. But he is able to escape, recall, get the HP back, but the fight is already underway.
We've got everything going off here. Fluffy Cream Supreme is finally going to be used, but these fights are split up by in two different directions. Flame Sweep will come on through. They're nearly ready with a fly. If they can find Zika, has to get themselves out of there. The Electro Ball is going to find the KO onto the Talonflame, and now they've only got the one big damage dealer on the side of Diff, and boy, does that make a difference. Oh, baby, a triple as Cascade is going hunting here. Snorlax puts up the block, but it ain't gonna be enough. Trick Room is down, and now it's all down to Lucario to make the impact. Zika doesn't have the Aura Cannon, but they do have the Bone Rush as they get ready to dash on in. Not enough, unfortunately, though, as Big Man 2 Cannons is gonna find the secure, and Diff have got all they need to take us to a game 3.
Man, that Cascade Mimikyu was crucial in that endgame fight. Just streaking the KOs was so vital because Engage Academy was picking up some good KOs. I believe Mew was able to get Ikelis down and out. They had a good catch on Ikelis even in the beginning of the Engage. I mean, Engage Academy held their own pretty well, but once Mimikyu got unleashed, it was kind of too much for Engage to handle. And now, final couple seconds of this game, Diff just going to try to get more points in, but they already have a solid lead, and it doesn't look like Engage will have the time to push back.
Oh my god, Cascade with this Trick Room, breaking so many ankles. Play with me onto Zika here as Lynx is prepared with the Zap Cannon. They will go down, but they've pulled enough attention away. Another Hundo Burger for the likes of Cascade. Very well deserved. Yeah, we're going to be even Stevens in this set, and it was a really clean final fight from at least the likes of Cascade. If you don't have Mimikyu doing what they did there, Bridget, that's a cleanup for Engage Academy.
Yeah, I mean, I believe you get like the resets on Shadow Claw for the KOs, regardless of if you're running Shadow Sneak or the Trick Room. So having that move almost perma up was crucial for Diff to make sure that fight went in their favor, and it was almost shoe on the other foot this time as Zika on the Luca was pretty close to stealing that away, but even the Mimikyu being able to use that Trick Room over top of that entire Rayquaza area, or Groudon area. Rayquaza will be our next map. I feel like the Mimikyu was such a difference maker this game. 8 KOs, also the damage leader, but Jiraiya on the Blastoise got pretty darn close.
I mean, it just shows how strong these defenders can be. Like, look at the damage Jiraiya's pulled out there on Blastoise, and this thing has been nerfed so many times, Bridget. I'm so annoyed that it's still this strong, but, you know, I'm a speedster player, so of course I'm going to be. But nevertheless, we are going to go to an even standings here in this game. It is All-Star Draft. We're going to game 3. This is where we really start to get hit in the likes of supports, at least. We've already seen so many healing supports. The Alchemy is now gone. Hooper is gone. Will Blissey continue to be banned out is the question.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's even more lethal to let it through the further into this all-star draft we get, but we shall see. Maybe these teams will want to switch it up or even try to bait like the second picking team into banning it, maybe hoping they forget so it can be a nice little first pickup. Here we have our end game fight where Engage was actually up in numbers at this point, but then we see the Mimikyu start to go on a bit of a tear, gets the Alchemy, gets the Chomp, and gets the Mew, leaving just our Lax and our Lucario, who are a bit disjointed at this point, and I think Engage realized that. Snorlax was trying to pull them away from the Groudon, pull them away from their Lucario. We have Zika going in here, doing a ton of damage with this E-Speed. There is the Trick Room where Zika doesn't necessarily want to be, goes in anyway, has the vision on it, but that Blastoise tick was a bit better in that moment, I guess.
That it was. Such a shame as well, because Mush was trying to heavy slam over the wall, but just got caught out on the wall, and that ends up sending them back to Nurse Joy. But here we go. It is the Rayquaza map for Game 3 here. Looking at the bans, Blissey will remain in that jail. For Alligator will continue to be there as well. Comfey here by Engage Academy is going to be banned out. They're one of the few teams that continues to do that, because typically the Pokemons that need a Comfey, they don't typically play it alongside them. The likes of Zika on the Zorak, for example, very happy to run it without.
Yeah, and we are definitely getting to the point in the draft where there are slim pickings for those supports, and I feel like Comfey is a pretty, like you said, popular, like, later all-star draft mon. It just pairs well with so many things, but ban's mostly the same, except for that Machamp, who has snuck into that position. Who did that free from the ban board? I don't even know.
Blaziken was last game.
Oh, right. The Blaze.
A Mega Lucario is also a suitable pick here as well, because we've used the OG Lucario. I think the Mamoswine is such a brilliant pick. Defenders suffer from that difficulty as well of getting so deep into that pool. Mamoswine is still extremely good for crowd control. But that's a good combo from Dift here, Bridget. Cascade's going to pull out the Mega Lucario, and the Meganium's going to be on the field for Beach.
I love Meganium. Is she super viable at this point? Not completely sure, but I know they buffed her recently. Probably. Not even really sure, but I love Meganium, so I kind of don't even care. Zacian, the victim of a recent nerf, and we have the Skeledirge, who is notably a demon, but I think it was bugged at one point, so I'm assuming if they're picking it, it's probably not bugged anymore.
Yeah, I think they finally fixed it.
Thank God.
Took them a little while because, you know, it's not an all-rounder, but nevertheless, we have Lynx pulling out this Latios here as well, and Jiraiya is going to pull out that Mewtwo X. Now, a lot of teams have found a decent amount of success on the Mewtwo X, played as a typical support sort of tank in that all-rounder role, and it looks like that's exactly what Jiraiya is going to try and do here. But AC Kyo is going to pull out that Slowbro, and I think that's just to be a perfect answer to the likes of Cascade on that Mega Lucario.
Yeah, 100%. Having a shutdown kind of Unite move can be pretty, crucial for the Mega Evolutions specifically, but like we've said, Lucario's the main threat right now, who probably warrants the shutdown Unite move. We're seeing Latios without the Latias. Obviously, the Meganium was prio picked, but Latios still on the board for at least the next set, depending how these next two games go. We're guaranteed a game 4 at this point in our set, but a really bulky comp coming out of Dift.
It is, and I really like it, to be honest. You look at the likes of Engage Academies. I think Zacian at the moment has been struggling a little bit. It takes a little bit extra to get going with the nerfs that it's recently been hit with, and if it does get shut down, for example, the Mewtwo X, typically very good at being that defender here. And I just think that having the Mega Lucario is going to be a massive difference maker. Zika is on that Dodrio, but they only have one target in this game, and that's got to be that Latios, which will make a huge difference if they get those stacks for the late game.
Yeah, super true on the Latios stacking. Also, reminder, we are in Rayquaza territory, which, as we all know, flips are prominent on this kind of map. So we shall see how these, but I feel like there's not like crazy rippers on either team. The Ceruledge maybe for Dift, I feel like has a pretty strong rip potential. Latios, like you mentioned, in that late game, especially once it's all stacked up, can rip pretty well as well. But here we go. Game 3 of our best of 5 group stage for Engage and Dift.
This is going to be an interesting bottom lane. They're going to need level 5 on that Mewtwo before they can really start to make an impact. And it ain't going to be easy against a Swinub. This in the top lane is purely... KO opener there from the adorable Fuecoco. But yeah, as I was saying, the top lane is purely a race for level 5 there, Bridget.
Yeah, some good bullying out of Engage, but almost got the revenge KO on the Fuecoco, who was on a sliver of HP. Cascade on the Ceruledge, already lurking in the top path, but we're going to see Dodrio down here getting some big KOs for Engage Academy in the bottom path, so hopefully the squad up top is playing it safe since there are imbalances in both lanes.
Now, let's see if they want to continue to push this, because, yeah, I'm expecting them to just go straight into that central area and see what they can take away from Engage Academy, knowing Zika is looking for a little bit more down here. So that's what they're going to do on the side of Cascade, who's now going to go straight and answer on the side of Dodrio and steal Dift's central area as well. Now, production has just given us a little bit of information. This Meganium has been played once in this season so far. It only lost that game.
Well, here is the opportunity to give it at least the 50-50 win rate it deserves, in my professional opinion. And Dift proving me right already, getting at least some little dunkies in this bottom path. Big damage coming out from that Crocolore. Bayleaf in a bit of a pickle, but the rest of the squad is there to tank the damage, make sure it backs it up a little bit. It was a 3v3 down here, but we can see that Slowbro kiting up to the top path, maybe to help out the Zacian up here, get these lanes a bit more balanced as we reset the map a little bit before our Reggies start spawning in.
Oh, Bayleaf, that's not where you want to be. Beach is going to get at least a little bit of shielding with that healing move coming out. Extremely even game as we get very close to the 720s here. Nicholas trying to see if they can push this Zacian away, and they do. Down in the bottom lane, though, continues to go in the favor of Dift until Zika shows up. Triple trample as they look to clean on up here as well. Finds the Latios, and now they're just going to go for the Mewtwo. You might be the legendary Pokemon, but Zika's the legendary player here.
Zeke, I just realized the level difference Zika has with everyone on the map. I was not believing in this Dodrio, but I believe in it now. He is looking nasty on that thing. I'm like, how did he even get 2 levels minimum above everyone else?
It's insane. It honestly feels like he's just controlling all the Fire Sky ruins here. Cascade, though, gets a quick rotation. Revenant Rend will land. They find the KO on that Zacian, and this is going to walk in. So plenty of stacks opens up the gates here. They can overcap it, but they're going to get more stacks in the meantime. Oh, good spot from Jirare there, as it did look like Mush fancied going onto Lynx.
Yeah, good kind of like scoping out of the lane by Mush. Huge damage coming out from DJ and Zika in the top path, forcing that Meganium Unite move. Has to back it up a little bit as they're tanking so much damage. Looks like Engage Academy wants to disengage from that top fight as well, as we see Dodrio sprint in. It feels like wherever Dodrio is on the map, it is winning its fights, and the only places Dift is able to kind of match it is wherever the Dodrio isn't. They're doing well.
I mean, just before the level 10 on that, there's literally 3 level differences between his own team here for Zika. It is just dominant. We're here at the 5:30 mark. It's a level 13 Dodrio. And, I mean, Dift have at least managed to give themselves the score lead. So, in the fights, at least, they may struggle when Dodrio's around, but they're managing to give themselves a decent lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like Dift should have grabbed the shutdown Pokemon because once you get a speedster this, like, fed, it's really difficult to stop it, but Dift gonna be getting some levels of their own 2 KO streak for that Sarilege. They had pretty much whatever they wanted to dunk on that tier 1 while Zika was behind them, does have to flee a bit to make sure they aren't KO'd. Looking to get some dunks in the bottom path, and you can see this wild Dodrio chase happening as the rest of Dift is trying to catch Zika, but they do get that goal zone gone, and now we're gonna have a fight around this Registeel.
Seeing who can take it. Rousing Symphony's going to come on out here, and they're only 1 KO down. It's Zika that's gone, and yet that Registeel will finally be taken. And they continue to fight. I mean, just the one resource used at the moment, but Dift are able to give themselves a decent advantage now, and that's a retreat from Engage Academy as well. Slow Beam is going to be popped here. You knew you were going to go down. I'm not sure why you felt the need to pop that.
Last call, I guess. Maybe waste Lucario's time a bit while they were in that Mega form, but now we have the Mewtwo Mega-ing of its own, and the double Mega combo is looking pretty nasty in this late game. Mewtwo does get punished for their crimes of being a Mega Pokemon, but thankfully, or maybe unthankfully, Mega Mewtwo's Mega-ing is not dependent on its Unite move. It's just charges based on its auto attack. So not a bad time to get that Mega out of the way and perhaps save it up for this endgame fight.
Well, at least now Dift have been able to catch up on these levels as we hit level 13 on the likes of Cascade and also the Mewtwo X for Jiraiya as well. So pretty even. Zika will continue to lead the lobby for now, but that will get cut down the further we get in to this late game. A nice amount of damage going out from Skeledirge there as they also pop the Rousing Symphony. Nearly finds Lynx. They're going to have to go back to the Pokemon Center. This is going to be a really good rip from the likes of Engage Academy. And I like that. You've got the last moment that you can use your Unite move there, use it for that defense, and now you're not too concerned about the pressure Dift will bring in.
Yeah, Mewtwo going really far in. A couple members of Dift, I mean, maybe pushing it a little too much, probably didn't have full vision on where everyone from Engage was, but nice little KO for the side of Engage. We have Beach poking and prodding as well as Lynx from the side of Dift. It's looking like they want this final objective and have at least 3 members down here, only 2 from the side of Engage, one being that really squishy Skeledirge, 4 members from Dift down in the spot path, and it's looking like Engage may let them have it in lieu of some positioning in the central area, but of course it's the Registeel.
Yeah, that's really tough. Such a great buff for them, and they have a Mega Lucario. This is so dangerous. I think they were waiting for an ambush opportunity, but that has been squandered now. We do have a push in the top side coming in from Lucario as well. Plenty of Meteors are going to land here, and it's time for Rayquaza. We don't often see this Pokemon on the field anymore. No rip opportunity is going to be utilized just yet on the side of Engage Academy. I mean, they only really have the Zacian for it. So advantage Dift as we continue here. Going to look to see if they can dive onto this Mega Lucario. Seren and Zika trying to be a problem. Inklas gets KO'd before the Citrus Berry is there. Dift are going to make a trigger on this as well. Bridget Jiraiya getting so weak. Now Revenant Red is going to land in that flank lane, but they're not able to find enough from it just yet. 2 KO comes out of Zika once again as they go hunting down for Meganium. Triple trample and Zika makes the difference here. Brilliant Ice Fan comes out from Mush and they shut down the entirety of Dift. Lucario desperately trying to make it back, but that is a Sovereign Sword. That's a Rayquaza gone. Engage Academy have the opportunity to give themselves the lead in this set.
Zika might be the most big-brained speedster player I've ever seen. The amount of, like, level lead carries, I say as he's about to get KO'd, but it's Rayquaza, you don't give up the shield, it's fine. Just, like, it is a lot of pressure to be, like, level 15, you're the Dodrio, you can so easily get caught by any of these Mega Pokemon, but Luckily, your Zacian is also big-brained. I think had vision of that Lucario, called in Dodrio for backup, and they just Unga Bunga'd together instead of like a classic solo Unga Bunga from that type of player. No offense, but Zika crushed it. Getting some big KOs here for the side of Dift. There is still quite a brick wall they have to go through, but the bars on Engage are getting a little too low for my comfort, at least, but I think they're going to be able to defend this in these final seconds.
Yeah, it was definitely going to be a problem until Zika landed on the pad, and then it's all right, no worries, we're all good.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Engage Academy have that locked down. It was a good effort from Diff, but yeah, production have just let us know as well, chat. Before that game, Dodrio had only been played once by, of course, Zika. It had one loss. So we now have a 50% win rate.
Wow.
And it was after an absolutely generational run on that Dodrio from Zika Moy. Pretty much put this game on their back at the right moments. Brilliant effort from that team.
Yeah, I mean, just to have that, I know I keep talking about the Dodrio, I'm just really impressed. And just to have 18 KOs, dude. Like,
Bro.
was running this game, quite literally running around on the map the entire time, even with, like, such a bulky comp. It was running Tri-Attack, which is a bit safer. You don't have to, you know, dive all the way in, just got to get a little close, and you do get that kind of movement speed to dash away, but I was like skeptical of the Dodrio pick, and now I feel very stupid for doubting them. I feel like Dift, like I kind of called out earlier, like didn't look bad anytime the Dodrio wasn't there. Like they were kind of winning every other situation, and I do need to shout out DJ on that Skeledirge. I mean, so much damage, and this can be hard to hit / easy to whiff, but DJ was outputting so much damage, which just made Zika's job even easier.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, you can see the difference with the damage numbers there, and just as a note, Zika has more KOs than the entirety of Dift in this one. Just that Pokemon alone. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah, he's a demon. I am sad for my girl Meganium. And I need to shout, like, I know Zacian and Dodrio were able to get a big pick on the Lucario in the top path, and I was a bit worried for the 3v4 situation that was happening in the bottom of the pit, but then when we panned over, it's like Slowbros Unite moving the Meganium, and like all of them are half HP. So there was definitely some good work that happened in that 3v4 situation, because maybe Dift was like panicking, maybe they were thinking about kiting up to help Lucario, like, you know, they were probably they were a bit on the back foot, at least in terms of that engage in that moment, but we didn't see it. But shout out to the other three, because they were definitely at risk for, you know, potentially like all getting exploded, but somehow were able to just like stay alive and do massive damage.
I think the big thing has to be said as well, it was an extremely competitive game despite how well we saw Zika just dominating those team fights. You called it. They were trying to push wherever Dodrio wasn't. I mean, it was very difficult because it felt like Zika was just constantly all over Faya Sky Ruins in that one, but it was still a very competitive game. We came down to that final fight and it could have gone to anyone. It was just a great recognition from Zika and Seiren to spot Ickless in that position, because that typically is your number one threat coming into that final fight with how good Mega Lucario currently is in this game, and having a buff as well on it. It's pretty scary. So it's, despite that, very competitive. Engage Academy will now have set point, but as we've already seen, it is All-Star Draft, and Diff are very capable of being able to beat this team.
Yeah, I mean, and the all-star draft of it all definitely plays a big factor. Like Tana was saying earlier, like we haven't even really seen any Dodrio from anyone except this Engage team, and they lost when they played it. But I feel like once you get deep in the well, you know, you're not playing against like the absolute meta of the meta-est Pokemon. Like this is where you can really flex to these maybe a little more like mid. It's hard to call Dodrio mid tier because it just is like a speedster, but it's just not like the top of the speedsters currently. So it's really fun to be able to see like what these teams bring out, as we get deeper into this All-Star draft, and maybe that's where Engage is more comfortable. They have like a maybe more niche pool of Mon, perhaps, but we shall see.
Yeah, it's typically where like the more flexible team is gets like it more advantage the deeper you go into All-Star Draft. So I really do enjoy that about it. It's such a fun way to play Pokemon Unite as we have a look at these replays here, and we can see how competitive it really was when, you know, whenever Dodrio wasn't in that lane, typically we saw the likes of Cascade being able to control it, and this was the catch out. Not a good position for Iglis to be in. Nobody can support them, as we see trying to run up there is Lynx being like, I will come save you, but it is way too late. And then they're out of position as we see the two coming back. And this was the brilliant effort that you mentioned, because you're absolutely right. They really managed to keep on their feet until we see that coming through from that Skeledirge.
Yeah, it looks like Mamo had a double freeze on the Mewtwo and the Cero, while the Slowbro had the Meganium. Unite moved, and yeah, with the Latios kind of like in between both of these fights, just gave Engage that opening. At this point, we are in a 4v2 situation, which, I mean, is not ideal, especially when this Dodrio is already kind of running shop of it. We still even have the Zacian Unite move available for Engage, and as you can see on the side of Diff, I think they were just really like caught off guard with that Engage. 3 Unite moves still on the table that they really weren't able to utilize for this fight, but really amazing macro out of Engage Academy. I mean, that was so clean. It was really impressive.
It's like you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They spotted a Lucario out of position. They spot a Latios then, unfortunately, out of position. And by that time, you've lost the majority of your damage on your team there. So it was really good to recognize that and just jump on it from the likes of Engage Academy. But we're going to go on into the Game 4 here now. Diff have the opportunity to take us to a Game 5, and they're going to have to pull something out of the bag here. They are very competitive, so they've got the opportunity to do so. But Engage Academy just seem to be, when we get deeper into this, that kind of unknown pick. You don't quite know what they're going to bring at you.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, luckily for these teams, they have been playing against each other quite a bit. Like, they do have a lot of experience, at least, like, playing against one another, but it's not always All-Star Draft, so you may be mostly privy to what they want to do, but not fully privy to exactly the draft lines in this type of draft mode. It's just so hard to predict when you have 5, 10, 30 Pokemon banned out, plus the 6 more. Like, the draft line becomes a little difficult to manage. But in the bans of our game number 4, looking a little different. We see the Blaziken back up there. Diff fully letting through all of the tanks and supports. I think their first pick, and maybe once their pick of the litter there.
Yeah, so we did see that Machamp also being let loose here. Umbreon continues to be banned out, so does the Blissey and the Suicune. Let's see what Diff want to go for here, because again, from a support side, we are really down to the bottom of the barrel, especially when it comes to healers. Like the likes of Clefable, for example, right now are probably a prio pick if you want a healer. But then Espeon, huge shout. One of the best ranged attackers currently in the game, has got all the way through to game 4 here, so Iglis will take that first.
Yeah, I mean, Engage Academy hasn't even really been running very many attackers. I mean, like 2 throughout their comps, but that's much less compared to Diff, who was even running 2 attackers at one point. Espeon is a monster, but Engage getting some monsters of their own, particularly that Mr. Mime. I have such a love-hate relationship with this guy. Machamp also nothing to snuff at. Vaporeon coming out, and Serena this time around.
Oh, Cascade on the Serena. That's one of their favorite Pokemon to play here, Bridget. That is dangerous for Engage Academy. Being able to pull out such a comfortable pick so far down into a best of 5. Let's see what they're going to do, though, because we have pulled out the Comfey now alongside Engage Academy. DJ will get that Miraidon as well. It begs the question what Zeke is going to play. I think Zeraora might be on the cards here.
Ooh, Zeraora is a fun one. Meowth is also something pretty fun I'm excited for. I'm very excited for the Dift comp overall. I think they have actually some pretty heavy hitters, and it's looking like Jirari might be grabbing that Lapras for some more freezing. They like this. I mean, you kind of have to go double tank at times like this. So
Yeah.
not too surprising there. Right now, we have Zika hovering the Palmot, which I love a Palmot, and they do indeed lock it in. So excited for how this Palmot is going to do. Pretty bulky comp, obviously, with just the double tank, but they do have that Espeon. I'm sure they're going to be looking to jump on quite a bit.
I love both of these comps. I think Diff probably has a more favorite comp for me at the moment. I think just with how bulky and strong it is, whilst Nicholas is able to run about and try and look for the main targets. Not going to be easy because that Comfey is going to be sat around the likes of Zika pretty much all of the game. But this is a very fun set of comps coming out from both of these two teams here. And it's only game 4, right? If they do not manage to win this on the side of Engage Academy, it is going to go to game 5. And then I don't know what we're going to end up pulling out in this game, but this is what we like to see from All-Star Draft Pokemon Unite.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's just such a huge roster at this point. Like, at one point over the past couple years, like, these comps wouldn't even be like an all-star type of situation. They would just be like, oh, like normal draft comps. So it's fun to get to be able to like highlight all of these Pokemon who may not be in the Super Mega S tier, but are at least like A and B and can hold their own, especially against certain types of quirky comps, let's say.
Well, let's see if they can pull it on back. Engage Academy have the moment here. They are technically the underdogs in their entire group. They haven't defeated Dift or Rework. This is their opportunity to do so. Dift on your purple side, Engage Academy here on your orange side.
It's hard not to root for the underdogs, but Dift is looking pretty motivated in all of these games. We do have a bit of an invade happening. It looks like that Vaporeon is gunning for the little baby Palmy. Palmy does secure that blue buff, but Beach is going to make sure they have a pretty horrible time trying to get the rest of them. Another secure from that Palmy, but they're taking a lot of damage. Beach doing a great job despite not really getting the farm, but still being able to be quite annoying Jirari with kind of the help there. And looks like they fully abandoned the red buff, and the tanks on Dift are like, yummy, yes please.
Kind of like that play though, because I mean, if they go grab the farm from the lane, they're just not going to spend the time fighting. But you know, on the likes of Dift, they're going to continue to push that T1 pad. Opened up the gates here for Cascade to get some more experience as well. So if they grab this central farm, we'll have an evolution on Beach. Cascade will be able to hit their level 5. It's all about whether Zika can stop that from happening, and no, they cannot. Really clean rotation from Dift here.
Yeah, 4 Pokemon in that top path for Dift. Gonna be the Serena, looking like they're gonna go a bot side to help out their Espeon, who has been a solo warrior, I feel like, most of this matchup, but with that swift move and then eventually Psyshock, which I presume they are running, that secure is just so nasty. And as long as you're hanging back close to your pad, whipping those out, getting the secures, it's not a bad time. The Zika gonna be doing some invading of their own, but unfortunately gets caught by 2 members of Dift who aren't really happy with these choices. Does get the KO on the Meowth and almost got Cascade as well.
Yeah, I mean, Cascade had to step away for a moment with the damage coming their way. Brilliant effort from Zika, knowing they were going to go down to at least find a KO at the very least. Juare is going to be able to zone out Zarin here, who's still looking for that level 5. Machop is still on the field, and Cascade has now rotated into this top side. They are now the highest level in the lobby here. Really good control on this Serena.
Yeah, Serena is a horrifying Pokemon to get levels on, which Dift has been able to do. Meowth securing that. Reggie Drago, Jawari in a bit of a pickle, taking a lot of damage, but that's not horrible news because that means Meowth and Serena are not taking the damage. We do get the Machoke evolution, Pawmot on the map. They are staying alive for now thanks to the help of that Comfey, and Engage is looking to push in, gets the KO on Serena. They could potentially get it on the Meowth, and there it is. Zika secures it.
Huge difference maker to have submission in this lane now. Being able to find that Lapras at the first go as well opens up the gates for a double KO, and now Engage Academy are really starting to get humming, at least in that top lane. Bottom lane, still a good defense, going to leave that Mime down there. Taking the Regirock here is going to be Engage Academy as they now back up to their pad, looking to push it at the moment. Diff trying to take away their farm here. Icarus has been caught out. Engage Academy will find that one.
Yeah, really great synergy, especially out of this top path. Those three, I just feel like we're really locked in. Comfey did a great job swapping back and forth, making sure everyone on the team was nice and healthy, and in the target prioritization as well, just was really good stuff. Meanwhile, the evolutions down here for Diff were holding it down. Nothing too crazy, it seems like, happening in that bottom path, but more action may be coming there soon since the Alecki is still up. We have a 2v2 in the top path and the 3v3 down here. And it looks like Diff is starting to poke at that Alecki, but Vaporeon goes down as Pawmot goes on a rampage. Miraidon gets another KO. It's turned into a 3v1. Engage Academy looking nasty so far.
Yeah, and that was great control from Zika as well, having the Supercell Slam to stop the Psychic Solaire, and then they clean up bottom lane. Now trying to see if they can do something up here, because Cascade has got something to say about it alongside Jurare, as they really do push that top lane, and it's advantage Diff. Down here, it's who can get the secure first on the side of the Regieleki. Looking for it with the Gold Coin Barrage here on the side of that Meow, but it is going to be Espeon that does so, though. And it is Diff that managed to take that control. Definitely needed as well, as Engage Academy were really building up a bit of momentum there.
Yeah, the momentum has definitely swung back to the side of Diff. Huge secure on that Espeon Psyshock. It was like a sliver of HP. I thought the Mime was going to Unite move on it, but then they like totally avoided it, and it was just free for that Espeon secure. So really good vision from the side of Diff, but Pawmot and Comfey are on a tear on the pad, no less, getting 2 KOs. Looking for another as this Lapras is trying to stall, but 1v4, not looking super good. Citrus Berries keeping them up and alive. Honestly, this Lapras has been alive way longer than it should have been. I think Miraidon finally realized they should stop hitting the farm and maybe hit the Lapras, but they're just gonna back it up.
That's ridiculous. Brilliant passive coming out there. And they just managed to defend against the likes of Free. And yeah, so advantage now still on the side of Diff, just ever so slightly as they look to secure the Regirock here as well. Zika's going to continue to take the central area farm away from Diff here and give themselves even more levels. Level-wise, it is slightly in favor of Engage Academy, and the points are ever so close. This is what we expect from this fourth game. Zika gets back. That's a Zips that full charge spark, where you can use that whenever, Bridget. You build it up just by pummeling the opposition.
Yeah, it just feels like this Pawmot is all over this map. A little different than Zika on the Dodrio, but still a lot of movement and a lot of like prowess with this Pawmot. Just feels like they're winning any Engage that they're in. They are the highest level in this game so far. Engage has slightly better levels. They're pretty even at this 3.5 minute mark. All 5 members of Diff down in the bot lane. They want this Regieleki. Mr. Mime uses their Unite move to kind of get some zoning out, but it's the Serena that's in deep, has to retreat, and now our attackers are poking and prodding at one another. I think Pawmot has finally arrived from the side of Engage. Mr. Mime with the secure.
Yeah, I felt like Lynx was going to look for that, but unfortunately decided to go and attack that diving Machamp that was coming in as well, and they didn't find the objective. Not that it was needed, though. Diff are at least able to bounce on back as they find all the KOs. They're looking to see if they can find the last one. It would have been an ace. They at least managed to zone them out and get a nice overcap down in that bottom T1. They take the lead consistently here, nearly 100-point advantage in that score lead, and we have a level 13 on the likes of Cascade.
Yeah, breaking that gold zone before the final fight is huge. Engage doesn't really have any more tier 1s they can retreat to if they so desired to. Palmont making sure that Meowth backs all the way up. 20 seconds until this Kyogre spawns in on our map. Durari kind of scoping out this central area, seeing if there are any sneaky positioning from the side of Engage. Engage actually looking for back caps. They've two members kind of hovering over their tier 2s. They're starting to kite towards the central area now, but interesting they were worried about the back caps.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely one of those where you expect Diff to be a little bit aggressive with it, but they're going to stay here and try and zone them out. Look at the flanking coming out as well from the likes of Icarus here. Has been spotted. There's a full charge zip that spike. Looking to see if they can shut them down. Goldcoin Barrage is going to be used, but no, they can't find the KO. Zika has to retreat. Gets a little bit of healing coming out their way as well. That's a submission from Theron, but there's the Aquamarine Splash to respond in kind. Barrage Blow will come through, but they don't find any KOs with it. Bridget and Theron will go down. Zika stuck in the friendly field forever here. Cannot find the secure just yet either. Manages to dodge out of the way, but it's them against the likes of Free for Dip here. Cascade retreats, finds the double, and that is going to be enough for now. Mariadon, the only one on the side of Engage Academy to try and look for the secure, but DJ has been spotted. They're going to go back for it on the likes of Durare. Can they get in with enough time? No, the space wasn't there. Espeon will find the secure, and it looks like Engage Academy just don't have enough to fight back for this.
Yeah, man, Meowth was just kind of smurfing, it felt like, in that end game fight. Really baited the rest of Engage to jump on top of them, and then the Espeon kind of was there to punish, and Engage just couldn't really get any KOs with their Unite moves, and in this game of sustain, Comfy really wasn't able to heal them up, and with so much bulk on the side of Dift, I just think it really played out in their favor in that fight. I mean, after Meowth kind of like got them where they wanted them, Serena was just able to really pop off. Dift is not going down without a fight here.
I think the target selection let them down a little bit there on the side of Engage Academy. They were a little bit too split up as we saw them try and shut down that Meowth. Two of them pulled the trigger on that. The rest of them stayed down the bottom side of that pit, and that made a huge difference because they couldn't find the KO on Meowth. If you do, you have a little bit more of an advantage there as you try and regroup. But that was just great control from Dift. Kind of like it was baiting the likes of Zika onto it on the side of Icarus.
Yeah, it's like once the Meowth like baited them far in, then he doubled back in and just like fully zoned out the Miraidon, it seemed. So like they had no backup damage once they were kind of like too far in on Dift's side. But amazing game number 4 out of Dift. And of course, the first game, or the first set of the day is going to a game number 5. Classic.
Hey, listen, it's EUL groups. We wouldn't expect anything else from the likes of EUL. Game 5 in the very first set. And then, you know, it's Engage Academy who still haven't quite been able to defeat the two that they're in groups with here, but they're so close to being able to do it. But as we have a look at these stats, surprisingly low sort of stat game, at least from the side of KOs. Cascade and Zika trying to lead the lobby in that one.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like, I'm talking about how big of a difference maker I feel like Icarus was the assist machine, I guess, while the Lapras was getting all those KOs, but it came together. Everyone has a job, and you know, sometimes being the distraction is a very important job.
It really, really is. Let's have a look at the damage numbers as well before we check out this replay. But production's been giving us a little bit of an update with some of these Pokemon as well. 127k damage, 41% there for Zika. And right now, before this game, Palmont had a 4-win, 3-loss streak. So it's now 50-50 on how successful this Palmont is.
Yeah, but I mean, Zika was a monster in that game. Not exactly. I just feel like opposite to the last game, like Engage was kind of in control of the Engage, whereas this time Dift really made sure that they were the ones who were controlling the tempo and where exactly the fights were happening in that final fight. Jirari also over 110k tanked on that Lapras with the highest damage on their team. I mean, that guy is horrifying. Like, when he was zoning out the Miraidon in the end game, if I was the Miraidon, I would just like turn around and be like, you know what? We'll
I give
next.
up. Yeah, I give up. Let's go. You can keep the goal. It's just,
Like, I get
it. They should just rename that role just all-rounder, to be honest. Like, most damage in the game, and then in their team, and then 111k stopped is just crazy. This is where the submission started to really make a difference for Engage Academy, at least in that top lane. But as you called it, it honestly felt like Dift had a lot more control in this one.
Yeah, for sure. Like, as all of these sets have been, it's been a bit back and forth, like, throughout these games, but here we see some big momentum coming out of the side of Engage in at least this first round of Reggie Electricity. But in the second one, you'll see Dift, I mean, basically get a team wipe. I believe this was the exact fight. Wow, I knew that was going to happen. That's why I brought it up. And it kind of seemed like Dift was in a bit of a pickle, Cascade was in a bit deep, but they basically got the zoning on the Aleki that they needed. Is this I think the Mime secures this one? Yeah, there it is. But despite not getting that Aleki, we see the Vaporeon Unite move come out, and they kind of capitalize on this Palmot Comfey being disconnected from the rest of their team, and I feel like that's really what gave them momentum for this endgame fight.
Loved going instantly for the Citrus Berry here from Icarus, knowing that they were going to get dived by the Palmot. The dash is insane. If they didn't do that, they do get KO'd. And then they just get away from Mush here on that Showtime. So that's a Unite move they get no sort of use out of at the moment. Brilliant engage again coming out from Vaporeon. Unfortunately, as is the case a lot of the time with the Machamp, Unite move doesn't really land too hard, and they're able to just zone this out with some brilliant damage coming in from the Espeon as well. Whilst all that was going on, Cascade is literally handling Professor Mush over on that side of things, and then comes in to handle Zika. This was a mountain to climb for that Palmot.
Yeah, 100%. I didn't realize the Miraidon actually backs during that fight, which probably valid, but you gotta wonder if there was anything they maybe could have pulled off if they were just, you know, far enough away from the situation. But here we go. All of that is in the past. All that matters is our final game of the set. 2 wins for Engage, 2 wins for Dift, a bajillion Pokemon banned, and we have a Groudon map.
I mean, this is just becoming commonplace here for EUL. Yeah. Same thing happened in the mid-seasonal as well. Like, we get to these game 5s with so many Pokemon banned out, and we're kind of sat here thinking, what are they going to bring out in this one? A lot of Pokemon, I'm surprised, haven't been played yet and haven't been banned. The likes of Aquaville, very good Pokemon in the game right now, is finally going to get banned here in this final one as they try and really pick up the mega picks here on the side of both teams.
Yeah, there were also like 1 billion subs dropped in the chat, so thank you for at least 1 billion. I really don't know how many there were, but there were a lot. So thank you on behalf of Ghatlue.
It's 1 billion. It looks like 1 billion.
100 subs. That was pretty close. It was basically 1 billion.
I agree. That is 1 billion. 100 is 1 billion.
Thank you.
Suicune as the first pick here out of the gates for Engage Academy. That is a massive first pick in this final game. Let's see how Dift are going to try and answer that, because, I mean, it doesn't get any better, does it?
No, not at all. I mean, I feel like that you kind of, like, it's so hard to pick what to ban at this point, like Quaquaval, I guess. Like, I don't know, man. And you maybe, especially if you're engaged in that first position pick, you almost want to leave a more broken Pokemon open, but I'm kind of surprised it was the Suicune of all things. It's hard to keep track of everything, though, so I get it. But getting that Suicune, I think, is going to be super helpful. Dift, grabbing the Cram and the Gyarados. I have to imagine that's Mega Gyarados. I can't remember if that license art is for Mega or regular, though, but we'll find out. These comps I already can hardly comprehend right now.
I think Gyarados is so random, though. Like, it is such a weak Pokemon in the way that the game is played at the moment. So I'm so surprised Cascade goes for that out of all the all-rounders. Zika looks like they're going to entertain the Absol, which is actually doing quite well. Instead, pulls out the Leafeon, which we already know they are so incredibly good on. And they kind of need, because Beach pulls out Cramorant here. Be interesting to see if Beach plays the Cramorant, knowing that's typically a sort of support defender player as well. And I do like this Raichu from DJ. It's had a recent buff, seems to be in a very good position currently in the meta, Bridget. So I think a pretty good comp coming out from Engage.
Yeah, 100%. That's such a good point. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen Alolan Raichu until this point with its more recent buffs. I feel like it's actually in pretty good shape thanks to that legendary tier skin it just got, coincidentally, of course. So excited to see this double attacker comp out of Engage, who really hasn't been rocking many attackers in this set, at least in comparison to Dift. But I guess Sylveon, you could argue, is a bit more, I don't know, bulky, mid-range, not quite the classic squishy attacker. So we shall see with the double EVs on the side of Engage. Just if that early game prowess will be helpful. Diff does have to get that Dragonite online and the Gyarados online, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see how the Gyarados does. I think Dragonite, at least, it does take a little bit to get online, but at least you can do stuff when you are that Dragonite and that Dragonair, at least. Whereas on the other side of things, with the poor Magikarp, you really do need to get those levels early enough, and the team are going to have to try and support Cascade in doing that, I suspect. As we kick off this game here, chat, this is going to be the final game of the first set. Any team can take this away. Will Engage finally get the victory over Diff, or they continue to be Dift as we kick off the game?
Yes, here we go. Finally, in the final game of our very first set, Lynx on a bit of a walk in this central area. Gonna meet up with the Eevee in here, the Leafeon, of course. Lynx going right for the farm. It does look like they were able to get that one, I think.
I think so. Nevertheless, it's a risky move to invade a Leafeon at the best of times, because even as an Eevee, it still does a decent amount of damage, and now Zika is online, has to retreat, but brilliant answers from Engage Academy here as they do rotate into that central without giving too much in the lane. I think they have in the top lane, because now here comes Ickless on that level 5, and Cascade is already building up plenty of momentum on this Magikarp.
Yeah, definitely not the worst thing for the side of Diff to have like two members from each lane kind of pulled in to that engaged jungle, giving their laners a bit of space to get the farm that the Magikarp desperately needs mostly. We have that big noodle up here supporting them. Hyper Voice coming out for our Sylveon, gonna be chunking that Sableye quite a bit, but they're retreating actually with their jungler. Sableye still continuing to roam, as it looks like Engage Academy doing pretty well here in this bottom half, and Sableye looking to put a stop to it.
Oh, unfortunately not enough stun, as they're still able to get around on the side of DJ and find at least one KO. I think this Sableye will be a big impact here for Dift, though. I think the crowd control that it can land at pivotal moments will be a huge difference. But they have managed to get that Gyarados online now. We'll see how impactful it is up in this top lane, as Cascade is getting a huge amount of damage put onto them. Ickless now gives them some assistance, and Zarin has to go on the retreat. Gets found, though. Brilliant secure for Dift.
Yeah, Dragonair looking pretty solid, unlike our little Squovet, still looking for that level 5, does get it with their tackle. 2 KO streak for DJ up here with this Alolan Raichu, looking to get another on this Gyarados. They are able to get a berry, but in the meantime, Leafeon gets those dunks in. I felt like Diff was looking pretty good, but in terms of scoreboard, Engage has the lead. Greedent could at least get it a little bit closer, but Engage Academy also securing that Regidrago.
720's about to come on in now, and Dragonite is online for Dift, in a good position for them to be here. At the moment, Juhare has been spotted by the Suicune, but Of course, Greedent continues to be Sableye-esque in itself and will be a nuisance. Zika's looking to see if they can find a lot of farm in the central area here. It's only the likes of Sableye to stop them, and that's what you use Emerald 2-step for. You find the KO, you take the rest of the farm. Good leveling for Zika there.
Yeah, worth it 100% of the time, especially when you're invading the enemy jungle. Engage, looking to rip this Regieleki, but Dift trying to get them surrounded. Dragonite uses its Unite move, hops right in, but it's actually gonna be... Oh, Dragonite. Sorry, Dragonite. I did not think you got it. I'm gonna be honest, I really didn't think so. But they did, much to my lack of vision on the secure.
It's Zika's fault. Zika secured the top objective and it confused us all across the board, so we'll blame Zika for that one, don't worry.
You're so right for that.
But now, pushing that into the pad is going to be Dift, so definitely needed as they try and catch up on this score lead that came through for Engage Academy. Now cut down really effectively, and then we actually have a very even game as we get ever so closer to the mid game here. It feels like both are trying to control either lane, and right now, top lane is going to the side of Dift, but a huge dive comes through from Zika once again. Emerald T-Step will absolutely blow up Greedent back to the Pokemon Center. Cascade, all they can do here is kind of hide a little bit. They are on their own and they get frozen. It has to bounce on out, but I don't feel like this Gyarados is just making enough impact yet, Bridget.
Yeah, still looking for their level 9. Finally ticks right into it, gives them that Unite move, which they pop immediately, obviously, but the team has momentum. They're getting the KOs, and they may want this tier 1 gold zone gone. All of our tier 1s are still up on the board right now, but with all 5 members up here for Dift, it's going to be hard for Engage to kind of stop this from happening, and there it goes. It did happen.
I mean, brilliant crowd control to stop DJ there. I think they were looking to find another 2 on the likes of this Dragonite, who will now go down to Zika. They were also looking to find that Gyarados. So that is the power of Sableye making a big difference here. Jurare is just going to continue to pull the attention of whoever wants to try and go after them, as we're about to say hello to these Reggie objectives once again. And that is some good protection coming out. They will be able to get a good freeze onto Sableye, but X-Speed will be popped and they escape.
Yeah, that Ho-Oh Suicune combo really was doing more damage than I expected, but with 3 members of Dift up here, Sylveon's here to join the party, Ikelis with another secure on that Dragonite. I mean, the objectives seem to be mostly in favor of Dift, but Engage Academy has had some really solid fights. I feel like they're either getting... like, one team's getting value from the objective, the other team's getting value from KOs. So really even thus far as Lilichu goes down to Cascade, has to use that Gyarados Unite move, get some damage off on that Leafeon, but man, this Sylveon is just doing so much with Hyper Voice.
Yeah, it's so difficult because it's such a wide range, cuts through so many defenses as well. Endless High Spikes is going to be used there as well. And here comes the revival from the Ho-Oh, getting that Suicune back online, and at least it means they're here for the defense. The crowd control is so important for this as they go for the Regieleki on the side of Dift. They're going to throw it on out there, looking for that Gatling Bolt missile, and that's going to find Suicune as they continue to rip the Regieleki. Great zoning from Dift here, and they can have an opportunity to push this to the T2 pad. Not going to allow that to happen, though, is Engage Academy as they pop down that Thunderstorm Aerial, allow the Lecky to go in, so not much of an overcap, and more experience for themselves.
Meanwhile, Zika had to deal with the 1v1 with the Greedent, now has to deal with the Sableye. The Sableye-Greedent combo is actually not okay. It has been so hard for me to keep track of like which team they're on because they're just all over this map. Zika even unleashes that Unite move, gets stopped on the jump pad by the Dragonite as well. Dift is looking really hungry for these KOs in this mid skirmish here. Leafeon looks like it is able to escape. Greedent on a tear with that Bullet Seed, tries to get in closer, but man, the CC and like the CC and like the defense out of the Cramorant to kind of stop them from getting deeper is really impressive.
It is, and despite all that, we have 30 seconds before the final objective. There is 21 points between these two teams. Zika is level 15. I don't even know when that happened, Bridget. I blinked and Zika hit level 15, and we've got plenty of 13s on the field as well. So literally what we expect from both of these two teams, it is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, and we've seen Zika be 15 at this fight before and play it super well, but Dift also experienced that and maybe won't allow them to be the menace they were. Zika going in totally maybe whiff the Unite move a bit on the already KO'd Cramorant, but for security purposes, making sure that KO happens, I do not blame them. Engage Academy with the member lead. Their HP bars are dwindling. Jirari on this Rita looking nasty. Leafeon and Suicune are down and out, but Ho-Oh with the Unite move. Can these members stay up now that they've been rezzed? And it's actually looking like it's going a bit more in Engage's favor this time. 2 members down on the side of Dift.
Oh, DJ so weak though, ends up running into the Cramorant, and they're going to go down, and now it's down to Beach to look to see if they can take the Suicune, despite being frozen. Right now on the side of Ickless, you are so weak, but points went in. 259 though, still to Engage Academy as they have that lead. Mush here getting bullet seeded down, and there is that Gatling Bolt missile from Cramorant, looking to see if they can rip the ground on. Bit of a risky move though as the rest of Engage Academy are now here, and there's another Emerald 2-step from Zika, and boy will that make the difference. The Endless Ice Mice comes through from Suicune as well, and they have ripped the defenses of Dift as they tried to go for the objective. God. I think Cramorant may have got that. Yes, they did. Beach saves it for them as Dift are able to take Engage Academy, but they have to score here, Bridget.
Beach is carrying this game for Diff. No offense to anyone else. They are playing out of their minds. I mean, from that positioning ult in the bottom objective, staying alive, putting the pressure on during this entire endgame fight, but Diff still needs to score, and Jirari does get the KO. Sableye has 30 in its pocket, but no Groudon buff to be known. Jirari has to get this dunk in, but 2 EVs are trying to stop them. Dragonite is here for the party as well. It's coming down to the wire. 60 went in for the Sableye, but I don't think that was enough. 10 more from the Gyarados as well.
Let's find out. I mean, this is literally what we expect in this set here. Oh my god, Bridget, 9 points gives Engage Academy their very first victory against Div and an advantage in this group. That is insane.
That was the best set ever. I can't believe we have more games. That was so awesome. Oh my god, they were playing out of their minds. Dift, I mean, Beach on the Cramorant was just like a spectacle to me. It literally was like owning that whole end fight. Somehow Dift still got the secure, but Engage never gave up and defended with everything they had. I mean, just so down to the wire. That was awesome. Amazing job.
I'm genuinely so impressed. I really enjoyed the Sableye Greedent combo from Div.
Yes.
I felt like the Dragonite was working extremely well for them as well. But then on the other side of things, DJ was so good on that Raichu, being able to dodge things. Zika was Zika once again. Brilliant crowd control coming out from that Suicune. The revivals from Mush were on point as well. Hyper Voice ripping. It was everything you could want in that game, and it all comes down to a final push. Finally though, the underdogs come out on top, and I mean, watching that, to be honest, I don't even know if you can consider them underdogs. It felt very competitive for the entire set.
Yeah, every single game was so close and so like fun, like competitive fun to like watch them just like tussle back and forth all 5 games. I'm feeling very blessed that we got to this point, because especially in this game 5, I just feel like every single one of these players on these Mons is like played it so exceptionally. Like, thank you for picking these drafts. Like, chef's kiss, 10 out of 10. Great work. Over 100k tanked out of the Greedent. Highest damage for Dift as well. Jirari, once again, just playing a tank like it's an all-rounder. Classic, I guess.
Honestly, this man is something else. He's genuinely such a brilliant player of Pokemon Unite. It's no wonder he's so competed after on any team. Look at the stats that we've consistently seen from Juare here. But it seems like just a really well-built team across both of these rosters, to be honest. They seem to really recognize how to get the most out of their excellent individual players and really build their team well. So I'm really happy for Engage Academy to finally get the win over Dift, but I'm really glad it was extremely competitive as well. As we'll have a look at the replays. This is game one. We've got 3 sets in total here, Bridget. I don't know how we're going to make it if it all goes to game 5.
I know. Siobhan's like, oh, it'll be a quick one. He's like, just kidding, they're all best of 5s. I'm like, yeah, and knowing these teams in this league, they really could all go to game 5, especially because we will see both of these teams face off against Rework Esport Core, who is currently the league leader. So I'm really stoked to see these teams again today.
I'm genuinely right. I've followed like Engage Academy when they were Electro Drifters and when they were competing in the Last Hit League and all this kind of stuff, and just sort of starting out as a team. I'm so happy to see them compete against the likes of Dift here today and compete so well as well, because Dift are a well-recognized team, although their individual players have been known throughout so many different strong teams in EU. So really exciting for them. They deserve to be so proud of how they've played. As we have a look at these replays here, it's such a brilliant set.
Yeah, had so much fun. This was one of those top lane pushes out of Dift, which I kind of thought they had in the bag, but Engage Academy was able to get some really solid revenge KOs too. Good side of DJ on that Alolachu, and then you have Zika in the back line cleaning up the rest. Getting almost a team wipe. I believe they maybe eventually get the Greedent, but God knows that takes way too long.
It takes all your resources to just get the thing out. It's ridiculous. It's like the Lapras from the previous game. But yeah, as we see here, 4 minutes, 1 point between them. They just want to continue to fight it on out. And these team fights just seem to go like a pendulum. 1 minute, it's advantage Dift. Then it's Engage. And then Dift come on back. And brilliant revives as we see here. I mean, from Mush, I think this was huge. You need to have that Suicune for the defense because of the crowd control that it puts out. So I think it's a great usage of that Ho-Ho Unite move.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see another one from Mush again in that end game fight where probably game-winning Ho-Oh Unite move, honestly, getting 2 members back up just to even have the resources to re-engage at the end there. But here we have this Aleki moving on in, and here we have this end game fight where a lot of damage coming out from Engage Academy, but then we see this combo Sableye Greedent Unite move, which kind of just melts a lot of these HP bars, namely that Suicune, and even gets Zeke out of the fight, which is pretty bad for the side of Engage. But there is that Ho-Oh Unite move. Had enough money saved up where both of them were able to spawn back in. Jirari tries to get on top of them, but honestly, the team does a great job keeping them up, and now the KOs start swinging to the side of Engage. They get 2 members of Dift down already.
It was just a shame for DJ to go that way on such low health, because Beach, that was the easiest KO they've ever had in their life. But yeah, a really important revive from Mush at that moment. And then it just elongated the fight until the rest of Engage Academy had their main damage dealers back on up as Zika sets up the position perfectly with that Razor Leaf, opts out that Unite move, pulls it in, and a humongous amount of damage is dealt with. Again, another brilliant Endless Ice Spikes coming out from HC Kyo. I don't think we can state enough how good those Endless Ice Spikes have been in this game.
Yeah, 100%. I don't even understand how Beach secured that, right? Or was it Jirari? How? It looks like the HP bar is gone by the time he's like diving in. How does dive damage work? My next question.
By securing objectives, apparently. I mean, I felt like they were going to get KO'd with this Whirlpool coming in, but the dive seemed to be timed perfectly. I was like, surely DJ's going to get this with that stored power. It looks like it's done there, but I think it's just using its move. And then it is...
Oh, he hurricaned it? I was looking for the hurricane, but... Mom's telling us.
Oh, it
there's
is.
a
Look,
hurricane.
yeah.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
I thought that was ground on move or whatever, but okay, yeah, definitely the hurricane of it all. Wow, just the vision is so insane. They all played out of their minds. It was awesome. Thank you to both teams for that.
Thank you, Javon, for letting us know. We feel the same way, mate. It was absolutely insane, and proud of both of their teams for really bringing the action in that one, chat. But as we've said, that's literally just the first set. We've got 2 more sets to bring you. Engage Academy are not going to have a break. They're going to be coming up against Rework next, but we need to have a break. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Welcome back, trainers. After such an intense heat, we might have another one for you. Rework Esport Core taking on Engage Academy. Biggest thing here, Bridget, no rest for Engage Academy. They've just gone all 5 games, and now they have to take on the number 1 team here in this league.
Yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Obviously, you're maybe a bit tired, but I feel like in my experience from watching a lot of LAN tournaments, even especially, like, usually the momentum is a good thing, but the team that will be playing for the first time today, but we will get to see them back-to-back, Rework Esport Core, our league leaders with Azalito, Volto, Revenge, you Books, and Fry.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty much royalty here in EUL. They've won
True.
previous seasons, whether it's Esport Core or Gear, they have now kind of conjoined into just Core. Yeah, they are royalty. Engage Academy here, we've just seen them, of course. It's going to be AC Keo, Siren, Zika, DJ, and Professor Mush. Previously, Electo Drifters have really been stepping up their experience here in Pokemon Unite Grassroots and really making a name for themselves. But can they defeat the number 1 team? That's the question here, chat. Here in EUL, when we get to group stages, typically the underdog comes out on top. And I think people would love to witness that here today.
Yeah, I mean, already witnessed it in Engage's first game set of the day, so they're on a hot streak coming off of a win against a team they have never been able to best in a set until today, so I'm sure they're looking to do it right here again against Rework. Of course, Rework was kind of able to watch them play that previous set, obviously has a lot of experience playing against one another in general, so we'll get to see which one is a more powerful boost here, but I think either way we're in for some good games with these two.
Well, we're back to all Pokemon being allowed to be played here. We'll see what the bans are going to be, because straight out of the gates, Espeon being proven to be one of the best ranged attackers currently in the game, taken out. Are Rework going to double range attack ban here? Mew also taken off the board.
Yeah, seems like they are going for a specific strategy here. Maybe they think Engage is a little less scary if they don't have these pocket attackers available, or Rework Esport Core just like rates them that highly. It does look like Esport Core is going to have first pick, so not a super horrible thing to have maybe more broken things left on the board at this point, since they'll get their priority of them. But Umbreon, Blissey, Yveltal, Crystal, Mew, and Espeon gonna be the bans. Actually, pretty many attackers for this game 1 banned out.
It is, yeah. I was going to say, typically when Snorlax is through, it is the number 1 pick. So that is what Rework are going to go for straight out of the gates. But it does open the extra gates for Engage Academy to get 2 huge ones here. Psyduck, as we literally just witnessed, is usually a great pickup. And for Alligator, finally let loose. That was banned out for the entirety of the previous set. So, you know, that's kind of a good matchup if you want to get some good picks.
Yeah, free Gator finally for Engage. Obviously seems like they were wanting to pick it up maybe in the previous rounds, and if Esport Core is going to let it through, they're going to grab it. We're going to see that Hoopa come out this time. Esport Core getting some other, I feel like, first game demons last time in the Psyduck and the Palkia.
Yeah, I'm a little bit unsure about allowing Psyduck and Palkia for Esport Core with a Snorlax. I'm surprised they didn't go for the Psyduck over the Hooper, but we'll have to see if that will be a downfall for them or not. DJ will pull out this Sylveon that they've been very comfortable on, and Mush has already shown us how good this Blastoise can be. Yu is going to pull out the Armor Rouge, one of the few players that we see continue to use this typically for the Armor Cannon, but as they're going to go for some more ranged attack on Revenge as well, they could rotate that onto the all-rounder type Armor Rouge, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, another double attacker comp seemed to have been a bit more common today than I would have expected, but it's probably exactly what Zika wanted to see in that gutter pick position, and they can run this Zoroark in game 1 once again. So probably not too mad about this Cinderace and Armor's picks, but very different already from our previous set where I don't think we saw Armor's or Cinderace at all. So Esport Core already being quirky.
That's what we like to see, and we've just got a little bit of stats for that side. Okay, it has had plenty of play. Ban rate is at 69%, still gets picked about 52% of the time out of that though. 5 wins, 4 losses, so it does seem to be more impactful than it isn't. Such a strong pick here, and as I say, I'm quite surprised that Engage Academy have just allowed that over with Palkia.
Yeah, I mean, Hoopa is also in a bit of a lane of its own, especially when we're doing all-star draft. I mean, it can just be maybe not as much anymore, but I feel like in days of old, having the Hoopa was like primo to secure because there's nothing else in the game quite like it, especially when you are running those portals. We saw it utilized with the Trick in the previous set. I believe it was a Trick with the Palkia, maybe even, if I'm remembering correctly. But even with its Unite move, just to be able to teleport the team wherever you want, I see the appeal. And maybe it's more of a comfort pick out of the Engaged squad because I feel like they have, I want to say they prioritized it last set as well, but we shall see how Engage fares against our current leaders, Rework Esport Core, as game 1 of our group stage for them has begun.
That it has. Let's see. It's going to be a tough matchup, but as you said, they already built themselves a decent amount of momentum in that previous game. It is about this top stage matchup, definitely, because for Alligator, you really want to get online quickly, but that's not easy with Palkia's side up in this top side.
Yeah, a pretty evil lane, but Palkia taking quite a bit of damage. I feel like Hoopa can be so sneaky with all of its auto attacks and stuns in this early game, so they're able to do quite a bit of damage. I mean, it does make Esport Core have to back it up a little bit. Zika already ready to go with both buffs. Man, they have that jungle clear on lock, but so does our Raboot, who actually opted to go to the bottom path. Looks like Zika made some adjustments there with that information their team was able to get for them. Don't forget about the Natus in that central area, but Zika looking to put out the damage on the other team. They were able to get the KO on that Raboot thanks to DJ on the Sylveon.
The team communication between Engage Academy here is so on point. We've seen Zika try to rotate for farm twice there, but come back down as soon as the likes of Squirtle had managed to isolate someone. Brilliant for them to be able to find a couple of KOs. Let's see how the top side is going to go, though, as they are able to find Hoopa. Brilliant amount of damage from Bolto once again. Zika is just going to continue to do Zika things.
Yeah, this is pretty classic, at least from the last 5 games I witnessed of Zika, especially on a speedster-type Pokemon, is going to make sure they get maximum value, and that includes taking that farm from their enemy, especially if it's a desirable matchup like that Raboot, who hasn't quite found that Cinderace just yet. Palkia does unleash quite a bit of damage onto Zika, but with the help of Hoopa, they're able to escape just fine. Meanwhile, Rework Esport Core has a couple members down here in this bottom path as Engage prioritizes that Reggie Drago and gets the secure.
So, 30 Dunk going to go on in here from Esport Core. They're currently the only ones that have scored points in this game, but it is still very early on, but it just means that whoever's stacking, which we can see a couple are, haven't managed to find it on the side of Engage, but they do have levels. Level 7 here on the side of Zika, about to hit level 8, in fact, as the 720s are about to spawn on in. A lot of damage from Sarah there as they're looking to cause it with this for Alligator, but not able to just yet. Dive in from Zika, has to retreat instantly as well. Not able to find that water gun on the side of the War Turtle, but Zika continues to dive on in. Will not remain out of this fight at all. Nearly finding you. They finally do. They got so weak there. I couldn't believe how long it took them to get the KOs.
Yeah, it's honestly hard for me to not watch Zika, especially with that Phantom Force Trick combo that just let them basically retreat fully back to their pad at the beginning of that engage when it was looking a little scary. DJ gonna try to stop this Palkia from getting any bigger. I feel like Palkia has been able to find a lot of value up there, especially since Engage has put more attention on that bottom path. DJ up here putting a lot of damage out, but Palkia does unleash Ancient's Unite move just kind of uses it for the movement and maybe the zoning to keep Sylveon away. Oh, so close. I thought Sylveon might be able to secure it, but it is a 1v4. It would have been a bit of a miracle play.
Yeah, it would have been. And to be fair, Esports Core needed that because Engage Academy were really pummeling that bottom lane as we see Feraligatr chasing down that armor ridge whilst we have a look at what's going on up in this top side. They finally find the KO. Seren is nearly at the home pad trying to find a KO and armor ridge, but all this is going to continue up in the top side. There's the multi-dimensional Ren coming out from Volto as well. Doesn't land any of the damage onto it though, and Zika is just going to completely zone out the rest of this pad, and Volto is going to have to reconsider their position. They know they're going to go on down here, trying to sneak in a 6-stack. Can't happen. That's a triple for Zika Moy.
Yeah, I understand wanting to push that tier 2, and it wasn't looking honestly horrible at first, just maybe a little bit of overstaying their welcome, or just really wanted to prioritize some of those stacking mons, like you had said, were maybe calculating, getting KO'd, and felt like it was worth it. But that does keep Zika in the lead in terms of levels. Already level 11 compared to the level 10 attackers on the other side of the map. Just picking up more KOs, obviously on a lower level Pokemon isn't as effective, but Sylveon gonna find themselves in a bit of a pickle, has to use that Unite move and back it up as 3 members of Rework Esport Core, now 4, have grouped up in this middle area and engages a little split.
They are, and that's exactly how Rework wants them to be if they can find some good picks, but instead, Feraligatr chomps down on you, and that is advantage engaged now. There's a Hydro Typhoon coming on out from that Mighty Blastoise as well. So weak on the side of Revenge, still able to find a KO before they go down themselves. Nightfall Days will pop one out of Zika, and they finally do find extra KOs. It felt a little bit risky there at a couple of moments, but they do find some big ones with a lot of resources used.
Yeah, I mean, picking fights in this literal enemy central area, especially at this point in the game, I mean, we have 2 level 12s on the side of Engage. Like, that's pretty substantial in terms of only 11 for Cinderace so far for Esport Core. Engage is doing a really good job managing these levels, picking fights they feel confident in taking, as Feraligatr gets a little too low on HP. Victory's got to scoot away, but Engage is going to go ahead and prio that top lane objective, while Esport Core would rather go for the Selecki and make sure it's not walking into their home base.
Waterfall has to be used. Seren is literally against the world here. Unfortunately, cannot do anything else. They will be KO'd and plenty of points will rain through. Rings are let loose, but that's still a 20 overcap. Trying to see if they can find some KOs here and make up for it at least. Fairy Flooring will find the KO on Cinderace, and now they want to continue pushing. Hyper Voice from DJ here will be pushed away by the likes of Psyduck, and it is going to be Palkia on top, using the multi-dimensional Ren to get away from the Hydro Typhoon, and Jet Button is burned. You know what? Rework Esport Core actually come out of that feeling pretty rosy.
Oh yeah, they actually looked really clean in that kind of aggressive move from Engage with that Hoopa portal. I just feel like maybe the Hoopa portal was like a smidge too late. I feel like Esport Core was like just far enough away that they couldn't get too caught out from Engage, and Esport Core getting a lot of good momentum in this mid to late game as we prepare for Kyogre to spawn in. Engage Academy already taking up positioning in that central area.
40 seconds to go. Just 99 points between these two teams. We have level 14 on Zika again, but that's just normal here in Pokemon Unite at this final fight. Rigo has spotted Mush here, who's going to have to retreat out of this bush. It looks like they're just going to try and brawl before this objective even spawns in.
Yeah, you can see Feraligatr in a bit of a scary positioning. Holding topside solo could get some really useful information. I don't know if they have necessarily vision on Volto just yet, but definitely gonna be a game of chicken up here. I'm like scared of this Feraligatr positioning, but you should be able to see where these members of Esport Core are, which is gonna be huge for Engage Academy and how they want to play this fight.
Bro, we're not in Fire Sky Ruins anymore. We're in Florida with an alligator ready to pounce straight out of the bushes here. gonna go for a bit of a push down on this bottom side. We do see DJ coming in with that hyper voice as well. Has pulled the attention of 4 of Rework here. And that is a dive from Revenge. Pops out the Fairy Flawless. Brilliant effort from that Cinderace. But we've got 2 fights breaking out here as the Dimensional Red is going to be used as well. Their Alligator does make the difference as they manage to find a huge KO. But Palkia falls as well. Hooper, that's Kyo finding the huge target on the side of Rework. And there goes Cinderace. All of their attack has gone now. And it's just the defender support. Engage Academy are going to take all they need to be able to take game 1.
Engage Academy just so nasty today. I mean, Zika on that Zoroark, I thought for sure for Alligator was about to go down there. It seemed like Engage was winning the skirmish that was in the central area, but Rework really seemed to be doing well against especially that Cinder versus Sylveon moment. I just feel like they really zoned DJ out super well. Obviously that does like spread out your team quite a bit, but you want to kind of spread out better than the other team is able to do to you. But Esport Core hasn't given up just yet. They're looking like they're going to do a really big push. They do have the Palkia Unite move, but Engage has some pretty nice ones such as that Blastoise and Zeraora Unite moves. Hoopa getting another cheeky dunk in with their shield.
Yeah, that's going to be a good answer. I was thinking they might have got the rings to be able to send the whole team there, but this is a good answer from Engage Academy nevertheless, as Palkia is going to use their Unite move, but that is just shut down by Zika once again, completely enabled by the rest of this team. And I mean, as if to ever showcase how good this team can be, it ends on a 4 KO streak for Zika.
Yeah, I feel like you spoke on it earlier. It just feels like this team is so in sync, and I feel like that's one of the benefits from being pretty warmed up, playing such a competitive set that Engage is coming off the back of. I feel like they're like warmed up, confident, like it's coming across that they're very locked in. I'm really not seeing a lot of like mistakes from them in these endgame like crucial fights, and that only comes from like a lot of trust and a lot of communication with one another. So I think it's just really like showing off and like shining for Engage right now.
Really, really is. I mean, that gives them the advantage straight out of the gates here. And I mean, just Zika being able to hop onto that Zoroark just to give them some good control. They managed to get something out of the Feraligatr as well. And there was some massive picks that Esport Core managed to take in this one, Bridget. They had the Palkia, the Snorlax, the Psyduck, and didn't manage to just get the victory on it. So it's really a good advantage for Engage Academy to have coming into the rest of this set.
Yeah, super good point. There's a lot of really clutch mons that are like off the table at this point. It does feel like Engage kind of picked a lot of their strong mons as well, like prioritizing the Blastoise earlier. They got to get the Feraligatr at all. Even the Sylveon, I feel like was like a little bit of a later game pick. They've seemed to have moved up or like prioritized more rather than a different composition. So we shall see how the rest of our drafts go today. Zika, not too surprising, getting the most KOs with 11 on that Assassin Zoroark.
Yo, prediction, can we get the stats on the Zoroark in this entire league? I want to see Zika's win rate on that Pokemon, because I think it's going to be pretty ridiculous. I don't think we've seen anyone play it. I think Nachos has a couple of times, but and to be honest, he's just as broken on it as well. So I expect it to be pretty high. 31% of the team's damage there from Zika. Decent amount blocked from Volto there, as they were really in that fight a lot. So was Azalito, to be honest. It was pretty good. Oh my god. Okay, so production just sent us it. Currently, it's until today, it's only been played once, and it was a loss for them.
Oh my god. I mean, I know it's pretty newly buffed, but still, like,
I'm surprised.
It's just, it looks so nasty right now. I mean, I've only seen it in the hands of Zika in both of these sets, but it has just been having a great time. It was against a double attacker composition. It had, quite a few targets it loved jumping on top of, and with the kind of team composition around it of even like a bulky attacker, a mid-range attacker, and then like the Gator and the Blasty and the Hoopa combo to just give it even more speed boost and another escape. I mean, Engage Academy knows who to feed, and it's paying off.
What's funny is we have a look at these highlights here. So we've just got the stats on Zika's Pokemon pool. Top 6 Pokemon, Zorak's not even in it.
That's like looking like the best one today. I mean,
right?
They've all looked good, but
I mean, number 1 was Dodrio, which we witnessed that. That was insane. But then it's Moltres, Shifu, Lucario, Absol, Mimikyu, Zacian. That's insane. I mean, what a player they have on that team. And we kind of highlight that. We see it multiple times. There's typically a really good player in a lot of these top teams here, and they just try and capitalize on that by building a really solid team around them. Rework Esport kind of do the exact same thing as well. So, I feel like that is really what we're getting to witness here in EUL.
Yeah, 100%. It takes a village of intention, but like... It's an intentional strategy, though. Like, it's something there has to be synergy for in order to it to look this nasty. And it's why Zika's able to hit 15 so often, because they know their job and their team also knows, like, their job. So it's been really fun. I'm excited for Esport Core to kind of, like, lock in, perhaps, and give Engage Academy a bit more pressure in our game number 2. So smaller Mon pool, but so far the bans at least are looking the same. Blissey and Espeon not getting through.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see much changes here. I kind of like the approach from Rework, though, recognizing how strong ranged attackers are in this game and taking out 2 of the biggest as well. I think I kind of like that. One of the only teams that I've actually seen really go for those straight out of the gates. Absol's going to be banned out here by Engage Academy as well, and I think that's a very good shout, because that is a very tough Pokemon to handle with the crits at the moment, and Revenge would love to get cooking on that.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like very, very reasonable. Engage will get their choice in this first pick position. Probably, Umbreon makes a lot of sense to me. I'm shocked it got through the bans, but it's hard when there's so many Mons on the table. So I like this answer from Esport Core, making sure they lock in their preference of supporter. Eldegoss, definitely an amazing one. Definitely has a bit more stronger early game in comparison to the Umbreon. Just talking about its Gossifleur mode, and love the Skeledirge pick. It was a menace in the previous set, and I think Esport Core is going to be able to pilot it really well.
Yeah, especially with the special defense like Pierce that Skeledirge can play. I think that's a really smart pickup here from WeWork Esport Core. But Mush is going to pull out that Mamoswine. So really good crowd control on that defender straight out of the gates as well. Swinub is one of the best early game Pokemon in this game, as well as having pretty much like dominant crowd control from Piloswine. And Seiren is going to pull out that Sefetch. I'm not sure about the Sefetch at the moment. It was so dominant in the meta for so long, Bridget, but I think the nerfs have kind of impacted it quite a bit now. The Unite move is really good for it engaging, but I think just at pure brawl potential, I think there's probably better all-rounders at the moment.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I do feel like its strength comes from that Unite move, which I just feel like can really take you by surprise. It can just be such a strong engage to an endgame fight. But man, a lot of bulk coming out from Rework Esport Core. They picked up that Mr. Mime, the Garchomp, and the Aegislash, which is an interesting one we have yet to see today at least. And Engage Academy rounding out their bird comp with the Zapdos and that horrifying Dodrio we were discussing earlier.
I'm getting deja vu here with this final 2 picks for Engage Academy. And listen, it will be a mighty task for Zika in this one. I think, obviously you would be their main target, but Aegislash really good at the crowd control itself and good stuns on Dodrio, which you do not like to see when you are that tri-headed bird, because that cuts down all of your speed. So this is going to be a good test for Zika, and I cannot wait to see him overcome it.
Yeah, 100%. I'm hopeful Esport Core has a bit more of a strategy in stopping the Snow Trio because it has been scary in the previous set of the day. I think Aegislash is a good answer to that. I think Mr. Mime is also a great answer for that in those walls. And in the Unite move, Mr. Mime's Unite move is pretty nasty, so I like what I'm seeing here. Even if Eldegoss goes that Cotton Spore build, which adds that little disruption as well to protect your more squishier mons if the Dodrio is sprinting at them. So I like the resources Esport Core has picked up in our game 2, and I'm excited to see them face up against this engaged comp, which we already know can be pretty scary.
Yeah, well, listen, if last set is anything to go off, we expect Rework to win this, but Engage are going to make sure that isn't the case. They're here on your purple side, Rework on your orange side. Straight out of the gates, we've got an Invade looking to see if they can cause this duo a problem.
Yeah, love the aggression out of Azulito here on the Scoffler. Doesn't quite make it to that blue buff in time, but is here to make sure the rest of this jungle clear doesn't go super smooth. It does get the secure on that ball toy and gets a huge amount of damage out on Zika. We do have Professor Mush coming to hopefully save the day. Secure, I believe, did go to the duo in that case, and Professor Mush doing a good job at least trying to keep this Gossifleur at bay, give some space to the Dodua, and it looks like we're about to have a party here real soon.
Oh my god, here comes Mime out of the left corner off the top ropes as they try and make a difference, but Mean Look is here as well. Bridget, we have 3 Pokemon from both teams in the central area, and the jungler's not even there anymore. He's in the top lane as they finally find Glossifer. That was a crazy invade, and I mean, it did feel like it made an impact. They've managed to get Gabai up in that top lane at least. Same with that Aegislash getting that second stage Evo. So Zika is now going to try and be a problem with their own invade.
Yeah, meeting the Gossifleur in a jungle once again, but it's like the different jungle was like very humorous to me. Dodrio taking a lot of damage from that Doublade, has to back it up into their own jungle this time. No idea what's going on in these lanes at all. Looks like Gabite's doing pretty well. Volto already has that level 5. Squaring up against that Surfetch, which isn't quite a Surfetch just yet. Esport Core doing so much damage in that central area. Doublade picks up a KO, and levels are looking pretty good for Esport Core.
I love how coming into this, Rework have just gone, we need to spend most of this game in the central area because that's probably where Zika's going to be. And just try and see if they can reduce that impact as much as possible. But despite that, Zika has still hit level 7, is back in the central area of Rework here, and he's getting ever so close to level 8. Finally, Safetched is on the field, but really difficult as Gabai at 7 now. They're in a very comfortable position of Rework in the top lane.
Yeah, definitely going in the favor of Rework up there. Meanwhile, Zika's in the bot path, so Engage Academy is doing pretty good in the bot path. A lot of dunks are going in. Mr. Mime has kited down to try to stop this from getting any worse. We see the Wish come out from the Umbreon, so gonna get some nice heals up for the squad. Volto doing his best to get some damage on that bulky Pilliswine. Finally gets to the Surfetch. Nice Ice Fang out of Professor Mush, but they're going to take a lot of damage. Have to back up, don't get KO'd, luckily.
Alright, Reggie still rip here as well, and Pilliswine fancied it, but decided not to go for it there, as now they're going to go for this bottom Regieleki here. That's Zika uncontested, because they've had to back off from their T2. It's been broken from Rework Esports, so, I mean, right now, it seems like some really good control as Engage Academy get back into this.
Yeah, 100%. They're looking a lot more put together, I guess, in this game number 2. Looks like the Zapdos was able to secure that blue buff for Engage Academy, punish the Eldegoss for their crimes as well. Volto has been doing really well up in this top path, still looking for their final evolution in that level 9. They've really just been holding it down up there in the top path, so not a ton of farm for them to choose from, and not a ton of fights chaos going on up there up until this point. 3 members from Engage are up here now looking to take a fight. The Surfetch Unite move pushes the Gabite back, pick up the KO, and now Engage Academy wants to try to make a push up top. Meanwhile, Rework getting some good dunks and down bot, but still behind in points.
Yeah, it's a good strategy to go for the counter laning at the very least. And we saw that nearly 22 going in, but they decided to leave that open, looking for a better cap later on as they get stacks on the side of this Surfetched here as well. I like the approach from Rework. They know that Zika is going to continue to be a problem now that they've got those levels, so they're going to try that strategy of going in the different lane. Livid Outrage let loose from Garchomp here as Volto will look to make an impact. Finds the KO onto the Surfetch. Good crowd control from Mush here, and they're going to have to retreat for that T1 pad.
Yeah, Mush playing this super well, especially in the face of a level 10 Garchomp who has been like waiting to Unite move for 5 minutes straight. And obviously Pilswine still needs their evolution as well. Not as big of a priority. Mamoswine's Unite move, not that good. And really what you want out of your Pilswine are those Ice Fangs popping off. So hopefully more levels go to those tanks on the side of Engage who are definitely needing it, but that's because more of that XP is going to the Dodrio. Eldegoss using their Unite move in an effort to have some defense for it. Rework Esport Core, but Engage Academy is going at them, has the Dodrio Unite move as well. Buble uses their Code de Gua. I don't even know why I tried to say that move, it's too hard. Can't do it.
The Aegislash though, just taking so much damage there, and they had to use a lot of resources from Engage Academy to find that KO, and with that Showtime, they managed to take down Zapdos, so it does feel like it is making a big difference here. Has managed to hit level 12, keeping up with Zika, so really good crowd control from them with a great engage, but it is still Engage Academy that are in the lead at the moment. Looking for that red Ice is going to be Rework Esport Core. Will Umbreon make it there? No. They decide to give it over. Look for the defense. They are going to get run down here, though, as Volto was looking to push it in. They're going to go for it. I think they're half deciding whether they want to go for the Drago instead.
Evil steal from the Aegislash. Poor little Surfetch was working so hard on that Aleki just for AG to yoink it away. Maybe they'll get a little punish here from this Zapdos, but it's going to be Aegislash picking up the 2 KO streak with the help of their supports. I mean, with Aegislash having those 2 beside him, it's been really difficult for Engage Academy to find some footing in this mid-game.
Yeah, it's really coming to their own here in the late stages, and wow, huge impact as they manage to find the KO on the Umbreon. The walls that they're putting up on the likes of Mime just really traps the opposition, and it's easy cutting down for that Aegislash. Zika, though, wants to continue to be a bit of a nuisance here in the bottom lane. He's not too far from level 14, as we expect in this late game, but sees the opposition and decides, I'm actually going to go on back, or rather, going to wait for the Umbreon to get here and see if we can get a little bit feisty with this Garchomp Mime combo.
Yeah, I like the pivot there. Maybe what didn't really realize there was anyone from his squad looking to engage, maybe waited for them to like actually get the birds and then back it up a little bit. Umbreon trying to trap this Mime, they're having like a trap off who can like enclose the other one better, but end up both having to retreat a little bit as we have the countdown for our final objective in this game too. It is the Groudon who is spawning in, and similar positions out of both of these teams. This Garchomp kind of hovering in the top with the Aegislash. Surfetch had to back it up a little bit, and Dodrio in a very silly goose position right now.
Very silly goose. I think they're looking to score, but recognizes the fight is ensued, and Umbreon is wiped out instantly. Will be down for 10 seconds here. They've got Garchomp. They could go for the rip if they so wish. Aegislash is going to engage onto the side of the Mammothswine, but they get Ice Fang anyway. Coup de Grace hasn't been used just yet, and there it is as they try and cut through that Victor. They do find the KO, and now Engage Academy are on the back foot. A jet button with the Livid Outrage as they go for that Surfetch, and they do find it. Triple trample, not impactful enough as Zika falls. And now it is only Umbreon left in this fight. Moonlight Prance is available, but they are getting ripped down like no tomorrow. They land it on the side of Kyo, but it isn't going to be enough. Aegislash has been so impactful in this game, Bridget.
Oh yeah, once it kind of launched that first Unite move in that fight in the top path, it just has felt unstoppable throughout the whole second half of this game. This is the esport core I was expecting to show up. I do feel like they locked in way harder in this game number 2 and really turned it on. I mean, this Aegislash pick was so smart and they piloted it so well. Volto, once they were able to get that Garchomp, has also just felt like such a menace. So really strong stuff out of this game 2 for esport core. We do have Engage maybe trying to make a bit of a baby push. There are 40 seconds left, but these KOs still keep going to esport core.
That is only the second loss for Umbreon here in this league so far. So that's a very confident showing from Rework Esport Core as they finally get their all-rounders online and be the impactful force that we expected them to be. And we are going to be tied here. It's going to be one game apiece, no set point yet. That's a pretty good position for Rework to bounce back into.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like Esport Core just had like the more effective draft for what they were up against. It did just feel like Sirfetch'd had a bit of a hard time. Zapdos really wasn't bad. It just felt like it kind of got blown up a little bit too fast with like the range that Skeledirge has. I mean, obviously the Unite move is better range than anything else in the roster, but I feel like Skeledirge has better range than Zapdos, so maybe that just didn't help Engage's cause either. But game 2 gonna go to Esport Core, and we're guaranteed a game 4.
But I'm with you though. I really didn't feel like this effect was as impactful as they were hoping in that one, and I think there are so many other all-rounders that could have fit that position better. Lucario is the very first one that comes to mind, and you've got the likes of Blaziken that could still be picked up and be more impactful in that role, I think, there, Bridget. I think that was the slight problem. I mean, the Unite moves were impactful when Sayron managed to pull them out, but outside of that, they weren't able to give much more to their team. I'm looking forward to the stats at least, because it didn't feel as impactful in those team fights as you expect all-rounders to be.
Yeah, and understandably, it's hard to do that when you're behind. It's just such an uphill battle in that all-rounder position, being even like one level behind your opposition. So understandable, but it was going to be the Garchomp Volto getting the damage lead, but all 3 damage dealers on the side of Esport Core getting into that 60k range. So I feel like they all like held their own like very well.
Yeah, they really did. I think back to the drawing board a little bit here for Engage Academy as we head on into the third game. There's a lot of strong picks off the board now, and even a few left field picks, as that Aegislash has not been used much in this tournament, and an impressive showing from Revenge. I think it was a really good counter to what Engage really wanted to pull out of that, especially to Zika. Whenever they tried to really engage onto it, they had the shields that they had to deal with, and then walls coming in from the Mr. Mime from Frigo. It was a really good answer to how well Zika likes to control the map.
Yeah, 100%. And those are kind of like anti-speedster Pokemon in general, so which we know Zika likes to play. So whatever speedster path they were going, Esport Core was prepared for it. Here we have one of these mid-game matches where Esport Core really starts to like hold their own. Obviously, Engage does pick up a KO, but we have this Garchomp level 10, Mr. Mime, Unite moving all over, and really Mamoswine just kind of has to like push forward at that point to let the rest of the team escape.
Yeah, and that was such a beautiful steal as well. Putting so much working on that Sirfetch'd just to get it stolen away from you. And that's another good example. I mean, that was just the Zapdos, which isn't going to survive much to any scrutiny anyway, but just getting up those walls and really managing to trap them. Here is like 2 different sort of engages that are fighting out here, but again, it's just getting so much out of this sword as the Coup de Grace is going to be there. It takes so much to take down a Mamoswine with that passive, but they're able to find it eventually, and then a brilliant eject button from Volto just to find this KO on Sayron.
Yeah, and I mean, Zika doing what they can does get a KO on the Dirge, but at this point, the team is so, like, splintered. everyone's coming in back on different KO timers. It's just the Groudon's already ripped. I mean, Umbreon did what they could, but good on Esport Core for making sure the Umbreon was KO'd and then securing the Groudon to avoid any oopsies as Engage was spotting back in. But all tied up now in our best of 5 group stage. This third map will be played on the Rayquaza, so keep that in mind if we see any rip compositions. I don't really feel like it happened too aggressively in that last set, but we did see Esport Core grab the Cinderace in our game 1, so maybe they're more inclined to ripping than the previous teams.
Yeah, I think that's exactly why Engage have banned out that Mega Lucario, because it is so good for that very reason, and they don't want that coming in on this one. And Rework, though, they're going to continue to ban out the Crustle here. They miss one of their bans, and they also go with the Espeon on the board. Mew remains to be a ban, at least on the side of Engage Academy. So let's see what their first pick is going to be. I don't think they were expecting to miss that ban, but they're going to steal the Yveltal anyway. I think probably the strongest attacker currently in the game.
Yeah, I would say so, especially with what we have left to even choose from. Hopefully we can get the previous bans up on the screen so I can remember what they were. Yep, thank you so much. My memory would not be able to hold that, but Engage getting quite the horrifying support tank core in Blissey and Trevenant.
That is massive. You've really built the foundations of your comp straight out of the gates, and now you can be really flexible with how you want to counter the opposition here. Azulito is going to get that Alchemy at least, which, to be honest, I put up there as strong as Blissey, especially when it comes to how much healing you can output. It's just Blissey obviously really helps with that crowd control. We are going to see Frigo go on to the Lapras here, which typically we don't expect to see so much, but Bridget, the amount of resources you have to put in to take down a Lapras has really showcased itself here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty annoying. It maybe doesn't quite hold up against the Snorlaxes of the world, but I feel like it has its own lane. Obviously, like the freezing of it all, the Unite move is a little silly goofy, but does have its use cases. Engage gonna grab Buzzwole and Greninja, Rework Esport Core, rounding out theirs with the Dragonite and the Machamp.
Really like the Greninja pick here. I think a very impactful Pokemon with a great Unite move and good secures as well. Oh, I'm so happy. Lobo, where you at, my guy? Huge fan of the Phalanx. Zika has played Phalanx a little bit in the recent tournaments, and it has been so fun to watch, Bridget. I'm excited for this one.
I love just like looking at this comp and being like, it's a Phalanx game. Which I don't know enough to know what is and what isn't a Phalanx game, but I am definitely excited for both of these comps. The Machamp is a solid pick. Dragonite, obviously, we've seen shine in many a different meta, but yeah, Greninja's always a bit of a wild card, and Buzzwole does have a decent matchup. The freezes from Lapras might be pretty annoying, but I feel like if it has some levels on the Dragonite or even the Machamp early on, like, it's not having a bad time.
Yeah, definitely. This is a really exciting comp from both teams here, and I think the difficulty is going to be trying to shut down you, at least on the side of Engage Academy. That's going to have to be DJ's number one job, being that Greninja, and probably having the easier matchup with that ranged attack, but it's all about the all-rounders in this one. I think it's can Revenge get to Dragonite early enough, be really impactful with what I suspect will be that Hyper Beam, and then Volto getting to submission is going to be the really pivotal point for this early game rework at least. But here we go, chat. This is game 3. This is not going to end it here, but we'll see who takes the advantage as Rework Esport Core are on your purple side, Engage Academy on your orange side.
Yes, we see the Danger Noodle Dratini heading into that central area. Meanwhile, Zika and all of its troops, Phalanx, are getting the farm for Engage Academy. So far, so good in both of these lanes. DJ already popping that X attack for early secure prowess on this Froakie. Gets in a little deep, has the substitute doll to escape, but Yveltal and Lapras putting on a lot of pressure in this bottom path already.
Yeah, really not an easy matchup for them down here. Already does a decent amount of damage on the side of that Yveltal, and then Lapras is such a good body block up here. Very much more of the same, though. Engage Academy have a slight advantage with it being a buzz wall and good control, and we're going to see Phalanx rotate up there, as well as this Dratini. Revenge is on the way. That's going to be an interesting battle up in the top lane.
Yeah, both junglers ready to go. Alcremie unknowingly in the middle. Probably give Zika some information. Does walk into the bush. I don't even think Zika noticed at first until he sent the auto attack. And here we have the fight over these birds. Machoke Volto does get online and gets access to that submission. Buzzwell's still only level 3 for Engage up there.
Yeah, that was so good for Rework to take the majority of that away, and Engage are really struggling down here as well, at least on the side of this Trevenant. You would expect it to find that Evo early now, and they still only have a Froakie. Really difficult matchup for them down here, as Xu has that Oblivion Wing ready to go already, and that will do a dot damage. DJ not able to find the KO, has to retreat.
Yeah, tried to get that sneaky dunk off, but then Yveltal remembered who it was and how much damage it could do to the Froakie. Is able to escape thanks to the Trevenant putting his heart and soul on the line with that Lapras. We do see Safeguard coming out for Blissey on Engage. I don't hate this. They have a lot of brawlers in close range mons. They maybe don't want to get stuck in any of the goop that comes out that Safeguard can cleanse. Phalanx on a bit of a rampage, does finally get stopped by that Yveltal, but picked up 2 KOs on pretty much no HP.
Bro, I could watch Zika all day on Pokemon Unite. I mean, the stuff that he manages to pull out on these Pokemon is just insane. Was always going to go down there against Free, but managing to find a couple, at least hitting level 7 here. Bottom lane slightly better, at least for Engage Academy. They've now got that Trevenant at level 7 and finally has a Frogadier online. Not too far off Greninja either, but this Lapras continues to be a big issue for them. It's so hard to break down.
Yeah, level 6, I mean, even similar levels with that Greninja does hit the level 9. Just feels like Esport Core is having a pretty good time so far in this game. Machamp doing its best on the defense, but Engage Academy finding a lot of value and a lot of stacks for those all-arounders up in the top path. This does give Esport Core pretty much free range on this first Registeel of the game, but I don't hate Engage finding value elsewhere.
All right, now I may be wrong. I think I'm just going to have a double look at that one, but I think that was a dynamic punch Machamp, unless I just saw things
Was it?
weirdly. It definitely wasn't cross chop at the least, which it hasn't hit that at that stage. Oh no, it is submission. Okay, ignore me. I don't know what I saw. But anyway, here comes the Hyper Beam coming out from that Dragonite. Not able to find it as does Devil Formation is let rip from Zika here. And the Regieleki is going to be taken by Engage Academy. And they are going to capitalize on it. Looking to continue to push this goal, but Zika has to retreat after a nice Hyper Beam comes their way from Revenge. And now Rework Esport Core can defend this Regieleki.
Yeah, nice momentum there fit from Engage Academy. I feel like they needed that after like semi-questionable early game. It did feel like Esport Core was able to get their levels a bit better, but now it's looking way more even with Engage Academy. Of course, Zika loves to be the highest level on the map.
We're not watching Pokemon Unite unless Zika's the highest level here on the board. Pushing this bottom lane, though, is going to be Rework Esport Core. They've got really good damage to be able to do just that. DJ managing to keep himself at range, though. Impressive, but ends up running into an Oblivion Wing from that Yveltal, and that is do enough damage for them to have to retreat up the lane. 30 overcap in this bottom goal gives Rework Esport Core a decent lead in points.
Yeah, good math, good patience there out of Esport Core. Honestly, the 2v3 wasn't going too horribly bad, but Trevenant just kind of took all that they could. Here we have Engage kind of moving in on Machamp in this top path. 3v1, they should be able to get a KO. He's a little slippery when he's in that submission mode. And Lapras Express with the Yveltal comes in hot. Alcremie Unite move as well, despite Yveltal falling to the Buzzwell. Engage still wants this goal zone gone, and they do have the numbers to make it happen.
I love the way Engage are currently playing this. That was a fluffy cream supreme, and they still come out of that a lot healthier than Rework Esports Core did. Get a nice overcap, and that's now 169 points square on the board for both teams as we hit just past this mid-game. Looking at the levels as well, pretty even, really competitive game here as Mush is going to try and escape, but Hyper Beam to the face. They're back to the spawn room, as is Buzzwole. Great pickup for Rework there.
Yeah, they did need those KOs. Obviously, other members of Engage were kind of free to do what they wanted on the map, including grab that Aleki. But now Esport Core is kind of coming at them from a weird angle. I think it's catching Engage off guard as Yveltal launches so much damage into Greninja. They stay alive, and now they can get these KOs with the whole squad. Buzzwole picking up too.
Yeah, the mighty Buzzwole from the gym gets frozen at the moment, though. Brilliant freeze coming in from that Lapras, as they're going to be able to defend that Regieleki. And now Engage Academy are going to look to retreat. Machamp has something to say about that. Talk about the gym. Barrage blow in the face means that Dust Devil formation had to be popped from Zika. And they're going to be able to get back at least from this. I think they're going to have to abandon the goal, though, if they want to retreat, as the Fluffy Cream Supreme will come in. Good Hyper Beam from the Dragonite as well. But finally, Mush shows up on that Trevenant, gives them the advantage that they need to be able to defend this goal now.
These teams just want to perma-fight. Like, as soon as one retreats, the other one's, like, running. Like, no, come back. I'm not done. It's just really funny. We're already 1 minute until the final objective. This is a Rayquaza game, so we'll see that big snake in the central area. Finally, both teams are resetting a little bit, except Blissey, who is just taking a peek at the enemy jungle, just seeing if there's anything, worth grabbing for their squad. We do have level 13s already on the side of Engage Academy. Gonna try to farm these Swablu in the next 5 seconds before that countdown timer hits.
So, it doesn't seem like Engage are going to entertain that top objective, but Esport Core will down here, looking to see if they can find a pick on Machamp, but submission is really powerful, and they get away. That's a Regirock advantage over to the side of Esport Core now, which is going to be really strong for that Lapras that was already ridiculous to take down.
Yeah, definitely don't hate having that for the side of Engage there, or sorry, the side of Esport Core, who are holding the bottom side of this map. Catch Trevenant out a bit. Engage trying to look for their best option in. And it's going to be Buzzwole and Phalanx diving right in. Bliss assists, but Phalanx falls. It's looking like a lot of damage going out on both sides. 2 members down on the side of Esport Core. Blissey on a sliver of HP as Greninja's trying to clean up.
Brilliant effort from DJ here. Lumiere of Demise was going to be so impactful on Yveltal, but no, DJ is able to clean it up, and they find more. In fact, they find all they needed from Esport Core. Can Frigo make the difference as he instantly sprints to Rayquaza, but no, does get the slow down. Engage Academy find the secure they were looking for, and they now have the mighty Rayquaza buff as they push onto this pad. Hundo burgers galore here, as they're going to be able to give themselves all the lead they need to get the advantage in this set.
Yep, they have a bit of a small lead right now. They're still getting so many KOs, holding on to a lot of these non-transferable Rayquaza shields. More dunks going in as they get the whole squad out, and the surrender is even going to come out from Esport Core. They want to go next. Fair enough.
I love how they're not supposed to surrender, but they're like, what else are we going to do here?
No judgment from me.
Yeah, I think this might be another game 5. I think it's a really competitive game. I tell you what, though, Zika is single-handedly upping the win rate on these Pokemon that you do not expect to see in these sets, bro.
That is what we're here for. The quirky Pokemon improving the win rates. I mean, honestly, great job, as I pretty much always say, from both of these teams. I feel like Engage was really able to lock it in with that Phalanx Buzzwole combo, and with DJ just kind of reining in all of those annoying Greninja auto attacks. It just was really well done. I think that Safeguard made a pretty big difference. It's always hard to pick sometimes between the heals or the Safeguard, because Safeguard can feel so much more intangible, especially when you're going up against a healer like an Alcremie, but Engage did such a good job prioritizing that Alchemy. Every time it Unite moves, they like sprinted at it and just like hit it until it stopped. So I feel like Engage handled not only the Alchemy well, but they just were able to work together.
Yeah, that's a huge shout out because I think Alchemy is one of those really frustrating Pokemon where you feel like you're winning a fight and then all of a sudden constant cream drops gives everybody HP back and all of a sudden it's a war of attrition. So brilliant targeting by Engage. 91k damage out from Zika there, 35%. Brilliant effort from Seiren as well, who was really controlling things on that Buzzwole. Only took 45k damage despite dealing 77. So again, you're absolutely right with that one. It felt like some good, well-balanced team synergy from Engage Academy.
100% over 90k for Zika on the Phalanx. I mean, 77k on Saran on that Buzzwole, nothing to scoff at either. I feel like can just set up such clutch plays with all of the slamming and jamming. It's able to do another highest damage leader for the Lapras on Rework Esport Core. It's the second time we've seen Lapras be the highest damage dealer on a team today.
Nerf it right now as we have a look at the replays here. And I think this was the example I saw, oh no, it was back on the pad where the Fluffy Cream Supreme gets popped, but despite that, Engage come out feeling healthier, which was literally crazy, but they do really manage to hammer it home. It felt like in the early stages, Rework were getting some really good control across the entirety of the map, really, but Engage pull it back, and this is the moment I was on about. It's just really targeting the Alchemy as you called out, and then they had to just retreat.
Yeah, 100%. They play this really well. I mean, they basically coordinated that Blissey Unite move and Phalanx Unite move in tandem just to keep the Phalanx up long enough. And yeah, pretty good exchange for the side of Engage. Here we have a push from Rework Esport Core. I think this was like towards the end of that like perma fight we had going on where Engage finally kind of like scares them away. And then I think Esport Core kind of like pushes back again. Oh yeah, and Dragonite like had a pretty good Unite move just to like scoot back, made sure the Alecki got caught, and then went right back in.
I was really surprised at how Engage were able to just clean up Esport Core here. I felt like it was going to be such an even fight, but the dive onto the Yveltal as they have to pop out that Lumiere of Demise doesn't do enough, can't find the KO. This is where DJ really shone for me in this game, because you see that Greninja doing consistent damage throughout it, but in the final fight picks up two of the biggest damage dealers that Esport Core has. And then it's just target selection from here on out for Engage Academy.
Yeah, I feel like Phalanx kind of got caught up in that like middle fight while Gren and Buzzwole were just working so well together. Further down bot side, getting basically the whole team's KOs. Phalanx will come back eventually, it's fine. But Lapras getting a little close here with that Ice Beam, I believe, but when you have a Greninja, that's a pretty strong secure in the face of the Lapras, so luckily Engage had a clean secure.
It was a good effort, yeah, but unfortunately not able to find that one. So right now, Engage Academy are on set point, chat. They have the opportunity of being the biggest upset makers of Group A by defeating both Rework Esport Core and Dift, two teams that they have yet to defeat. Coming into this, I just had a look at the stats. They'd gone up against them 3 times before, Bridget. Pushed it really close. They were 2-2-1 sessions there between Dift and Rework Esport for them, but still couldn't find a win for 3 sets. And now they've got the opportunity to do it at the group stages of EUL.
I mean, like I said, they already did it once today. What's another one? Especially after that game too. I mean, it was looking a little scary for them the game 2, it looked scary for Engage, where Esport Core kind of had it locked and loaded with that Aegislash, but I mean, that game 3 was really clean from Engage. These games have just been going really back and forth, so if the trend continues, this should be an Esport Core-esque game, but we shall see. And is it correct we're going back to Rayquaza? Okay, it is confirmed. We are Engaged once Rayquaza, I guess. Or, I don't know.
I love how we're all shocked by this. Everybody.
I'm like, is that an error? That's probably not right.
Are you sure? I mean, it gives you an idea of what they might want to play. Maybe they want to go for that rip side of things, but we'll have a look as these picks are currently coming on out. They're going to ban the Charizard Y, Mega Lucario, Espeon off the board, Pawmot, Comfey, and Clefable off the board for eSport Core. And this is what we talk about with the supports being so important. There's not that many healing supports left.
Yeah, if any, really. I can't do the math there, but it does look like Engage was hovering some of the supports, but end up going for this Crustle in that first pick position, which always gotta respect, because Crustle is in fact key.
Facts, and with the amount of defenders you can see on that board, it's all green as we have a look. Azalito will get the Suicune though, and Yu is going to get the Mew. That already is a really good pairing. Azalito's so good on that Suicune to be in the face of things, get those freezes, opens up the gate for Mew to really control the way around Fire Sky Ruins. DJ though, and we've seen this before, will take the Rapidash here for Engage Academy, really going to try and bring it to you. And a Wigglytuff is out on the field, Bridget.
I love Wigglytuff, so I'm very excited for this. I better see some full heals come out on the side of eSport Core, because that guy is annoying with it. And I'm a big fan of Galarian Rapidash as well. I can't remember how well it did in the previous set. I think it was when it was paired with the Zoroark for Engage, so something Engage Academy definitely likes to run is this Gapadash, but eSport Core gonna grab the Slowbro, always a solid pick as we get even a bit later in these All-Star drafts, and the Metagross, which we haven't seen yet today, but I love that Metagross.
Metagross is my biggest underrated pick currently in Pokemon Unite. It is so strong as a Pokemon. Most people run that Magnet Rise Gyro Ball, but it is so good at 1v1ing the likes of all-rounders, the likes of speedsters. So I think this is a great pickup by Rework Esport alongside the Talonflame, who will always remain to be one of the strongest speedsters on the field. Now, finally, we have the likes of that Quaquaval, which has got better with the recent buffs that it's had and can be really impactful in that top lane if you can find your levels early enough.
Yeah, I am definitely excited to see this duck. I think, okay, I'm gonna get distracted by the animations. Let me just tell you guys that right now. I love the animations on Quaquaval. It is so slay for me personally. And I'm excited to see it in its buffed form. I really haven't seen it, I think, at all since it's been buffed. There's just too many all-arounders, to be honest, that it just, I feel like, can fall to the wayside very fast. It was like the new thing for like a week, and now we have like 12 other new things. So I really haven't seen it much, and I'm excited for it. I do feel like Rework has a bit more of a balanced comp. They have some really strong early game prowess that I feel like Engage kind of has to at least work to a level 4 or 5 for the most part on their side. So we'll see how this momentum goes in our game 4.
Yeah, and a little bit of extra facts for you, chat. This is the very first time Wigglytuff has been picked here in EUL this year, and Metagross is typically a pick for Engage. Saren plays it really well, so this is cheeky from WeWork. They're going to steal the Metagross away from Engage in this one.
Yeah, that's really interesting, but it does give Engage kind of a unique perspective. I feel like when you play with Amon a lot, you kind of recognize what it can like be weak to a bit easier, like you see it from both sides. So we'll be curious to see how Engage handles that Bagon for the most part. Right now it's just going to be the Ponyta sprinting for the stack, which I just have to respect.
I agree, yeah, completely. Going to be able to get out of there as well as stealing a little bit of farm on the side of this Jigglytuff, and yeah, they will get a lot of damage their way, but they have a healthy HP pool at least. The Kyo's going to stay here, though, and that's going to be risky as they try and get out with the rollout, but no, it ain't going to work. That is a KO opener for Rework Esport, and a double as well, Bridget.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky. Those shields and HP bars were just too much for the side of eSport Core. Makes sense. I mean, Ponyta with that speedster build is just a bit squishier. Engage also getting punished for the squishiness of the Rowlet bot side against a fellow bird, no less, in Fletch Ender. But fear not, another bird is in the top path on the side of Engage, getting some valuable XP for these top laners and even gets this Rapidash to 5.
All right, nice healthy 25 dunk in as well, as we finally have Wigglytuff on the field. So that will be the difference maker, and it is going to be Sing. Brilliant crowd control. That's going to be a great matchup in the top lane. But we have felt that Talonflame has already been impactful here, really punishing that bottom lane for Rework. Big Beam will come through from you as they're able to fell the Crustle, and the Evolution will save revenge.
Yeah, DJ close to getting the KO, but oh my gosh, Saren getting the KO in Metagross's own jungle is pretty nasty. We also have the Quaquaval online, both of our birds in their final forms. Quaquaval looking to get more of those Altaria in that central area. We have these teams kind of poking at one another. Esport Core getting some of those Mew autos off, and the rest of Engage pathing downward gets hit by a big scald from the bro, but he's stuck behind the wall.
There comes the sleep once again. Talonflame, though, lands perfectly on Wigglytuff. Will find that KO with the assistance from Mew, and it's a Beam. Gonna have to get out of there. Is this Rapidash? But they're caught between a rock and a hard place. Fly lands, Beam comes through. Back to Nurse Joyce you go, Saren, as Rework Esport Core is setting up for the 720s coming in now.
Yeah, Esport Core having their jungler down here is giving them such a big advantage. I mean, Quaquaval is big and large, but he'd rather get his 1v1 going with the Metagross up there. I think that was a Unite move too. The Ducks Unite move is kind of hard to hit. I feel like it's too laggy. I wish it kind of popped a bit sooner, but I digress. We have Rework Esport down here ripping this Registeel with really strong positioning. There are members of Engage Academy here to catch them if they try to go for this goal zone, but it might just be too much damage for them to take. This Talonflame revenge has just been non-stop on their throats this game.
It's so interesting because it's honestly felt like in all of these team fights that Rework Esport had the advantage as well as getting the objectives. But you look at the levels and it was kept pretty even until that final push there from Rework, because we've seen that in the top lane, the Quaquaval making a difference with Zika still being level 10 here, Bridget, despite his team struggling to catch up a little bit. It's what we expect to see from Zika, as Wigglytuff is going to try and get out of this position, but AC Kyo is going to be caught down. Mew coming in again. Really impactful from this Mew in this game so far. Well, at least until Zika was there.
I literally was thinking, I'm like, man, I wish Zika would get a little more involved in these team fights. And as I was thinking that, he like stepped on the jump pad, jumped in the three of them, Unite, triple KO. And I'm like, all right, that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. Maybe they just wanted to get big and strong before they decided to show up. They have done a good job defending that top pad, which is still alive for Engage. Looks like all 5 members of Engage are up here for this objective, zoning out Rework Esport Core just in time for the Duck to secure this Regieleki. But Mew gonna pick up a KO on that Crustler. Suicune gets another as well, and Rework Esport Core kind of in charge of this fight.
Oh, looks like they may be able to find Zika here, and yes, they do. Not pulled out from the likes of this Decidueye, but that's all going to be absorbed by the Slowbro. They finally try and see if they can get out of there, and they do. I tell you what, though, it felt like a good push from Engage Academy at one moment. Rework had all the answers, though, and I think the pairing of the Scald with the freezes from the Suicune has been so impactful for Engage here. The crowd control is insane, Bridget.
Yeah, the Scald Bro has not been missing, honestly, and that can be so detrimental to these attacker-type Pokemon. Can be kind of a pain to hit, but this Slowbro has been working it. Rework trying to get another Reggie under their belt, and they are going to get this Registeel. U on the Mew has also been outputting so much damage. Here we have our Rapidash trying to cause a bit of chaos, trying to get some damage on Volto. Does pop the Unite move to trap in that Metagross, but Rapidash cannot stay alive with this Mew on the map. Wigglytuff goes down to Mew as well. Zika trying to go in, does launch that Unite move, gets a KO on Suicune. Mew has to Unite move just to make sure they do not fall with it. Now Zika's in a bit of a pickle. Computing crash. Does that not do damage? How does Metagross work? He got him anyway, it's fine.
I mean, I just think that was perfect timing on the dash from Zika because, yes, it would have connected and done damage, but they just dodge it. Unfortunately, unable to get away from the gyro ball, though. I was really hoping he was going to escape because that would have been beautiful, but nevertheless, they do find more KOs here as well as Crystal's going to go down. Still trying to keep it close is Engage Academy. Decent lead on the side of Rework Esport, though, and levels-wise, definitely more on their favor as well.
Yeah, 100%. They are looking in really nice form, especially with Revenge leading the charge on this Talonflame. They've also done such a good job putting pressure on Engage's jungle, pretty much getting their buffs off cooldown, it seems like at this point. Regieleki walking toward Engage's tier 2 at this 3-minute mark. Doesn't look like Esport Core is necessarily interested in making a push for it. Seems like most of their team is going to be coming down to the spot path. Actually, Mew maybe is there to get some birds and let Metagross do its thing.
We just got to run away from Metagross. I really like how aggressive they've been on it with Volto. Level 13 on the board here, comfortable for them. I think probably more beneficial for Rework here at the position that they're in. They have slightly better levels. They've got extra points. The ball is in the court of the Engage Academy to do something here. And if they get this Regirock as well, having Suicune, Slowbro, and Metagross as huge tanky targets, that's going to be really beneficial for them.
Yeah, 100%. Especially, it just feels like this Decidueye hasn't really been able to get in a good position to have these Spirit Shackles really make a difference. But it is also just a really bulky team, so maybe that is also the issue at large here. Wigglytuff trying to do some zoning for that Mew to get out of dodge. Engage holding the top side as best they can. Quaquaval on a bit of a journey, maybe looking to flank a bit. Wiggly taking a lot of damage, and Crustle has to unite.
Ooh, gonna get the Mystical Mirage out here as they're trying to see if they can find Zika, who's gonna duck down into that bottom bush. Here comes the fly from Talonflame, so that's gonna be on cooldown now, and that takes a little while. Engage Academy are not gonna be able to capitalize on it, though, as they're not grouped up just yet, and they're having to wait for resets, as Wigglytuff is gonna come back full HP finally. Big beam comes out from you once again, and Saren is gone, and Revenge goes hunting, claws into the Decidueye. You is absolutely cooking here. Another beam comes through, and that's the 50 dunk from Talonflame as well. Rework Esport Core is really working this team fight. It's going in their favor. Zika waiting for the right moment for the Cannibal Splash, and they want to dive in. Endless Ice Spikes will come through here. Ain't going to be enough. Zika's on their own, and Rework Esport are going to take the Rayquaza despite Engage wanting this map.
Yeah, I mean, Esport Core just had complete control over that pit. I mean, it looked like Mew and Talon could not miss. I mean, it just felt like every single thing landed in their favor, and really great job on the Suicune and the Slowbro for setting it all up for them to make it that easy, but it just felt like Engage could not get away into that map, or into that central area.
Bridget, this is the second set, and we're going to Game 5.
Oh my god, don't remind me.
And we've got another set after this, and it is Rework and Diff. Like, oh my god. Honestly, I mean, the dream is still alive, though. Engage Academy do have that extra game in hand, so they still have the opportunity to take the win. But I'm with you. I think that Decidueye, it was too bulky of a comp on the side of Esport Core for them to really get anything out of it.
Yeah, it just felt like everyone was too slippery. All-arounders have pretty good dashing abilities that can be hard to hit. Mew, basically impossible to hit. Talonflame, like, you know, it's just like maybe you're hitting the Slowbro, but like then you're hitting the Slowbro, you know? Like, it just didn't feel like this was Decidueye friendly in the end. So yeah, I just feel like the draft wasn't able to accomplish what Engage was trying to do, and honestly, esports draft is nasty. Like, looking at it, I'm like, it feels a little bit of a draft differential, perhaps, and maybe you just being too broken on Mew.
Yeah, I really enjoyed using Mew. I think those beams were so incredibly good in that one, especially with whoever was really pushing as well. Volto or Revenge was looking for that extra boost of damage. You was just there for the assistance, manages to find 11 KOs off the back of it. And I think you and Azalito were working really well together as well, as 70k damage is on the board for you there, 26% of the team's damage. So it did seem like DJ was able to do a decent amount for their team, with just not enough damage for how bulky they were on the side of Rework Esports.
Yeah, 100%. And I just feel like, kind of like I said earlier, I feel like Rework just had some really strong early gamers that just allowed them to be in the power position. Immediately, everyone on the side of Engage Academy needed at least an evolution, whereas you had the likes of Suicune and Mew in both lanes, or at least in one lane, and it's just hard to compete when you're an evolution kind of guy against the non-evolution guys.
Also, it's ridiculous that you had 70k damage, 18k damage taken there, Bridget. Nearly the lowest in the lobby, but in fact, it was Talonflame with 13k damage taken. That is insane damage and damage taken stats for them. It means that nobody has contested you on the Mew or Revenge on the Talonflame.
Yeah, the Talonflame was, like, impossible to hit, it felt like. I guess I don't really know what on the side of Engage would try to stop it. Maybe Wigglytuff, but it just felt like Wigglytuff was too far behind in levels to really be able to walk up to the Talonflame at any point in the game, which is kind of when you get into a pickle. Crustle doing what it can to there, but with that Talonflame Unite move and the rest of the team backing it up, it just wasn't able to convert on anything.
Yeah, and it did feel like, again, as they continue to brawl here, Zika was able to find a couple of KOs, but then had to get in a position where he's got to retreat. If anybody else in the team is here with him, they find you there as well, and probably an extra pick on Volto, but unfortunately can't, so they have to retreat. And I think this is the Metagross thing where we see it. So he goes in, and this would be where they do damage look, but it's perfect timing from Zika, but, you know, Gyro Ball is really good as well.
Yeah, no, that like broke my brain. I was like, whoa. How do you do that? But good catch on the dash. Good. I mean, not bad quabbling, but just really couldn't match the power of the Metagross, I guess, was the most comparable thing it was up against. And Metagross, like you said, is a bit of a sleeper pick. I know the likes of Brave Birders in NA, that it's like become one of Colin Tang's like pocket picks is the Metagross. So not surprised to see it pop up around in other places too. That's like the only other Metagross player I know, which is why I bring it up. But he did open my eyes to the Metagross superiority, so have to give him credit.
Yeah, it is a really good pick. I think it's a huge shout, as people typically don't expect to go up against it. It's another example of how there's so many all-rounders in this game, so many that are so good as well, that you get to this stage where you're seeing a Metagross and you're like, okay, I completely forgot that Pokemon exists and does a decent amount in the game. So this is now going into Game 5. We've got so many Pokemon banned yet again. They're getting really deep into the pools of support. I mean, we had Wigglytuff played for the very first time here in EUL this time round, chat. So God knows what they're going to pick coming out of this one. But it's anyone's game at this stage, Bridget. I think either of these teams could actually win this.
Oh, 100%. I feel like it's almost coming down to the drafts for me. It feels like who obviously picks the better draft against the other team, but who's kind of getting their pocket picks like online the fastest. So I'm excited to see our Game 5 between these two. I'm excited to see what, both teams are going to grab in our Game 5. Esport Core, obviously we haven't seen them go to a Game 5 yet, but they've already been picking kind of some off-the-wall picks already. So yeah, I don't know what to expect, honestly. We're gonna see what happens.
I was hoping, I'm just gonna go have a look up here. Yeah, so they have gone 2-1 in the seeding stage of EUL. Engage Academy pushed them to that final game, but Rework managed to come out on top of it. And then in the regular season where they met up again, it was just a simple 2-0 Rework Esports. So, you know, whatever way you look at it, this has been an improvement from Engage Academy, and as I was saying, we've just had confirmation that Saren's phone is on 2%.
God, where's the charger, bro?
Bro, what?
Please. They have played, this will be their 10th game, so I could also see, this is the point where the momentum is maybe you're getting tired, perhaps, a little bit. I mean, but now Rework is going to have to go into another best of 5.
Yeah.
So these teams are exhausting themselves a little bit, but it's for our entertainment, and I have to thank them for it.
It's a lot of Pokemon Unite to play, especially because, like,
it is.
It's not like playing ranked games. Like, it is All-Star Draft, and it is building, like, sensible comps to work with each other. It is a lot of Pokemon Unite to play in a tournament setting, so yeah, they're definitely going to be feeling that. And Rework Esport, though, are probably just getting into the stage where they're quite warmed up. They're really feeling the impacts as a team now. And this is it. This is probably the pivotal game because it is game 10 for Engage Academy, whereas it's only game, 5 for Rework Esport Core here. So, it's a big difference. And hopefully... Okay, we're going to quickly send to a break, chat, probably just so Saren can find a charger and get a little bit of a rest. So grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We have game 5 of this set coming right up. Oh my lord. Here we go, chat. This is it. It's game 5. Rework Esport Core versus Engage Academy. And we try to not be biased on the desk, but I love underdogs winning. I know Bridget loves underdogs winning. Can Engage Academy do it? We're kind of hoping that they can, but what an impossible team to come up against.
Yeah, I mean, Dift was like the warm-up for Engage, and now this is kind of the real final boss of the league champ thus far, but whatever happens, Engage should be so proud of the progress they've made in the league and just in these groups. I mean, taking out, or at least winning, winning over Dift is a huge accomplishment, and like you said before, even taking Esport Core to this game 5 is crazy. So really excited for both of these teams in our final game for these two of the day, but we will see Rework Esport Core again in our next set at least.
I mean, they're technically defending champions here at Rework Esports Core. They have players that have won EULM, so they are technically defending champions. Engage Academy, looking at their bans, we're going to go with the Espeon, Charizard Y, and I think it's going to be no different here, at least for Rework Esports Core. They did go Palmot, they did go Comfy and Clefable previously. Lucario is the last pick that they banned out on the side of Engage Academy last game.
Yeah, but it's going to be the Espeon, actually. No Espeon games allowed in this set overall. So with such slim pickings, we'll see what Esports Core wants, and it is going to be that Mega Lucario.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, Typhlosion is so good, and I understand banning it out, but
the ban. I think about the pick. I was like, whoa.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not sure why they've allowed Esports Core to take Mega Lucario.
Yes.
It's so incredibly strong, and having it in a final game is risque, but they do have a good front line at least. They're going to pick up that Meganium, and the Ho-Oh is going to come out for Mush once again.
Yeah, I don't feel like the Meganium was able to do much previously, and was it Dift who ran the Ho-Oh that had the good... No, I think it was Mush. Mush played the Ho-Oh really well in the previous set, and I mean, there is still Mimikyu available if that's something Engage is interested in, maybe for that Mega Lucario, but actually seeing the Inteleon come out, which is kind of fun, and Mewtwo X once again in this second set.
Ooh, DJ, yeah, you got to go Raichu. You're looking at those other ranged attackers, but I think in this meta right now, in a game 5 with Espeon banned, you can't really get much better than the Raichu. Let's see what Sayron wants to entertain here. So we're going to have a Latias coming out on the field. I wasn't expecting that at all, Bridget.
No, that doesn't feel like an Engage type of pick when they already have a tank and a Meganium, but what do I know? Maybe, I mean, I guess back in the day, Latios was kind of an attacker type pick, and Meganium's, I mean, these are all kind of a bit weird, like, support type Pokemon. I thought they were, maybe they're protecting their president, Alolan, or no, I think Zika's gonna pick something. Okay, he does go with the Mimikyu, which I do like to see, but yeah, I was so perplexed by the Latios. I have to say that Revenge is opting in to the Gengar in our game 5.
Honestly, chat, if you'd have seen the camera, the second Gengar was locked in, I literally looked the way Gengar does on that photo. I was so happy. I was smiling from ear to ear. Literally one of my favorite Pokemon. And yeah, 100% win rate currently right now is Gengar in this EUL. So I don't know. It's interesting because they also have that Alolan Ninetales, which is going to be really good for the crowd control, which we typically see people run for. But I'm noticing they do have that scarf on it, Bridget. So are they looking for that Aurora Veil?
Yeah, Aurora Veil, honestly, a good support type move, which it does look like their roster is in need of. Like, I guess, sorry, I'm also petting my dog, which is why I'm like leaning like this. Mewtwo X is like a support tank type as well as an Aurora Veil Ninetales, so I could see those maybe being the moves for Esports Core getting creative with their tanks in this game 5 of All-Star Draft.
I actually can't believe this is the concept we've ended up with in Game 5 here, chat. What more could you want from EUL group stages? Here it is on your purple side, your Rework Esports Core looking to remain undefeated. Engage Academy here on your orange side looking to defeat the reigning champs.
Yeah, if Engage wins this set, they will be the leaders of their group. The team who hadn't beat either of the two teams in their group ends up winning the group. I mean, you gotta love the storyline of that. Even just the potential to be in that position. But we do have a bit of an invade. Chikorita going on a nice little walk in that middle area. I guess kind of scoping out for the Gengar. Oh, was already hitting that red buff, but gets caught by the Vulpix as well. Lucario getting in on some of that action. Latias up here, Lone Wolf in this top path, while Chikorita was on that adventure, but looking like it's gonna get punished by Volto. Instead goes for that stack, but he's gonna try to steal their farm in the process.
This is just control in the top lane from Rework Esports, and that's why Haunter's going to go grab those central area farm before they even have to show up here. Volto, very comfortable, nearly at that level 5. Let's see if it makes a difference. So 850's in on the field here, trying to push it. I've got hiccups all of a sudden. Mimikyu is trying to push on into this Mewtwo X here, Bridget. Rigo has to back it up. Humongous shield for them, though. And all that farm is going to be taken by Engage Academy.
Yeah, some good XP for Engage down on the bot path. Meanwhile, Esport Core getting that XP for themselves top side. I mean, it's a bit of a rough lane for Engage on that top side. I just feel like this Lucario and A9 are already kind of running away with it a bit up there. We really need to get this Chikorita a bit of a higher level at this point in the game. They're pushing in for that farm that would get them there, but they have to get these last hits on them.
Oh, still not able to find level 5 yet, and that is just a tasty snack for Lucario as they look to dive on in. And Mewtwo X is sent back to the spawn room, though, so a little bit of a reprieve for Engage Academy here down in this bottom lane as they do manage to get plenty of scores in, and more importantly, more stacks for Zika Moy as they're able to hit level 8 now.
Yeah, perfect position for them to be in, especially since Haunter already has that level 8, getting closer and closer to the Gengar. It looks like Esport Core is going to try to get to this Draga that Engage is already hitting on. It does go to the side of Engage, but now there's a brawl breaking out. We do see that Aurora Veil coming out of that Ninetales. No KOs able to be picked up by Esport Core. Just a lot of damage out there. Engage Academy has to back it up a little bit. They do have 3 members up in this top path trying to secure these birds. Lucario gets a KO on 1, but does get KO'd back by that Mimikyu. Level 9.
Ooh, just able to dodge that Shadow Sneak because Zika had played with me, and I felt like that was coming. Snipe Shot will land onto that Raichu, and advantage Rework down in this bottom lane, but not going to make it easy is Mush as they go around on this Ho-Ho, dropping the flames, but they do score the points that they were looking for. I'm going to have to back up that Flux Zone. Luckily, Engage is pushing this top lane and getting something for it as that Aeon Blast is going to land and send Lucario back to Nurse Joy.
Very good Unite move out of that Latias, making sure you connected before they got too far away. Engage is kind of letting Ho-Oh do their thing in that bottom path while they get a lot of value upstairs, including that Aleki breaking the tier 1, so that Aleki is actually going to be walking towards that tier 2 goal zone. We do have the Meganium Unite move up for Engage Academy, but Inteleon hitting level 10, Lucario level 9 getting their Unite move as well. Meganium gets pulled in by the Mewtwo, who is a bit lower level, but in that more supportive position. Meganium has to Unite move just to make sure a stray Snipe doesn't erase its HP bar because it wants to defend this Raichu as best it can. Gengar getting one of its moves off on the Meganium. The Lolichu uses its Unite move. Gengar Unite moves right back to escape.
Okay, now we get a breather for just a moment as they do try and see if they can brawl down in this bottom lane. They find Mega Lucario, and really impactful is going to be this Mimikyu, nearly hitting level 12 here, and that has just catapulted it to the leader in this lobby. Are we surprised, Bridget? It is Zika Moy.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought they were gonna go for support tanks and maybe just DJ on that Lolichu, but I think giving Zika the Mimikyu was the correct call here. It is just such a powerful mon, especially in the right hands, like someone like Zika, and we've been seeing it level 12. We know Zika knows how to get these levels fast. It is only halfway through the game, and they're looking really strong.
Yeah, I mean, right now we've got 2 objectives spawning on up. We'll see what approach they want to take. Engage Academy are going to at least send their heavy hitters down into this bottom lane, but it's not going to be an easy task. Ho-Ho just slightly rotating down now as well. Latias looks like they want to go see if they can do something in that tier 2. Lucario has gone home. Registeel is here, and they're not quick enough. They're actually going to rotate for the Regieleki here instead. Registeel is given to Rework Esports, and they're not even going to defend that T1 pad.
Yeah, they have gone all in. I feel like they were kind of trying to break this tier 2 top side, get some vision on how many people were still downstairs, but looks like that dream has been abandoned a little bit. Looks like Raichu is on the recall to help defend that tier 2, but decides to stay once Megadium has it under control. They could do a lot of pressure up here with this push, with this Reggie Alecki, and that kind of seems to be what they're doing. They're lurking in the central area, trying to catch anyone off guard, but no real big fights breaking out just yet.
Going to be able to defend this Regieleki, at least Thunderstorm Aerial is going to land, and in the blink of an eye, Raichu gone, Ho-Ho deleted. A Search by Vision will come out of you here as they put the pressure down. Snow Globe was not needed to be used. I think that was a misfit from Azalito, but nevertheless, that was a brilliant defense from Esport Core. In an instant, they just ripped out the offensive power that Engage had.
Yeah, I feel like Engage had, maybe the Unite moves were just coming in late, but it just felt like they got deleted a little too fast, especially with that Mega Lucario. I mean, I feel like Mega Lucario comboed with the Gengar when they are in sync is just such big burst damage. So we saw that in full effect in that top fight. Meganium took a big chunk of damage as well from the snipe shot. I mean, it's going to be hard for Engage Academy to sustain all this damage if Esport Core is landing their shots. That is going to be the crucial part of the strat. But Engage Academy, like, doing super well in these engagements overall, stealing that buff as well. They're just so good at getting this sneaky little value.
And it's one of those where they don't really have any passive healing that they were kind of hoping for. Enough for at least that snipe shot that seems to be constantly landing onto them as well. So let's have a look. 30 seconds away from the final objective. Again, both teams are going to go their separate way here. Look for the Regieleki in the top side will engage. Rework Esport will grab a Regirock coming into this final fight. Will be huge for the Mewtwo X. But let's see if this Regieleki can be taken in time. I think they've got the rip for it.
Yeah, especially with the Mimikyu on board, that is a freebie for Engage. I doubt they'll maybe send anyone to score off of it. We are on this Groudon map, and Esport Core in a bit of an aggressive position, kind of favoring Engage's side of the map, but Engage is hovering topside. They're kind of doing the same strategy. We're looking on Engage's Rework Esport Core side of the map? Unsure. I'm getting confused. They're on the wrong sides.
Yeah, they are on the opposite sides as they come out of Rework
like
Central. It's not a good position at the moment. These snipe shots are going to continue to at least be a threat. Maybe they found that Mewtwo, though. No, instead, Phantom Ambush is going to connect, and that's Meganium taken out of the fight. They have blitzed Engage Academy once again. Mega Lucario makes all the difference, and this is why I was so unsure about allowing that through despite the bans. Gengar is going to cook as well as Revenge finds the triple KO. And despite everything we've been saying here, Bridget, there's 10 points between them. Groudon onto Rework Esport Core, and now they take the lead.
Yeah, that late game burst damage, I mean, the Meganium just like popped. Like, I think it got comboed by the Luca and the, I don't even know if it was Mega yet, the Luca and the Gengar, and it is so much damage so fast. Like, you almost, I mean, you don't have any reaction time to it. So really great job from Esport Core on zoning out that Meganium. I believe the Mewtwo X pulled them in, and that is pretty much the perfect Engage if you're Rework Esport Core. They are showing us why they are the champions of this league, but Engage Academy put them like backs against the wall, like almost dethroned both of these teams ahead of them, and it took them both to Game 5, which is so impressive. Esport Core just a little more, I feel like there's a bit more late game prowess. Like, Engage Academy doesn't have a lot of late game demons, especially when it comes to Unite moves.
And honestly, I mean, I know I've said it, but I feel like if you force that Mega Lucario into a different Pokemon pick there, Volto doesn't have the strongest all-rounder in the game, as far as Megas are concerned.
Fair.
Might be a different outcome. I mean, listen, they have been incredibly impressive at Engage Academy. They truly deserve their credit where it's due. And right now, they were the team that were expected to be the underdogs in this group. Right now, they are in second place, or I think technically tied first. So they have the opportunity of making it out of this group here, Bridget.
Yeah, 100%. They're fate is in the hands of Esport Core and Dift and how that game goes down. We could have either or in the finals, I guess. I guess it gets kind of confusing if they're all 1-1, but that's math. I'm not going to think about. That's not what I'm here for. So we shall see what happens. But GG's to both of these teams. I mean, Engage Academy playing 10 games, maxed out the number of games they could possibly play today. They just wanted the extra practice, I guess. So really, really great job. And Rework Esport Core already 5 games in, and please, God, don't do 5 more.
You never know. I mean, if today is anything to go off, that's exactly what we're gonna get here, Bridget. It's been. I'm just preparing you. I just want you to be prepared for the worst possible outcome. Well, I can say best or worst. I guess it
depends. Worst/best.
Yeah. I mean, nevertheless, though, they have been really enjoyable sets so far. Brilliantly competitive games, despite the huge differences in league standing between these two squads. It was all the way to the wire, and just a little bit too much damage in that late game coming from Esport Core. They really drafted extremely well.
100%. And shout out to you on that snipe shot. Inteleon was just chunking them, highest damage in the game. Really hard to contest with the range on that Mon, and a player who's actually able to land the snipe shots does make it even more lethal.
So we have a look at the replays here, and there were some brilliant moments. Zika really managed to get going on this Mimikyu. There were moments where it felt like they were going to lag behind slightly with the likes of the Lucario, who they do find here, but then all of a sudden they were like 2 levels higher than anybody else in the lobby.
Yeah. I mean, like, Engage was doing like Engage things. I just feel like it kind of came down to the draft once again. Like, I feel like Saren has probably a billion better Pokemon than the Latios, but I don't know them. Maybe not. But I just feel like we've seen them have so much more impact. Okay, that was the explosion. Was it Mewtwo Unite move as well?
Yeah.
That is such big burst damage.
That's a Ho-Oh as well. Massive HP pool, but Phantom Ambush, Aura Cannon, and boom, Infinite Cyburn, and it's just absolutely deleted. They were really wanting to push that, and you just have to reconsider your position there. As again, this final fight didn't quite go their way. The Meganium is taken out. I'm with you. I feel like the Meganium hasn't been quite as impactful here today, and only able to bring up the Meganium and the Latios there, who have already struggled to be impactful in this game.
Yeah, I think, like, it's just tough. Like, basically triple tank / support is a tough one. It obviously can work, but I just think Esport Core had so much more damage to deal out, especially the longer the game went on. I think Mimikyu and Raichu like held their own really well in that first half of the game, but once the Unite moves became a factor, I mean, all of the Unite moves on the side of Esport Core are horrible in the sense that they're really good.
They really will. Now, listen, I've gone through how many bottles of water, 2 cans of Coke. We've gone for 10 entire games already here, and we might be in for another 5, chat. So I think we really do need to get a refresh, have a quick break before we at least get that set ready to go. So I implore you, go hydrate, grab yourself some drinks, grab yourself a snack, because you could be in for the long ride here. We will be right back. Hello, trainers. Welcome back. We're getting the game ready to go. Just bear with us. Bridget will be back. But we're going to get this game launched on in. It's been a long stream. We were not expecting things to go as far as they did, but the games have at least been incredible. So here we go. Rework Esport Core. You know them. You love them as Alito, Volto, Revenge, you, and Frigo here. And they are technically our defending champions from EUL. Dift here as well. It's Lynx, Cascade, Beach, Iglis, and Jurawe who are trying their best to get their way through. We've done the numbers. We've ran them, chat. And right now, the way that it works, Dift will go through alongside Rework Esport if they can get a win, no matter how they find a win over Rework. If they lose, of course, it is going to be Rework and Engage Academy that make it on through. So that's the only opportunity that they have here, is to beat Rework Esports. And that's not an easy task, as we've just witnessed Engage really push it to the wire in spectacular fashion. Now, I don't know what they're going to do here. Is it going to be a game 5? It would not surprise me with the way the games have gone today. Will it be more straightforward? We'll have to wait and see. Nevertheless, it's going to be a belter. That is what we know for sure. Hi, Bridget. Welcome back. How are you doing?
So good. It's so hot outside. I had to walk my dog, but we did it. She did her thing, which I greatly appreciate. And now we're back for one more best of 5, at least for today.
For today, indeed. Here we go. This is the first game. Let's have a look at the bans. I don't suspect we'll have any differences realistically here from what we've seen all day coming out of the gates. Volto looking to continue to ban the Crustle here for Rework Esport.
Yeah, kind of an interesting choice, I guess. Maybe Jirawi he's a demon on everything, so it's hard to narrow that down, really, but understandable for sure. Maybe it is a specific ban for something they're maybe looking to do in this very first game, but Yvettal definitely gonna be banned out here. It makes a lot of sense to me. Umbreon, not too surprising there, and for Alligator, makes a lot of sense as well.
Okay, so very sensible picks here, at least on the board. Let's see what the first pickup is going to be, because if they don't ban out the Snorlax, I suspect that will be what they go for on the side of Rework, but it could be anything. Let's see.
Yeah, swapped.
Oh!
Blastoise last second, but Esport Core want that Hoopa. Hoopa, I feel like, notoriously picked up in all of our game 1s today.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I mean, you're always going to want to, because no matter what moveset you go for, it just gives so much to your team. So completely understandable. But to allow Jirawe to get the Snorlax off, grabbing the Hooper is a surprising decision here by Rework. And Iglis is going to pull out the Mew here. So they're already very comfortable on ranged attackers, and they get the incredible Mew.
Yeah, really strong round 1 picks from all angles. Esport Core grabbing for Ralligator and Espeon, both demons who I feel like have been banned out for entire sets before today. So the fact that Esport Core has picked up both of them in combination with the Hoopa, looking really strong. Dift obviously has a lot of other ways they can go right now. Hovering the Cremi and the Cerulege, locking in that Cerulege from Cascade, which we've seen from them before, and Cremi's just a pretty solid pick overall. I feel like there's maybe Eldegoss is the only other support I would rank equal to or above it, but not a bad pick at all.
I completely agree. I feel like Dift must have forgot for Alligator was open, because I think that is such a massive pick to again not grab yourselves. But Revenge is going to go back on this Metagross that we saw be so impactful in the previous games anyway, and Rigo again on the Lapras, which I have really enjoyed witnessing here today, Bridget. I think it's been a lot of fun to see how strong this Lapras still can be in this defender role. And then Cascade and Lynx are going to finish off these all-rounder picks. We've got the Pseudo Speedster in the Cerulege, the ever so trusty Garchomp on the field for Lynx.
Yeah, I mean, Garchomp is just kind of like the EU classic. Ooh. I feel like EU players love this Garchomp pick, and they have since the beginning of time, and it will never subside, as we've seen it picked in all 3 sets today. So, excited to see how it does. I feel like it does have a strong comp around it to enable it to get those levels. Obviously, you and Sarah Ledge like the levels, but they don't necessarily need them like the Chomp does. So it doesn't have a lot competing against it for its level 9 necessarily, and then once it hits that, it's pretty much a monster for the rest of the game.
So, as if we ever needed to make these group stages any spicier, chat, we've just had confirmation. If Dift wins by 3-0 or by 3-1, Core doesn't qualify. That's the only way that Rework Esport Core don't qualify here. So that would be a monumental task against a team that is Rework Esport Core. But we've seen weirder things happen here in this EUL, Bridget.
Oh, certainly, and I would be remiss if it stopped now already. So, here we go. Final set of the day. Final set for this Group A. These 3 teams, all of their fates are coming down to how this set turns out. So, we will get into it, and looks like Snorlax on a bit of a walk to visit Bagon in that jungle.
Probably one of the worst Pokemon to go against for an invade. It's so strong in the early stages. His Snorlax does so much damage. Doesn't manage to grab that blue buff at the moment, though, and a decent amount of damage Revenge can put through. Taking a quick nap here is going to be Snorlax. You're going to have to retreat because people seem to forget how much damage this Pokemon does out of the gates.
Yeah, good on that Beldum for just like keep A-pressing, you know, hold the line as best you can, especially because Snorlax secures are pretty brutal to go against. Sarah Ledge gonna go ahead and get that KO opener on the Toto dial and get a good dunk off here as well. Dift looking pretty good so far. Snorlax able to escape cleanly, at least steal a ball toy, waste some time, and the Bagon just evolved into the Matang. It was looking scary there for a second.
Now has Shira Ball, is just going to miss that slightly there. Cascade is getting in a position where they want to find a KO as they try and rotate down into this bottom lane. Jurari is going to come provide some assistance here. Bitter Blade will land, and Matang with a decent amount of shielding, trying to see if they can escape, but they don't. They do run into a Lapras, though, who's going to throw out that pool, and that is a lot of damage that goes their way. Brilliant effort from Rework to kind of build back into that.
Yeah, you kind of cleaned up there pretty well for Esport Core. It went pretty back and forth, but I guess Esport Core I would consider coming out on top there. Gibble, unfortunately, still in this top path, so close to that level 5. Should at least get it with the help of that back ball toy. Beach taking just a little peek at that enemy jungle just to see what's going on, keeping eyes on this Drago for their Sarah Ledge to make an appearance to know where the enemies are, and they're going to jump right on top of Fry on that Lapras. Has the Hoopa trick them so they have a bit better of an escape, but that leaves Diff pretty much open for this Drago. Matang tried to make an appearance, gets deleted so fast. Level 8 for Sarah Ledge gets the Drago, and I don't think they're stopping there, despite Rework Esport Core trying their best.
You is just connecting everything on this Espeon. It's so impactful here, and you pair that with the Psybeam. You get the stun coming through with the Psyshock. The Psybeam spreads it across the rest of the team, and it's working a treat for them as they take down Snorlax once again. I mean, right now at the 7-minute mark, not a lot of points on the board. It's all about fighting as Cascade is looking to dive in again. A Phantom Force is there. Going to use the Bitter Blade, connects on free. Psychic Solaire is pulled out. Yu doesn't get anything out of that, but they can at least go on the retreat now as they connect Psyshock once again. Cascade so weak, but Alchemy with the recover allows them to get back to a healthy state as Regieleki is going to be ripped down now. Jurawe with the zoning, and this goes over to Diff.
Yeah, really nice fight there from Diff, despite you just like landing every Psyshock possible. Great use of that Phantom Force from Cascade to dodge that Psyshock, knowing that they're going to be reining them in. For Alligator, meanwhile, able to grab that top objective for Rework Esport Core. So even if this Gold Zone goes down, which it looks like Diff doesn't even have the money to do so, gonna have to go ahead and find some value elsewhere. And all Gold Zone's still up, even with all these objectives off the board.
Trying to get out of there is for Alligator, as Snorlax wants to have a word with them at the moment, and Cascade looking to get a little bit of action on the side of Azalito. So, going to go their separate ways at the moment. I'm in the central area here as they're going to try and grab that. Metagross may have been caught. Revenge has to position themselves, pushed up against the wall from Snorlax. And all that does is allow Cascade to escape. Lapras Express out of nowhere. Ding, ding, Snorlax looking like they're going to go back to Nurse Joy. And now a big push on this bottom lane from Rework Esport Core. Has to go up the Flux Zone on the side of the Mew. Computer Crush is going to come through, but Mystical Mirage will save them in the final moments. But it isn't going to be enough. Cascade goes down. Surf comes through. Nicholas has to run. Big Beam stops the scoring once again. This is insane plays from this Mew to stop any goals going in that pad.
That was such insane defense out of Dift. I was really loving the aggression Esport Core had, like launching that Lapras Unite move, like trying to pick the fight before they can get back to their base for a bit of an easier battle, but Dift just was able to handle it regardless. Really, really strong fights out of both of these teams. It's been hard for either one to really have a huge success out of these engages at this midway point.
Yeah, it's been so good with their defense. Now looking at 8 points between them. Incredibly close game as we just get past that midway mark. Reggie's about to spawn in this top path as well for Alligator. May have been caught out here, but looks to see if they can find Cascade. In the meantime, has to retreat. Bills have that big job bite that has been used here as well, as Snorlax is going to go down. Advantage slightly to Rework here as that defender is no longer here, but Garchomp going to go for the rip on the Reggie steal. Looking for it is Metagross as they go on in with a Gyro Ball, and it would be anyone but Mew that secures it for the side of Rework. And now they want to push this T1 pad and really extend their lead with at least a 30 overcap.
Man, Volto on this for Alligator is just looking really nasty. I mean, it is banned out so much for a reason. They were just able to basically like 1v3 kind of stall out that fight while Hoopa went unbound, got the rest of the team there, and then it was all Esport Core from that moment. Such a big point lead. Levels are really snowballing in their favor, especially on that for Alligator. Already at that 13 mark is huge. Azalito even sneaking in a cap up top. Really, really nice macro. While the rest of the team fights in bot lane. Revenge getting a KO already, but Garchomp using their Unite move to try to stop that momentum.
It feels like good control from Rework here as they've given themselves a consistent point lead, but they do pick up some huge KOs on the side of Dift at least. And now level 12 Garchomp on the field, looking to see if they can make a difference down on this Regieleki. Eject button has to be burned here. Zoning out the Lapras is going to be Snorlax, but Frigo is not going to accept that. They finally go down as Regieleki is taken by Dift. Now they want to break this pad before that Regieleki gets there. They do it a little bit too quickly, looking for the 50, but you had to do that anyway, and now they're going to push further up this zone, trying to see if they can get something going on this T2 pad, and the Lecky goes in accidentally there, I think, because Yu was looking to defend against this Garchomp. Now they're in a pretty good position, but they're not going to be able to score anything from the side of Dift.
Yeah, honestly, good play out of Esport Core. I feel like they picked their priorities correctly, and Diff obviously didn't think it was going in, so they kind of probably abandoned it too soon. By the time it walked in, it kind of wasn't worth to hightail it back that way. Beach, in a bit of trouble, does get KO'd by that Metagross. Level 13. 13's across the board for these damage dealers on Esport Core. They're looking really strong as we only have about 15 seconds until our final objective is here. They're going to try to get this Reg Ice. They have plenty of time, and it's looking like it'll be theirs uncontested.
I think we've got another example of being so warmed up on the side of Rework. Dift have had an entire 5-series set not playing this game, so a little bit cooled down at the moment, but they do have the opportunity to go for a little bit of a rip, although they've decided against that now. Lapras was pushing on through, and Revenge is right there, waiting for the right moment here on the side of Esport Core. Big Beam will come through from Ickles, but they may have been able to catch out Snorlax. Has to use the block here and go on the retreat. Lapras Express is going to come on through, and that's going to stop anyone from Dift being able to get
get onto that power nap from Jurare. Really good isolation. Revenant Rend is going to come through here. Doesn't connect on anyone on the side of Cascade as they're able to retreat, but can't find a KO. Fluffy Cream Supreme is going to come through from the Alchemy here as well. Right now, Esport Core are trying to decide who they want to go for. Cascade being a big problem in the flank. They finally find the KO on them. Jurare half health here as well, as Icarus is going to come back in with this Mystical Mirage. They managed to find the Garchomp, but Icarus won't be able to do enough with this waterfall chasing their way. They have to dash out of the way. Volto, though, is going to back on away as well. So now they go for the rip on this Kyogre, Bridget, but it's all down to whether Icarus can get in enough on this Mew to be able to secure it.
Icarus kind of breaking ankles. Okay, finally with the Lapras able to corner them, they do go down. But I think if it had stayed that 1v2 situation, Icarus might have been able to schmoove a little bit on there. Maybe if it was a different map where we have the speed berries as well instead of the health berries, but I digress. Esport Core looking so good, especially Volto on this Feraligatr. I mean, I love the animation. It's just so funny and also horrifying at the same time. They are just picking up KO after KO while getting some of these back caps in. Metagross with another hundo a burger. This Kyogre still full HP, less than 20 seconds left at this point. I think Esport Core has this in the bag.
Yeah, it's just been a really well-controlled game from Esport Core from kind of like just past the early game. So really good effort, and Diff are going to have to slightly go back to the drawing board here and see what they want to come on out with. I do think, really strong picks were given over to Rework again in this situation. Like the Feraligatr, the Espeon has been banned out so many times here today, and EUL has really showcased how good they are on it. I don't think they missed a single Psyshock Psybeam in that one, Bridget.
No, I wish we had an accuracy metric because I'm sure it would have been extremely high. You just always holds it down. And like you said, I mean, Diff did play in our first set of the day, but Esport Core is coming off of a 5-game match where they won, which is the same momentum that we saw with Engage when they went into their second set. And it really does make a difference. I just feel like you're kind of locked in on this format and learning from your previous set, maybe how you want to go about your draft line in these second sets. So, I think the Espeon Feraligatr combo was a bit of a gulp, yikes. That was kind of a scary combo to give up right away, and Volto and EUL showed why. And then, Revenge. This Metagross has been a bit of a pocket pick lately, so, well, at least today. So, I like how I feel unexpectedly well it does.
Yeah, a mighty underrated pick indeed. Let's have a look at the stats on the board. Again, another example of some great ranged attack. 88k damage from Icarus, 52k taken. But look at you, 36k damage taken. Nearly the lowest. In fact, I'm so surprised at Revenge's stats there. A Metagross that's taken nearly the lowest damage in the team while stealing nearly the most is crazy.
I just feel like he exploded them before they could do anything. And the shield, I feel because the shielding doesn't count in your damage taken, right? I feel like that's
true.
I could be wrong. But maybe that is why. That'll be my hypothesis for the Metagross. Math cord, let me know.
I'm sure we'll get tagged nevertheless. Right now, though, it honestly felt like it was so good control from Esport Core in most of the fights, at least. In these early stages, there were some bright moments from Dift as they really began to sort of take that control. But the second we saw the Evos that we needed on the Feraligatr, on the Metagross, it started to flip in favor of Esport Core. Yeah,
100%. It wasn't a steamroll by any means. This was a really good moment for Esport Core in this bot path. I feel like up until this point, Dift was getting value topside. Sorry if you hear squeak. That is, again, my dog playing with a squeaky toy. But still, Dift did a pretty good job defending that goal zone. I mean, we're already halfway into this match and all of the goal zones are still up. This was a pretty close, I feel until, like you said, these late stage mons got a little bigger.
And good secures here as well. Lapras Express coming straight in. You perfectly timed. One of my favorite things about Espeon is that Psybeam, the way Psybeam works, you don't even have to hit the objective, just hit someone near it. Do you know what I mean? It's my favorite secure in the whole game. It's so beautiful. And yeah, there were some brilliant moments as well from Nicholas on the Mew, as we've already mentioned. Ended up getting so weak at so many times, but was just so capable of kiting around any sort of offensive power that Rework were trying to find on them.
Yeah, 100%. Here we have, I think, the final Reggie Alecki of the game, which Dift secures up. And here we have this fight breaking out. It was actually like such a long fight. So many Unite moves, like almost like coming out in order. There is Sarah Ledges, there is Hoopas, but like no one really falling by any means. Finally, we have the Garchomp coming out, Alcremie comes out. Still, no one has gotten KO'd yet. Finally, Espeon does fall, but eSport Core able to just like answer immediately by getting I feel like the Alcremie and the Sarah Ledge were up higher in the map, and from there, this Feraligatr just kind of goes on a rampage with that Hoopa pocketing it, and Lapras kind of clearing the way, being the front line, as a Lapras does.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the way Frigo came in with that Lapras Express, recognized that Jiraiya was on that power nap, and the team wanted to go get around that and get the damage in. So he just cuts them off, just gets right in the way, cuts them off with that Lapras Express, and then they're stunned. And that power nap, they've really got nothing out of. Like, the stun didn't equate to damage dealt on their side. So brilliant response from Frigo there as we go on in to game 2 here, chat. This will tell us what kind of set we're in for. If Diffs take this one, I think we're going all the way.
Stop it. We're definitely going to a game 4, which has always turned into a game 5 so far today. So, you know, I'm just taking it one game at a time, seeing what happens. We do have some of our bans starting to come through. Yvettal on that ban board, Blissey as well. See what Dift wants to round out with the Dragonite, which kind of has been a popular, like, deeper in the game's Mon, so I don't hate it.
Yeah, I think that's good recognition, to be honest. I think great secure, and as we've already mentioned, like, people often forget that the Dratini and the Dragonair are still really good Pokemon. Like, they are capable of doing a decent amount, so I recognize that ban, and I'm on board with it. Umbreon, absolutely no surprises. Zacian banned out, and the Mimikyu here from Rework Esports, so even though it is game 2, they're getting quite spicy with these bans.
Yeah, I feel like this is like what happens the further you get into like an all-star kind of draft. I feel like it's hard. It's obviously hard to practice for this kind of draft, but when you're in it, you kind of like see the meta developing already and like see the vision for like what you want these later games to look like. Love the prio pick of the Psyduck out of Dift, but Esports Core grabbing some demons already, getting that Mega Lucario already, and the Blastoise.
Yeah, I think that's a brilliant response from Rework. It doesn't get any better than that with the way the meta is at the moment, having Snorlax already been played. Let's see how Dift want to play this. Are they going to bring out the mighty Kaiju? I hope so. No? Okay, they're going to go for the Quaquaval. I was so hopeful that I would have loved to have seen Cascade on a T-Tar.
That would have been fun. I can't lie. I would have enjoyed that. But I do like this Paldean starter combo, and we just need a Meowscarada. They can do it if they wanted to, and I would be happy. I don't know if it would be the best comp-wise, but that's not really what I'm looking for here. We see Esports Core do grab the Eldegoss this time around, and the Machamp, some popular picks for today. Jiraiya really fast getting that Trevenant. I think they were fiending for that one, but didn't really need to prioritize it since Esports Core already grabbed that Blastoise, could wait until this final round, and Cascade grabbing this Leafeon.
Yeah, I was expecting an all-rounder out of Cascade there. Maybe their Serena that they're so comfortable on, because this is a game where kind of you want to cut the momentum that Rework Esports have been able to give themselves, but I think they recognize that Yu is going to last pick. Yu's definitely going to go for some sort of ranged attacker here, and Azalito is still on the board with an Eldegoss. So at least they give themselves really strong early game pressure if Jiraiya can get online. And of course, you have that Psyduck for it as well. So I like that play by Div slightly. I think maybe knowing that, you know, they have the strong Mega Lucario on the other side, an all-rounder would have been a good shout as well.
Yeah, we saw Quaquaval try its best in that previous set, but it was a bit later of game in the set, so it probably didn't have as strong of support as like a Psyduck and a Trevenant. Not Glaceon. Leafeon is gonna put on so much pressure as well, and we saw Skeledirge have a lot of success with its range and just how much damage it does. It obviously is a bit squishy, but with this kind of front line, I think Dift has concocted a pretty good draft. I am excited for you on this Cramorant. We kind of saw some nasty Cramorant plays earlier, so I'm a little high on the Cramorant right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it's been nice to actually see it because it's been rarely played in all the tournaments I've been casting, so I've really enjoyed at least having it today. Now, listen, if Rework Esport Core win this game, no matter what happens, they will make it through to the playoffs. The way that they don't is if a 3-1 victory goes to Dift. So here we go. Let's see if they can do that, as Dift are going to be here on your purple side and Rework Esport Core here on your orange side.
Yes, let's go. All of the marbles for Dift right now. They obviously will be a game 3 that they could potentially win if this one doesn't quite go their way, but you would rather get the W sooner rather than later in these best of 5 scenarios. No funny business, no invades so far or at all in this early game. We see Leafeon already coming up to this top path while Machop is in its jungle still working on that other buff.
Yeah, and I kind of like the approach there, actually, by Cascade. Let me go up into that top lane and try and make things a little bit easier for Lynx, because I think it's more important that you get a Quaquaval online than it is to get into that invade and try and stop a Machop from reaching Machoke. So I think that's good recognition from Dift there, because now they're going to go back into that central area and see if they're able to find something. We have a Machoke in the middle of that fight, and it is going to be the Cramorant that goes down. Leafeon out of the gates here, Cascade making the difference.
Yeah, huge save for Ikelis on that little Fuecoco. They were able to path out of harm's way. So clutch and great teamwork from the side of Dift. Weren't quite able to get the KO on that Squirtle, but they do get the Crocolore to that level stage evolution. Volto in this top path taking quite a bit of damage, but they do have that Gossifleur to heal them up a little bit and get that level 4 for LD.
Feels like in the early stages, all things are going the way of Dift as they found evolutions that they're looking for. They've managed to at least put a decent amount of pressure on Esport Core, but Wartortle is now on the field. Level 5 has just been hit on Lucario. Volto having to retreat here as Cascade was looking for it. In fact, turns around and goes for revenge, knowing submission was coming their way, and now taken out of the fight. Rework well back on the field.
Yeah, huge submission, honestly, out of that. Machamp was such a big stun and a difference maker. Jirari does get KO'd, as well as some members of Dift are still lurking near this Reggie Drago, despite it not really going their way so far. But Esport Core also not putting a ton of priority on it. Almost feels like they're like baiting Dift to come back in. We do see you finally put some damage on it. Volto is also here with that secure. Does go to Rework Core.
I believe we just heard that symphony coming out from Skeledirge as well. Don't even have to see it, you just hear the oh, and you know it's around there. Jirari, in the meantime, trying to disrupt this fight up in the top lane as Rework Esport are going to take a lot of this experience. Cascade is back, looking for Volto for it as well. Doesn't want to use that Unite move. He's going to save it and get the KO nevertheless. Good push from Dift to find a good secure in the top lane.
Yeah, a lot of points going in on the side of Dift. Looks like they're primarily in that top lane where it's only on 7 for that goal zone. So could potentially be pretty easy for them to break, but it is a Regirock in this top path already cut in half. We do see the Leafeon fall to the Goss. It's on 1 HP. Ooh. Lucario with the secure. We saw that Dirge Unite move coming in from across the map, but it's a little too late, a little too left.
Yeah, Volto is going to be able to lock this one down at the very least, and now slight advantage to Rework, but they are behind on points. Quaquaval is looking to see if they can find that extra level that they need to have that Carnival Splash ready to go. Barrage Blow is here at least. Pretty even, actually, on the look of these levels, because it's all level 8 except that 9 on Esport Core. Can they find Volto here? Nope, they go their separate ways.
Yeah, there's still an Alecki on this bottom path. A couple members of Dift down here trying to at least zone out this Blastoise while Ikelis starts to put damage on that Alecki. More members of Dift are closer than Esport Core. It's on a sliver of HP. Blastoise pretty close, but it's going to be beat on the Psyduck, who's been just a monster to get the secure. Machamp Unite move comes out, doesn't get the KO. Huge Trevenant would hammer, but still to no avail. It's going to be Leafeon who picks up 2 KOs for Diff. The Unite move, Emerald 2-step comes out, 3 KO streak for Cascade, I believe, on the Leaf.
Yeah, I tell you what, Leafeon is a lot of fun to play and watch, to be honest. It's just all over the field, and you just know that when it's coming in, yeah, that Emerald 2-step is going to land. That Lecky went in as well, so we're going to see more stacks coming out for Cascade, but they're going to be sucked in by the Cramorant and sent back to Nurse Joy. Lynx here trying to get away from Volto, looking to find that KO. It's close combat, it's power-up punch, and they're sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, that dash just a little too powerful in comparison to the Quaquaval. We have another skirmish breaking out in the central area. Looks like Esport Core looking for some revenge. They are pushing in even to their enemy jungle quite a bit. Have Trevenant surrounded, but Leafeon wants to stop this right now. We're able to get some teeny tiny dunks in, but not as big of a push as I think Esport Core won it there.
Yeah, again, Cascade makes the difference, able to get a good defense with their team. And what there is the Gatling Bolt missile with the eject button as well. The pad is broken, they can't find the KO on Beach. If Cascade gets out, that will be ridiculous. Eject button has to be used by Revenge, and you do find that KO finally. That they were hoping for a lot more there. Submission misses as well as Diff is looking to defend this, but barrage blow to the face, and there's the Blastoise to find that final one. A rework Esport Core grabbing everything they need in the bottom lane.
Yeah, really, really good stuff out of Machamp. Revenge down there showing what Machamp is able to do. Diff trying to find some value in this top path. Does get out that Mega Lucario. Very, very nice. But Cramorant still stole it away. Kind of devastating, not gonna lie. But getting the KO on the Lucario isn't the worst thing in the world. Rework Esport Core also secured that Alecki in that bot path. Looking to maybe make a bit of a push down there. We'll see if they'll be able to breach their defenses.
And despite like these team fights seeming to be better for Diff when we see that Leafeon coming on in, it's now a lead for Rework Esport Core as they've got the point lead and they've really caught up on these levels as well. This is going to be a really close final fight as we're a minute away from the final stretch. Cascade will come through once again and find the KO on you.
Yeah, a little bit of a late Eldegoss Unite move. Not like the worst timing in the world, but probably was worth it, I trust, Azulito. Trevenant trying to make sure Revenge has a bit of a tough time escaping at least while the rest of the team takes care of that Alecki. Doesn't really get the support they were maybe looking for. Ikelis now paying some attention to this poor little Trevenant who's just been tanking damage, but still is able to get away.
Yeah, what a mighty tree it is. We're about 25 seconds away from Groudon taking to the field here, and it is 22 points between these two squads. Rework Esport Core looking to lock in the playoffs if they can at least win this. In the meantime, Diff really wanting to make sure that they can even up this momentum that Rework have been able to build. Groudon into the field, and when there's a Groudon, the game is on.
Absolutely. Level 14 on that Leafeon lurking in the top side, but it seems like a fight is breaking out bot side. Jirari taking a lot of damage. He is the defender. You kind of want anyone to be taking damage to be that guy, but feels like Esport Core has pretty solid positioning. Diffs has been able to work their way in, but now just kind of poking and prodding, staring at each other.
Waiting for that submission to pop on off here as they're looking for Jirari, but he's going to be able to go on in with a Horn Leash as well, and that's everything. Emerald 2-step will come through. Hydra Typhoon is popped. The Gatling Bolt missile looking for their main target. Quackable sent packing. Beach is gone, and the tree is felled. Dift have lost the majority of their team. The damage is still up on the field, at least, and the likes of Cascade, who manages to find Azulito here. Is that the difference maker? No. Revenge gets their own revenge here, and they're going to take the Groudon all all they can do on the side of Cascade is go and look for a hundo burger, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, the Cascade is able to get it on that tier 2, but with all of these Groudon buffs for members of Esport Core sprinting at this top path, I mean, they've been able to hold them off so far, but there's the Lucario with the Hundo Burger. Esport Core is in the lead. They have the Groudon buffs. Some of them are a little low on HP, but I think for the most part, with 3 members of Diff down, Esport Core is going to be able to secure our game number 2.
Wow, and that gives them a lot of momentum coming into the next game, because that could be the final game. But Diff, they've got to get that to that drawing board, find a way to make a difference, because to be fair, coming into that final fight, they did have the opportunity. It was still winnable for them, absolutely, but I think the Gatling Gun missile was set up so well from the likes of you. They didn't have anybody in the way to try and block that damage as Trevenant ends up going down, and then a lot of your other Pokemon are too squishy for that missile.
Yeah, I feel like Jirari on that Trevenant actually had such a good engage. I think they were able to hit 3 of them with that Woodhammer in the beginning of the fight, but then I think that's when the Cramorant just like launched into its Unite move, since Stiffs got a bit grouped up to try to collapse on Jirari's engage, and it just went the way of Esport Core. Cascade did what they could. I feel like even I've had Face was covering the Machamp KOs, but Cascade, I didn't want to spread falsehood. Cascade did get the most KOs, and they looked really, really good on that Leafeon, but I feel like Esport Core did get, I don't know. I've lost my train of thought because of the thing that popped up. I'm going to blame Shivav on that. Definitely wasn't me. Rearrange Esport Core is secured for playoffs.
That they are. So, yeah, they can feel really comfortable with the fact that they're going to be here next week for those playoffs. They're going to be able to see if they can make it and defend their crown, at least from an EULM perspective. Diff, they still have an opportunity to make it through. This is a best of 5 set. They will have to look to do one of the hardest things in esports, and that is a reverse sweep now. They cannot drop a single game moving on from this.
Yeah, it is a challenge. I feel like it's almost more of a mental challenge than anything. I feel like they've really showcased that they have it in them. These haven't been like bad games whatsoever. It just feels like Esport Core is maybe a little tighter in that end game fight. Our game 3 is Rayquaza, which is, not drastically different, but a bit different of an end game than our previous 2 maps, so gives opportunity for maybe some different strategies that Diff wants to try out. So we shall see how exactly these gamers want to go for this game number 3. Wow, you on that Cramorant, 90k damage. Cramorant, I mean, I know we're doing All-Star Draft, but the games Cramorant has been picked, it's looked pretty nasty.
Yeah, stonks are up on that Cramorant for sure. It definitely feels impactful in any of the games that they've been able to play it in. So definitely a one that is standing out as we'll have a look at the replay coming on up. And it did feel like, brilliant moments. Jirari with some really good crowd control. He's going to take 89k damage throughout all of this. Cascade really managed to pull the trigger and find some great KOs themselves, utilizing that Emerald 2-step. But it was just being able to have that Gatling Gun missile with a grouped up team in that final fight that made the difference for Rework Esport.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Volto on that Mega Luca was such a problem. Like, it just came together really well for Esport Core, as we'll see in some of our highlights here. We do see, honestly, Beach had a great duck game. I felt like they had some really clutch moments, like this 2 KO streak they got in this early game, giving Diff some really good momentum that really did help this Quaquaval get online and be able to be a bit more toe-to-toe with the likes of this Lucario. But I just think that Mega Luca kit, although it is a bit squishier, the damage output is so nasty.
Yeah, it's like you can never like be confident against the Mega Lucario. It feels like even if it's on low HP, it's got a close combat ready to go, and that will just rip your own bar. So I think that's the difficulty of going up against the likes of a Mega Lucario. As we have a look at these replays here, and they were moments. This is it. Dift is in control of this game at this stage. They've managed to find themselves the point lead, but the levels that Rework were just able to continuously find with some great team fights.
Yeah, and maybe it comes down to Esport Core being a bit more like balanced in their levels. Like they're all level 10 in this scenario, whereas Dift was kind of feeding the speedster, the jungler, which is also pretty common. I mean, sometimes it's like can't be helped too much, but I do feel like maybe that helps out Esport Core in their strategy. They kind of can like spread the damage / levels across the board. There's that clutch Machamp Unite move as well. So yeah, like you said, Esport Core just really gained a lot of momentum in that mid to late game.
And now they have the momentum for the rest of the set so far. It's down to Dift to break it as they literally press Unite move on everything there. The only one that didn't was the Cramorant, the Quaquaval, who got KO'd. That was the only one that we didn't see in that, as it was just instantly exploding. But yes, nevertheless, this could be the final game. This is down to Dift to make sure that we do go to that 4th game, possibly in that 5th game.
Yeah, it could be many games. Don't hold your breath by any means of the imagination. I know Dift has had a hard go this set, but job's not done. Still a whole game left for them to fight this out with Esport Core, so we shall see exactly how they want to go about this. Our ban phase is beginning, and it is Rayquaza map, which is always a little silly goofy, but Pawmot gonna be taken off the board as well as Umbreon. Blissey seems like a likely candidate to join them.
Yeah, I think we've very rarely seen the Blissey today. I think like maybe 2 games max. It's been spanned out for the rest of it. Like it's been crazy. So we've actually seen Umbreon more than Blissey, which is bizarre. Vettel is going to be the next one banned out here from Rework Esport Core. Let's see what Dift want to finish it with. Crustle. So many bans on the Crustle here. I completely understand it because Snorlax has already been used. That's usually a big threat. Trevenant's gone. Blastoise is gone. Like, it's probably the next big defender for you to go for.
Yeah, it does make sense. It is kind of funny seeing it banned out. A lot of tanks getting banned out in this 3rd game. So gonna be some slim pickings for that spot specifically, but you know, you can always Mr. Mime it, Mewtwo X it. There's some other options other than the green backgrounds or even Suicune, as Dift has locked in the scary ice dog or cat, depending who you ask.
Yeah, that is a thing that people compete about. Is it a dog? Is it a cat? I think they're dogs. I think they're adorable. But nevertheless, going on in with what Esport Core are going to pick on up here, you called it, the Mewtwo X has been really comfortable as a support kind of tank played here. As you see that bell on it, you see the potion on it. That's exactly how they're going to treat it. Volta will pull out this Buzzwole, which I think is really good. If you can find those levels early enough and you're not really having to like deal with another all-rounder, the likes of Palkia, in that way, you can really get that thing going. Yeah,
some big, muscly bug types. I know Palkia's not a bug type, but he kind of gives bug a little bit. They have similar builds to me, so I feel like that'll be a fun matchup, presuming they both end up in that top path. Latias also going to be the support pref pick for Dift this time around. Glaceon getting picked up from Esport Core, and a Vaporeon. We're getting a lot of EVs this time around.
Okay, now I do really like the Glaceon. I mean, that's a great pickup against the likes of Suicune and the Palkia, but it's all about what Lynx does here. If they can lock on in with this Talonflame, and then whether Ickless goes for something that can give them a nice bit of range themselves, as, Dragapult would be huge. No, Miraidon is going to be the pick here. That's an interesting one. Lynx has one responsibility here, and that is to limit what you can do on Glaceon.
Yeah, I mean, a hard job with that passive Glaceon has and that movement speed it can get from its Icicle Spears build. We'll obviously see which one Esport Core wants to play. Revenge, locking out a speedster of their own in that Absol, which I don't think we've seen yet today. It's been banned a little bit, but I think this was our first Absol of the day.
Yeah, definitely. And we've got a lot of good Absol players here in these 3 teams that we're seeing today. So I'm surprised, but great. I can't wait. It's my second favorite Pokemon. The other one that I have tattooed on me because it's just a joy is this Pokemon. I really like Night Slash, but I know everybody will play Pursuit. And I think that's what's going to be coming to the way of Div. It can be so impactful, Bridget. It's one of those where if you hit your crits, you feel like a god. If you miss them, you feel completely useless.
Yeah, 100%, and that is the good old RNG of it all, I suppose. Gotta take some risks, I guess, in the Game 3 situation. Really interesting comps, honestly, on both sides. Like, such early game priority for Dift, well, really for both of them. I mean, Esport Core has no evolutions except EVs, which it's like, that's barely an evolution. You get the Unite move at level 8, like it's like cheating basically to pick them. So, but I mean, Esport Core, or Dift, excuse me, also has a pretty early game focus comp as well, maybe other than the Talonflame, but like, that's the only guy you gotta give XP to. That's like not a hard task by any means. So excited to see this kind of early game demons square off in our Game 3. Esport Core at match point wants to wrap up the set in 3-0 fashion.
Oh, is it possible? We'll have to find out. Will we be here until the end of time is the other question. We have that Vaporeon looking to get some stacks straight out of the gates and find that early evolution as Cascade is going to go and do the same here. Rework Esport are going to try and see if Volto can make the difference. This is going to be a really interesting matchup in the top side.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, like, these two, they look like crustaceans to me, like they have hard shells. I don't know. These two big guys going at it. So far, pretty evenly contested. Cascade was able to get a lot of damage off on that Buzzwole in the beginning, but kind of have reset the map a bit. We have junglers on opposite sides of the map. It does look like Flengender is considering a pivot, but Revenge is considering the same pivot, and they brought a friend in Frygo. Does try to get that speed berry. Nice eject button over the wall. Revenge matches them and KOs Diff's jungler. Not a great start for them.
Paul Lynx completely forgot that we're on Rayquaza and you don't have those central spawning anymore. I have been there myself.
So true. I forgot too. I was just like, oh yeah, they're just like in the middle.
Oh, bless them. Well, Absol is going to find a KO here at least. So they're level 6 now, leading the lobby, and it is going to be down to Fletchinder with this rotation to try and catch up. They really need Fly to start being really impactful on the side of this Talonflame. Bottom lane, though, good defense coming out from Jirawe here alongside Miraidon.
Yeah, Jirawe always good at defense. Cascade getting a lot of damage on Volto, trying to get them to back up before this 8-minute spawn, but it's Rayquaza, nothing spawns at 8 minutes. I keep forgetting. Now I'm forgetting where we are. There are birds, I guess there are birds in the middle area, but there's also a bit of a fight breaking out as we see Mewtwo get its Mega Evolution. They also pick up a KO on that Suicune. Esport Core looking pretty solid so far. Absol already level 8, looking pretty clean, wanting to perhaps take a fight, but Lynx gets out of there real quickly as the Palkia gets KO'd. Lynx goes back in, does get quite a bit of damage off, but has to retreat. This is a 2v4 situation.
720's coming on in. Fly perfectly timed to take a lot of that, but ends up in the arms of Buzzwole nevertheless. Here comes the sucker punch from Revenge as they're looking to get onto the side of Beach here. A really good combo alongside that Pursuit. And again, Cascade gets baited into the mighty arms of Volto as they are going to really clean up this Palkia. Really struggling to get going here, Bridget.
I know. I mean, at first I'm like, maybe they don't realize how many members of Esport Core are up there, but I just feel like they were getting baited in by those low HP bars, which I totally get it, but they had Vaporeon healing them up. They had the numbers advantage. It's just a hard one to face. Revenge jumping on the Miraidon, but does get punished by this Talonflame. Miraidon eventually falls. Link's trying to do what they can, but it just feels like Diff is kind of like coming in like piecemeal a little bit. It's really hard for them to kind of get an advantage when it feels like they're down in these team fights. Finally, they have 4 members down here to match up at least with Reworks. 3 members, Latios does get pulled in, gets so much damage, finally gets KO'd. Rework Esport Core is playing so aggressive. Absolute Unite move, but doesn't matter if you're Palkia. Gosh, this Glaceon is just raining in damage. It feels like it's hard for Diff to even keep their HP bars up at all.
Really good zoning, to be honest. Yu is able to keep at that range. They do have a really good Whirlpool landing, and that's going to open the gates here for Lynx to finally find the KO on Glaceon, and now they're going to get the Registeel. They're trying to see if they can get it. Infinite Cyber will come through from the Mewtwo X. Isn't going to be early enough, though, as the Aeon Blast will do the same from Beach here. And again, the multi-dimensional Rend looking to cause the distance. Absol has to go on the retreat, and they're able to go on out back to Nurse Joy. Here, Diff have been able to turn this at the final moment when it looked like Esport Core had so much control.
Yeah, honestly, that was so impressive out of Diff. I feel like I could see like the vision of what they were trying to do before it was successful, and then once they finally like got their marks, got their like guys there, were able to like work together a bit more, it really panned out better in their favor. Volto, lurking in the shadows, does connect, uses their Unite move. No KOs, Revenge is here to whip out more Unite moves. Suicune had to use theirs as well. Latios falls. It's a little hard to fight these 2 brawly damage dealers when you're just a tank and basically a pseudo support type thing, whatever Suicune is.
I tell you what, though, I think Volta has been so impactful on this Buzzwole in this game, especially paired with that Absol, and that is exactly why they've been able to win this top lane battle. Bottom lane hasn't been going so easy for Rework Esports, though. It feels like it's been a really good defense from Dift off the back of this Suicune. Flame Sweep will come through from the Talonflame here just to get themselves out of the position of Frigo, because they are happy as a Mega Mewtwo X, looking to see if they can pull them in there, but wisely decides to get away. Runs into a Palkia Unite move nevertheless, and there is the Aquamarine Splash from Vaporeon as well. That's going to be enough to keep them healthy on their own pad, as you will just drop bombs on the side of this Glaceon, ripping through the offensive of Diff.
Yeah, so much damage with those Icicle Spears from Glaceon's end. I've been really impressed with the Palkia Unite moves this game. I feel like they've actually been pretty impactful. Obviously, you can use them just for movement, like you've mentioned before, but I feel like they've actually been pretty clutch in getting some damage off to punish some of that positioning out of Esport Core. Diff trying to secure that top Lecky objective. I feel like it'll go their way, and there it is. They're also picking up some solid KOs down here, but the evolutions are going for this Regice. Palkia's in the mix, 2 KO streak for this Palkia. Really good zoning from the tank and support of Diff. Hopefully this can go to the side of Diff to give them a little bit of a swing before the final objective.
Oh, as Alito nearly able to grab that one, but no, Cascade will take it. And yeah, it kind of has felt like a little bit of a momentum swing at the moment for Diff, as they found plenty of KOs and both Reggie buffs. As we get ready for the final stretch, we've got 56 seconds on the board before Rayquaza arrives. And I think the biggest issue being this Absol and this Buzzwole for Diff. That is a Midnight Slash that's been popped here. They're not going to have that for the final fight. They get so weak, they will have to go on the retreat. Looking for Cascade. That's an Ultra Swole Slam as well. I'm not sure that was the call.
Yeah, 2 Unite moves used out of the side of Esport Core. We saw the Palkia Unite move come out as well. I'm not too sure about the Mewtwo, and Latios just ticked into theirs. Lynx was able to get a nice little back cap up in that top path. That tier 1 is still up for Esport Core, though, but it seems like both teams are going to be trying to play off of these tier 1s in the bottom lane. We see most people aggregating down there, some stray guys up in the top path checking for back caps, but they're going to be collapsing into the central area as Rayquaza is imminent.
4 points between these two teams. Still looking for the Unite moves on the side of Rework Esport Core. Being used a little bit too quickly. Going on in with the Endless High Spikes as Diff is going to take the advantage here at the moment. Cascade is sent away, but Volto doesn't have the damage to be able to pair it up using that Unite move already. Vaporeon is gone, and they're not going to be able to be back in time to make an impact with their own Unite move. Durare in the arms of Volto, but the rip continues on the Rayquaza here as Palkia is now going to dive onto the side of the Buzzwole, and that's going to be a KO. You have to use their eject button to get out of the position, but Thunder will find them from Iklas, and the secure comes through on Rayquaza as Diff are going to be able to take this, and it is Rayquaza, so likely to win the game.
Yeah, it's hard to bounce back since these are non-transferable shields. Makes getting those counter pushes really difficult, and with the amount of points coming in, it's going to be potentially difficult for Esport Core. They do have a full minute left. Cascade is just being a bit of a demon. I mean, when you're in that deep, you really can't get out. It's able to get quite a bit of damage. We do have Vaporeon healing up the squad, though. They're trying to fill up their pockets as much as they can. They will need quite a bit of dunks to make this happen. They do this tier 1. They can run at first, so we'll see how successful this push can be, but not a good start.
No, and that flame sweep is going to get them set up perfectly for this enhanced charge beam and the freezes from Jirawe to find the KOs with 20 seconds left. Not enough change on the field for Rework Esport Core. We are going to be going to a game 4 here. The potential for them to be able to bounce back on the side of Diff.
Yeah, loving this, the signs of life from Diff. I knew they had it in them. This has probably been my favorite draft of theirs, this entire set. I feel like, I know Miraidon isn't, I guess, what it once was, but I still feel like it's such a formidable Pokemon, and it looked really, really nasty. The way they're able to pilot this Palkia was really, really impressive for me as well. So really great job on Diff's, and they were able to really control that endgame, like, Rayquaza pit as well. It felt like it was impossible for Esport Core to even, like, get anywhere near that thing.
Yeah, they really, really did. And you had to bounce back. That was the game where you had to find a way to win, and really well drafted. I think Cascade was so impressive on that Palkia. Lynx was always going to be a problem for them. I don't know if it goes differently if they didn't use so many Unite moves just before that final objective on the side of Rework Esports. Like, so many. We saw the Mewtwo X use it. We saw Buzzwole. We saw Absol. That is, like, I mean, Mewtwo X, it's a crowd control Unite move. Does a decent amount of damage as well. And then Ultra Swole Slam and Midnight Slash just do insane damage, Bridget. So to not have them in that final fight is just so impactful for Rework Esport.
Yeah, it's almost something you need to, like, I don't know, like, talk about or think about, like, who can not whiff, but maybe utilize their Unite move earlier, and it's not that deep, versus whose do we really need in that last 2 minutes. Maybe, I mean, it was just a little too early to start that endgame fight as well. It was around, like, 2:45, I feel like, when they were, like, ripping Unite moves. And if it was, like, 2:15, maybe even 2:20, I'd be like, you know what, I see the vision, like, get him out of there kind of thing. But it just felt like it was a bit of an awkward timing, and I would have rather at least the Mewtwo and the Absol kept their Unite moves for a little longer. Like Buzzwoles, even Glaceon and Vaporeon, like, you know what, go ahead. But I feel like Mewtwo and Absols maybe need to be held a bit longer. But it does give us this game 4, which I'm not too mad about. Cascade also was just a really impressive job on the Palkia. It's been fun being able to see this Mon in action a bit more now that it seems more viable, playable, and it's looking really good. I'm glad it's not looking, like, broken, but it's fun to see it be a threat.
Yeah, it really is. I also love the fact that, you can use that Unite move late, as we already saw, and get it back so quickly. Like, it's a low cooldown for Palkia, and it really gives it some good positional value, as we saw the impact that Cascade was able to make. And again, a really impressive Talonflame showing. I think we've seen some brilliant Talonflame action here today, Bridget. Every time it's been on the field, it has been a really impactful Pokemon.
Yeah, 100%. Really good call out because Lynx did a really good job getting to those backline Pokemon, aka that Glaceon, which didn't make it easy for them, but I feel like once they got a feel for how they were looking to position, they were able to do a better job on capitalizing or like taking advantage of it rather. Here we have one of many skirmishes in this bottom path. Both really want this tier 1 gold zone gone, but it was just a little too much of a back and forth. But you can see in these like more mid to late game fights just how well Dift really was doing and how much momentum they were able to achieve, I mean, in this bottom path alone.
And getting both of the Regis, I think, before the final fight was massive for Dift as well, as we see that breakout here. This is the moment. See, Volto manages to get Juare, I think, as they come back in here in a really good combo, but again, didn't have that Unite move to just make that finishing impact. And Juare was so good on this Suicune, and it was really good at dropping the freezes. Unite move from Buzzwole there, and that is an easier KO, and they can then move away with Frigo and look to really put the effort into Cascade, which I think had to be their number one target for the rest of this fight.
Yeah, 100%. Frigo gets in pretty close. Vaporeon uses their Unite move, almost is able to nab that endgame objective, but Dift did just such a good job on that zoning and keeping themselves alive in this set, in this group stage. Gonna give us this game number 4, and draft's already underway.
So again, Dift have to win this if they want to make it through to the playoffs. They're going to go for that reverse sweep. Rework Esports Core still have that set point here if they take this one away. Looking at the bans, Yvetol, Crustle. Let's see what Juare wants to go with here, because we're already pretty deep down this All-Star draft. It's going to be a failing ban.
I respect, honestly. I love that they have at least each been able to see each other play a 5-game set already, so they kind of know where they're gonna lean towards as they get further down in these draft lines, like the Inteleon ban as well. Okay, I was gonna laugh if it was the Gengar ban, but I think Revenge was the one playing the Gengar, so they probably aren't going to do that to themselves. They are gonna ban out that Umbreon, so we shall see what the prio pick is gonna be. I think we only have 2 of the games bans up, not all 3, so.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, I think we've maybe tried to make them look. Yeah, there we go. All right, so Mamoswine is going to be the first pick from the Dift here as well, and with the amount of defenders that have been played, can't really complain at that. Great crowd control, as we've already mentioned, and Swinub is a really good early stage Pokemon. Our Esport Core going to go for this though. Ooh.
Love that Serena priority pick. I feel like it could be such a monster. And was it Esport Core who was running the Veil A9? So. Okay, yeah, in our previous set, yeah, it looked really, really nasty. I love this as a pseudo support as we get further along in this draft. Dift's gonna grab that Zapdos, which I do love to see, and finally a Blaziken. I think we've seen some Blaziken bans, but I don't know if we've seen it picked yet today.
No, I don't think so either, and it usually is a staple in these kind of sets, at least when we get deeper down them, but I think they've really tried to take away Serena from Cascade, so really smart play from Rework Esports Core. Let's see if they're going to go with the same kind of comp that they played with this A9 last time. It is going to be the Rapidash and a Sylveon here instead, so shaking it up a little bit.
Yeah, liking the Sylveon pick for sure, but Dift... Mega Charizard X, definitely a bit of a sleeper pick. You have yet to see it today. Honestly, haven't seen it in a little while, if I'm being honest. Oh my, I love Pikachu. Yes, I just picked Pikachu. I love Pikachu. We'll see which way it wants to go. I feel like it's Volt Tackle might be good for Glare Rapidash, but it gets unstoppable so much. It's kind of do I really want to get in your face? To not even really stun you, I don't know. We shall see. That does mean Dift is running double attacker, but Esport Core gonna one-up them. Triple attacker, give us the Duraludon.
That is a lot of rip potential from Esport Core, but not a strong front line. And the likes of Pikachu being there, opening the gates for the strong all-rounders as well, adds an interesting play by Esport Core. I'm with you. Love the Pikachu, especially because it's Captain Pikachu. And I would hope to see the Mage build. I actually really enjoy the Mage build on Pikachu. It's one of my favorite things to see in this game.
I do too. It's one of my favorite things to play. Like, I love like
Same.
circles. Like, I just want to like lay down my little circles on the map. It brings me a lot of joy. Esport Core, I mean, it's a squishy comp for sure. Like, I know Espeon has some bulk. The A-Veil from the Ninetales can help their cause as well, but pretty squishy team. We are on Groudon, so not a lot of grass to hide in necessarily over here in Thea Dry Ruins, but Dift, these are maybe the two weirdest comps we've had today from like both sides. They're both a little odd.
If we end up going to a game 5 from these kind of comps, I've lost it. I don't know what's going to go on in that. I mean, yeah, listen, Duraludon has been played a little bit here in EUL, usually by T-Tar, as they like to bring it on out, but this is going to be Esport Core with revenge on it. This is it, chat. This could be the final one, but Diff want to take us to a game 5. Let's see who manages to win it.
Yeah, Diff does have the bulk on their side, sending that Charmander to the central area. Looking like it might be uncontested. Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone vying to square up with Charmander. Maybe a bit of a miss on Esport Core's end. I guess I don't know who you'd be sending to invade. Maybe your Ponyta. Beach in a bit of trouble, giving the K opener to Vulpix in that top path, but Durari with the nice revenge KO. And it is gonna be I don't know what happened down there. Maybe they were kiting up to try to avoid getting KO'd, but Esport Core gonna pick up a KO there.
All right, now Durare is very weak, but they're going to be able to get themselves away from this as Azalito is looking for that level 4, but can't take it away from Zapdos. Lynx is going to go on in on that Charmeleon, who does a consistent amount of damage straight out of the gates here and can be really impactful.
Yeah, ready up here in this top path. Junglers have gone into different lanes, looking like Dift getting a lot of value up in this top path thanks to Lynx on that Charmeleon. Vice versa, Esport Core picking up a KO bot side. A nice little trade exchange happening in these lanes. Esport Core gonna take a quick little journey into the jungle. Sylveon, you gonna grab that blue buff.
Now, oh, that's the power of Flash Cannon, has a really good range. Oh, unlucky. We've seen it happen. We've all been there. Azalito is going to get taken out by an adorable bunny.
Credit went to the Zapdos, though, so no one knows. Everyone who was watching, close your eyes. It went to the Zapdos. We saw nothing. You still in the enemy central area, just kind of hanging out, seeing what they can grab. They do have 2 jungle buffs, which I have to imagine they secured when they were in there, but unfortunately, they are going to get KO'd, passing those buffs over to Ickless.
And it is not what you want to see, as Electro Ball Volt Tackle will make the difference here. Poor Rapidash will go down as Cascade is looking to find that Blaziken. Volto, the only one that can defend this pad by themselves, are waiting for the rest of the team to get here. But it does feel like Dift are in control of this game so far.
Yeah, what a different team so far we've seen in games 3 and 4. Dift looking so powerful and strong, wanting to get some value in this top path. Beach in a bit of trouble as Serena doing all that they can, does get the KO, but Jirari once again there to make sure their death is not in vain. Dift getting a lot of value up on that top side. Meanwhile, bot side Revenge also level 9, but the rest of the team gets deleted from that Blaziken, and we do see the Dura Unite move come out, and they are pushing in. I would have been running the other way personally, but I'm not a professional Dura player, so I don't know the rules of what you can do with that guy.
Such a ridiculously aggressive play from Revenge to pop that there.
Running at them.
And it's not a
Whoa.
Pokemon you dive in on your own with. There is a Seismic Slam coming out from Lynx as they're looking to see if they can find Frigo. Also note, by the way, that most of these players are playing on their off roll. I think Rework Esports Core are wanting to give us the game 5.
Oh my gosh, I'm neutral. I'm not going to express any opinions on that. That's between the players and God. That is not for me to wish upon. But I mean, I gotta give it to Dift, man. They're looking really good. They have this point lead. They're toe-to-toe in terms of levels, but this Mega Charizard, I feel like, is gonna perhaps be a bigger problem than the Dura, but we shall see.
Trying to rip the Regidrago as Duraludon is going to get there. Down in the bottom lane, though, we've already got some action continuing to go on as Blaziken. Cascade is going to get that eject button through, and really they're just going to break that pad. And yeah, okay, difference maker in the top side at least. As Revenge is actually getting some really good amount of damage out of Duraludon.
Yeah, I feel like these little trios that have been roaming around, like Diff's little trio on the bottom side that is kind of now turned to top side. Pikachu, Unite move to punish this push out of Esport Core. Serena unleashes hers as well. The Pikachu does fall, but now we have a Mega Charizard on the field. Maybe a little aggressive, but might as well pop it in case there were other members of Esport Core lurking, trying to capitalize on that push top side, but only tier 1 remains, and it's going to be Diffs on this bottom side. No objectives spawning in just yet, so a little bit of a lull now.
Listen, still an incredibly close game between these two teams. Looking at the levels, not much between them at all. Same with the points, despite the 2 drafts that you see on your screen here, chat. So this is the bottom objective about to come on in. Looking for the flank is going to be Jirare here as well, as they actually get dived over from Frigo, able to get out of that position. You looking to rip down some of these defenses. But Esport Core are going to at least show face with this bottom objective.
Yeah, the Dura is here with its Unite move,
Oh, wow.
level 12. Just so much zoning and damage out of Revenge on that Dura. It makes it so much harder for Diff to get in, but Pikachu Unite move helps explode so much of the team, but doesn't quite get as many KOs as I think they would have wanted. Blaziken does secure for Diff, but their members are not gonna stay up to enjoy the benefits of that buff. We do have Charizard making an appearance with the buff, with the jungle buffs, with the Mega. Gets Serena Unite moved, has to go in, does KO that Sylveon, but on 1 HP. I don't think it's enough, and it's not. Serena on a bit of a tear.
Really is, and just like that, Esport Core win that bottom engagement, and we'll see if they really want to go and push this, because Blaziken is going to be back here. They're on their own, though, so the two of them could look to find that. Beach going for the rip on this top side, going to use that high voltage siege alongside the Zap Cannon, and they will find that Regieleki. Great rip, that's going to push a T2 pad from Esport Core.
Yeah, honestly, loving this Zapdos out of Diff. Serena going in a little too deep, gets punished for it as 3 members of Diff are there to make sure that happens. Rapidash causing problems, zooming all over, ends up in enemy jungle. But Blaziken, 2 KO streak, going pretty well for Diff, but Duraludon has entered the scene and is going to make sure they get some value out of that, already getting 1 KO. Kind of looking towards this tier 1. This Dura kind of W keys. I mean, they're getting KOs. It's definitely worth it, but it's scaring me personally.
They've hit level 13 coming into this final. They're about to tick over into level 14 on the Duraludon here, Bridget. I was not expecting that. We were talking about the kind of picks that you don't expect, the underrated picks. I think this might be up there with it.
Oh yeah, this, I mean, especially level 13, now 14 on this Dura, just makes that Flash Cannon so much more difficult to deal with the stuns. We do have Diff getting some early positioning in this central area. We are on that Groudon map, and I like this out of Diff, but could be a little scary as Rework Esport Core is trying to come in, and this fight might be happening sooner rather than later.
Oh, Revolving Ruin is going to be popped instantly. Can they stop Pikachu's Thunderstorm? Yes, they do. They can't find the KO onto Revenge just yet. Juari is getting ripped down as well. There's the Fairy Flawlick, and it's insane how eSport Core have been able to turn this around. It's worked in their favor. An ace has come through, and they're ripping the ground on down. Bridget, surely this is Rework eSport Core taking this set.
It seems like they want this to end. No 5 games for every set of the day, only 2 in 1 4-gamer. So, you know, I appreciate their respect of our time. I'm just kidding. I would be here all day if I could be, but man, that Dura was such a problem. I feel like eSport Core did such a good job, like, insulating it, and the positioning out of Revenge was really, really solid. I just really think, like, they put so many resources on the Duraludon that in that endgame fight, even after the Dura was KO'd, there was too much wreckage for them to clean up the rest. But really great job out of Dift. I honestly applaud them for having such a clean game 3, and they were looking pretty good during this game, but at some point, Dura just kind of took over.
Yeah, boy, it did Revenge. I honestly, we were expecting today to be a 3-4 hour stream. We thought we're gonna have some really competitive games, but it ended up being nearly 5.5. Well, it is 5.5 hours now, as we continue to get all the way down to like the 5th game in each one, and it felt like Diff were gonna be able to do something there. But then Duraludon showed up, and the way that they were able to survive in that final fight there was insane, Bridget. They dove onto Revenge in that flash cannon. Man just moves out of the way, pops that Revolving Ruin, and then with great assistance coming in from Azalito as well, they were able to keep on their feet and make a huge difference.
Yeah, 100%. Really, really impressive, especially with, like, such a squishy team comp out of eSport Core, but you don't really need a big HP bar if you KO them before they KO you. So I understand the premise. Cascade rivaling Revenge, both of them with 10 KOs throughout this game, but Volto had 9, you had 8, so a lot of also high KO numbers from the other damage dealers of eSport Core.
As we have a look at the numbers here as well, this will confirm, though, that Dift, unfortunately, will not make it through to the playoffs, but the underdogs in Engage Academy will, and Rework eSport Core still showcasing how they are the top dogs here in EUL. Stats-wise, 26% of the damage is the most over on the side of Cascade, and it was 56k damage, 22% of Revenge coming out there, which shows how balanced their damage really was on that team.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, really amazing job to all 3 of these teams today. Like we were saying on the break, I'm like, I feel like we found like the most evenly matched 3 teams. Like you could have flipped a coin, and like I feel like all of these sets could have gone like different directions, like just depending on the vibes today. Okay, showing
That's brutal.
The Zapdos wink, KOing the A9 was really messed up of you guys. That I didn't approve that.
That is brutal.
That's evil.
I mean, at least they won, I guess. Imagine if you did that and they lost. That would be so bad.
It was tactical.
But yeah, I mean, listen, it honestly felt like Dift were really controlling this game until all of a sudden they weren't. They had the way to capitalize in the early stages. They had a really good damage to output until it felt like Duraludon decided to stick as the team with the rest of the team and really clean up in these team fights.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like Serena was the good choice for that offlaner, and man, it just makes Charizard X's job all that much harder because, you know, he wants to be all up in your face, and when you have like the large circle of death, makes it a bit harder. You really need like team coordination. You basically need like everyone in that circle, so like Revenge doesn't have as easy of a time, like targeting people down, and man, just so much burst damage from Esport Core. I do feel like Cascade operated this Blaziken really well there. You saw him basically steal the Registeel from Esport Core. Unfortunately, Esport Core does win these next engages. Charizard X and the Mamo do a solid job trying to keep them off their goal zone, but man, that Hyper Voice just did so much damage, and what are you gonna do when you're a Charizard X and you got a Fire Punch in, you know?
Yeah, that's it. Mamoswine managed to get onto Revenge in that Flash Cannon, uses their own Unite move, and then Revenge just moves out the way and is like, all right, I'm going to Revolve in Ruin and then find these KOs instantly. And then Volto is just hunting down the rest with Frigo. It was a really well fought final fight from Rework Esport Core, despite having 3 squishy Pokemon on the field. So this is the outcome, chat. Yep, Group A, Rework Esport Core will make it through with a 2-0 record. Engage Academy, the underdogs of this group, will make it through 1-1, finally being able to defeat Dift.
Yeah, I mean, and was 1 game away from being the 2-0 team of this group, which is incredible, coming from always losing to these teams previously to being able to defeat one and putting the other in the closest matchup they had of the day as well. So really great job to all 3 of our squads from today. We will be seeing more of Esport Core and Engage Academy next weekend for our finals, but tomorrow we have the rest of our group phase in Group B.
And let's see if Tita can do what we hope they can do. Vaporeon haters currently tied with their record, just slightly behind on points of Rework Esports. So they have been a very dominant team. Omon Buzaloof, they've been very up and down. It depends on whether Nachos has been playing for them. If he hasn't, they've been losing more games than they win. And Tita have just been an absolute joy to witness playing these games with the way that they like to play. But they are technically the lowest seed coming into this. So if today is anything to go off, they're going to win the group tomorrow.
Yeah, I believe it's hard not to root for the underdogs in these playoff type scenarios because they've had all season to learn and grow and kind of try to take down these more dominant teams in the league. So yeah, really amazing games today. I can't say enough. Like, shout out to the teams. Like, they all played so well. All-Star Draft is so difficult. It's so impressive to me that they can even, like, remember what is not allowed. So I have to applaud them. Thank you to our production, Shabam. Even though he's extremely tired, it's finally over. You're almost free. We will release you shortly. And thank you, Tano, for casting with me.
It's been a pleasure to have you on the mic again, Bridget. I've really enjoyed casting these games with you. And you're going to be back tomorrow for some more action as well. So chat, do be here at the same time because Bridget is very excited to go through another 3-5 set games, as probably will be the case. But yes.
I'll go to game 5. I can only pray.
Oh, thank you so much, Shabam, you legend. That is going to be it from us today, chat. I really hope you enjoyed the games. We really did, but we have more for you tomorrow. So have a good rest of your evening wherever you are, and we will see you then. Goodbye.